Echo Water City was located on the long boundary line between the Ghost Realm and Soul Region. A prosperous city that was close to the Triangle District. In the past, underground auction houses were mostly selected in small and medium-sized cities, and there were relatively few prosperous cities like this that were chosen. When Sima Yu and the others came here, no one noticed them. After all, with the streams of people coming in daily, they were not very eye-catching. Because they didn't have a clue, they went to find an inn to live in. Fortunately, there were so many inns here, so they could still find an inn with vacant rooms. It seems that many people know that this underground auction will be held in Echo Water City. They walked along and heard people talking about this several times. It will not be too difficult to find out more then. Wu Lingyu stood by her side as they peered outside the window, watching the bustling crowd below. The underground auctions have grown bigger and bigger over the years. Hai Xing said. If this were not the case, how could they dare to attack Sima Yu? I am a little curious about the manipulator behind the scenes. Sima Yu said, Lingyu, say, if I get caught, will I get to see who is behind it all? What do you want to do again? He asked with a wry smile. Sima Yu smiled at him. Haven't you already guessed it? Are you going to run wild again? Wu Lingyu frowned, not wanting her to take risks. I want to know if their little aunt is in this auction, but I can't wait until the auction. Sima Yu said, you can only find out if you go deep into the enemy camp. I think it's more that you want to play. Fu Shi immediately revealed her excuse. The purpose is the same anyway. Sima Yu didn't deny it either. In fact, she didn't want to play, but just wanted to get to the people behind. Master, let my sister and I go. Hai Shi said, anyway, they wanted to catch us before. If you two went, it is estimated that you will be auctioned directly. Although Fu Shi's words were poisonous, they were true. Fu Shi is right. If you are caught and if we can't find you, you would have to be auctioned again. Sima Yu said with a smile, however, you really need to use your identity. Hai Xing and Hai Shi were thrown into the spirit pagoda by her. She was going to merge with Thousand Resonance and transform into the appearance of a Hai Xing and Mi Air into the appearance of Hai Shi. Wu Lingyu couldn't stop her, so he had to let her go. You go and pretend to be caught, then I will get an invitation letter. If you are auctioned, then I will buy you, so that you are rightfully mine. Wu Lingyu said. All right. Sima Yu smiled, then you have to prepare more money. Wu Lingyu was moved by her smile, and really wanted to taste her beauty. There was a huge light bulb with big eyes beside him, so he had to suppress the thought. I'll go look for the invitation letter. He turned away with a calm face. When he walked to the door, he saw that Fu Shi didn't mean to follow. His face was even darker and he said, need me to invite you, and I. Fu Shi wanted to say that he was going to be with Sima Yu, but when he saw Wu Lingyu's expression, he had to think twice about it. This man was now eager and jealous, so it was best not to mess with him. Wu Lingyu took Fu Shi away, Sima Yu and Thousand Resonance merged into Hai Xing, and then called Mi Air to turn into Hai Shi's appearance. Every time you ask me to come out and let me do such a thing, you are lowering my style. Mi Air was very dissatisfied, how could he always do such things? Do you want to do something else? Would you like to play with Blackie? Sima Yu said with a smile. What are we going to do? Hurry up, hurry up. Sima Yu. The two went to the street without doing anything. They wandered on the street until late at night, and then they were caught in a small alley. The two resisted to match their roles and were taken to a dim and dark house. The two were tied up, and it took a while before they heard someone talking outside the door. Are you sure they are the brother and sister of the Hai clan? It has been compared with the portrait Mo Wei sent before, and I am sure it is them. Why did they appear here? The people we sent are dead, so they should know that Hai Mian is with us. They were inquiring about the news everywhere on the street today, so they must be trying to save Hai Mian. How many of them are there? Was Sima Yu there? No, there were only the two of them, and no one else. There were only two of them. Will they be fake? Send someone to investigate and see if Sima Yu was also there. A mere young princess from the Ghost Realm, do you need to be so vigilant? Even if she does come, can it affect the auction? What do you know, this Sima Yu is very peculiar, it's better to be careful. The Ghost King is already dead, what's more, she is just a young princess, what kind of waves can she stir up? Just be careful. It's better to err in caution, we can't just because. Fine, everything you said is right, you should go and check if Sima Yu is here as well, our chief steward is not at ease. Yes. Alright, let's go in and see the two people of the Hai clan. Sima Yu sighed in her heart that these people were really cautious, no wonder no one has found out about them for so long. The door was opened, and light streamed in from outside. 3 people walked in from the outside, it should be the same 3 who were talking outside the door just now. Chief Steward, this is the portrait sent by Mo Wei. A steward handed 2 paintings to a middle-aged man. The chief steward looked at the portrait and then at the 2 tied up, and said, it is indeed them. Better get someone to watch them properly, the price will be very good for those of the Hai clan who have already awakened their bloodline. Chief Steward, don't worry, they are still asleep, they won't wake up until the auction. The steward assured. These 2 people, and after adding in Hai Mian, we can make a lot of money this time. The young man in the middle said with a glint in his eye, young master, Hai Mian is not on the list of this auction. The steward said, isn't there? Didn't you say that she had already arrived? Something happened in between and she has been bought already. The chief steward said, who bought her? Why did you sell her without being auctioned? Don't ask, the price offered by the other party can definitely be higher than the price at the auction. Oh well, that's good then. The news was released before, but fortunately, now there are 2 of them to fill in the gap. The young master said, now that there are 2 more days before the auction, it's better to let me play and see if the effect is really that good. If it is really that effective, then leave her for me. Anyway, what we are talking about is selling someone from the High Clan. Please, you can play all you want, just make sure she still has a breath. The chief steward said. Go, send this woman to my room. Previous chapter. Sima Yu felt that she had been picked up, carried over on someone's shoulders, and taken to a house. This was a well-decorated room, but the scent of the incense burner reflected the lack in taste. She was thrown on the ground. Although she was covered with a thick carpet, she still made a muffled noise. Humph, damn it, even if you don't put me on the bed, it's alright to put me on a chair, even if you have to put me on the ground, can't you be lighter? Sima Yu closed her eyes and complained. The person who threw her came outside the house and said to the maids who were guarding outside, the young master has found a woman again. You can wash her up quickly, and the young master will be back in a while. Yes. The maids responded respectfully, and when the man left, these maids changed at once. They came to Sima Yu and said, hey, she doesn't look so good. I don't know how she caught the young master's interest. I heard that High Clans Hai Xing and Hai Shi were caught. Isn't this woman Hai Xing? Hai Xing? That cauldron? The arrogant voice was contemptuous. This kind of person is born to sleep with people, and it is her fortunate luck to have the young master as her first man. Peach, are you jealous? Your words are so sour. It's not as if you are not jealous. Hey, the young master will also play for a while only. After all, it is still us who are his favorite, otherwise we won't be left by his side. I know that well, but seeing these people makes me uncomfortable. I understand. But we have to take her away and wash her clean now, or the young master will get angry. Oh, let's go. Bang, bang. Before they met Sima Yu, the two fell down. Sima Yu opened her eyes, looked at the incense burner in the room disgustingly, and with a thought, the incense inside was cut off, but there was still a strong smell in the room. It's disgusting. Sima Yu stood up from the ground, looked at the two maids. She fiddled in the room for a while, then an evil smile emerged. If you like to play, I'll let you have a good time. Hearing the movement outside, she stepped into the spirit pagoda. After a while, Lan Yu opened the door and walked in. He looked at the bed for the first time and saw a naked woman lying on the bed with her head tilted inward, unable to see if it was Hai Xing. He did not doubt, no one dared to do anything in his territory. However, today's scent seemed to be lighter, a little bit different from what he likes. After the matter was over, he had to talk about it to them. They can't rely on his favor and don't do things properly. If this happens next time, he will change the two of them. He came to the bed and saw the person on the bed. He felt his blood surging and he could no longer think of anything else in his mind. Sima Yu hid in the spirit pagoda, and saw the unsuitable scenes for children outside, so asked little spirit to pay attention while she ran to find some spirit fruit, and went to look for Sima Luxian. Sima Luxian had a favorite position on the edge of a cliff. He liked to sit there and look into the distance. Because the Chaos River flowed under the cliff, he was soaked in it for a long time, and he had an ancient aura. Having stayed in the spirit pagoda for so long, although Sima Yu would let him go outside for a period of time from time to time, he still stayed here for too long, and the whole person feels a little bit out of the world. Seeing him with grey hair, Sima Yu felt very guilty. If she hadn't left him in the spirit pagoda at the time, he would not have followed her to the ghost realm. When the matter was resolved this time, she went to the Ghost King to verify the Cardinal Point's divine seal, found her mother earlier, and reunited the family earlier. Sima Luxian felt that someone was coming. He opened his eyes and saw her, and smiled at her. Yu. Father. Sima Yu walked over and handed Lingua to him. She took a futon out and sat down beside him. Sima Luxian took a lingua in his hand to play with, and said, why did you come in? Come in and hide for a while. Sima Yu didn't plan to tell him anything outside. Where is Wu Lingyu? He went to do other things. Sima Luxian did not ask any more. Father. Yes? When Hai Xing's matter has been dealt with, I will go back to find my grandfather, and then look for the Cardinal Point's divine seal, and rescue my mother. Sima Yu said, Father, wait for me. Alright. Sima Luxian didn't blame her for her original decision. He only blamed himself for failing to protect her and causing her to suffer so much damage. Just do what you want. As long as you know that your mother is not suffering, I won't be anxious. Your mother and I can wait. Shan Shan told them that the Ghost King went to change the seal. Although Yu Keluo did not have freedom, he did not suffer. Father, we will definitely be reunited. Sima Yu didn't know if she was speaking to her father or speaking to herself. This road is too long. If she hadn't had such a belief in her heart, she wouldn't know if she would stick to it till now. My Yu is the best, I believe what you say. Sima Luxian touched her head lovingly, come slowly, don't put pressure on yourself. Yeah. Sima Yu took his hand, leaned her head on his arm, and gradually smiled on her face. She talked for a long time in Sima Luxian in the spirit pagoda, and then she left after watching the time was almost up. When she came outside, Lan Yu had fallen asleep, with a happy Peach in her arms. She walked up and fed a pill into Lan Yu's mouth. Lan Yu was awakened by the intense pain, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Hai Xing standing in front of him, and there was a naked person in his arms. Why are you there? He looked at Hai Xing, and then Peach who was covered with love traces all over. Thinking of the different smell just now, he immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. Young Master Lan, although they can't wait to crawl on your bed every day, you still have to learn how to pity and cherish Jade. Sima Yu sighed. Hai Xing. You dare to plot against me. Lan Yu cried, you were not in a coma at all. You, what did you do to me? I just gave you some poison. Sima Yu said lightly. What poison did you give me? Give me the antidote. Lan Yu whispered, but his voice became weak. I can give it to you, but you know what I want. Sima Yu took out a small bottle and put it in her hand to play. Lan Yu saw the little bottle, his eyes flashed with desire, but he didn't move consciously, but asked, do you want to know where the Hai Mian is? Smart. Sima Yu smiled, it's easy to talk to smart people. Hai Mian is not here. Lan Yu was in so much pain that he was drenched in cold sweat. Give me the antidote first and I will find her whereabouts for you. Give it to you first? Would you be so kind as to let me off after that? I think the first thing you'll do will be getting people to catch me. Sima Yu scoffed, where is Hai Mian? Lan Yu clutched his stomach with one hand, trying to relieve his discomfort, but it was of no use. You are not Hai Xing. He stared at Sima Yu. Who said I'm not? It's not as if you've seen me before. Hai Xing calls Hai Mian little ant, Lan Yu said, you are Sima Yu. Haha, he really is a smart person. It's a pity that usually this smartness wasn't spent on the right path and the entire mind was spent on beauty. Sure enough. Lan Yu said, how did you change your appearance? I heard that you are a great beauty, I don't think this is it. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows, it seems that your condition seems pretty alright. Of course not, can't you see that I'm dying of pain? Lan Yu said, look, we don't have any conflicts, you just want me to find Hai Mian for you and you will give me the antidote that I will find her for you and I promise not to cheat you. When I get better, we can also speak better. Well then, I guess it should be alright to give it to you. Sima Yu shook the bottle, it's really hard for us to discuss things properly when you are like that. She threw the bottle to Lan Yu, and Lan Yu took out the pill and smelled it. When he was sure that it was not poisonous, he ate it. The effect of the medicine was very fast. He just took a few breaths, and his stomach no longer hurt. Your medicine is really amazing. Lan Yu lay on the bed sideways, propping his head with one hand, the quilt only covered his important parts. Where is Hai Mian? Sima Yu asked. The sky is high and the weather is lovely, a handsome man paired with a beautiful woman, not to mention, a lone man and woman are in the same room, don't you think we should do something else? Lan Yu cast a wink at her. Even if you are in this mood, do you have this time? Sima Yu smiled and motioned him to check himself again. When he discovered that he was still poisoned, his expression changed again. You didn't give me an antidote. He said with sorrow. Haha, do you think you are too naive or I am too stupid? Sima Yu asked. Then what did you give me earlier? Was it just temporary? Yes. It can temporarily relieve your pain. Sima Yu said, as long as you find Hai Mian for me, I will give you the real antidote. You are so sure that I will listen to you? Yes. Why? You don't know me. Because you are a lustful person. Because I'm lustful? Could it be that you want to use my lustful nature and implement the beauty trap? Sima Yu ignored the teasing in his words, out of 10 people with such lustful natures, 8 or 9 are always afraid of death. If you happen to be the minority, then you can only say that I am out of luck. However, you will still be dead. It doesn't matter to me, it's the same if I ask other people. So you are not at a loss. Lan Yu pouted, Sima Yu really is Sima Yu, this reputation is not false. So what is your plan, n/o/vel/b/. My plan, of course, is that I cooperate with you. Lan Yu sat up and didn't mind the quilt slipping off, revealing his perfect figure. The previous clothes had been destroyed, and he took out a new set of clothes from the interspatial ring and wore them slowly. Sima Yu simply watched him get dressed without any hint of shyness nor lust. Let's go. He put on his clothes, got up and walked outside. Where are we going? Sima Yu was slightly startled, but she didn't react. Of course, to ask about the whereabouts of Hai Mian. Lan Yu said, I will seek the whereabouts of Hai Mian and in return, you give me the antidote. Just ask first and we'll discuss it again. Lan Yu took her to find the chief steward. The chief steward was arranging the affairs of this auction. Seeing Lan Yu come with Hai Xing, he asked, why are you here again? Isn't it because she has been so anxious to ask, so I came to help her ask about the whereabouts of Hai Mian. Lan Yu found a place to sit down, and Sima Yu stood behind him. When the chief steward heard him ask about Hai Mian, the smile on his face froze for a moment before he said, I told you before, don't ask about Hai Mian anymore. This is not what I want to ask, you know, I am the person who cherishes jade the most. When Hai Xing cried in front of me, my heart became soft. It's not that big a deal, you can talk about the whereabouts of Hai Mian, so that she can give up. Lan Yu was a well-known romantic, so when he said that, the chief steward didn't doubt it. It's just that he still didn't plan to tell him the whereabouts of Hai Mian. It's just a woman, you have so many before, how can you never see who you have done anything for? The chief steward. Hai Xing is different from them. Lan Yu said, she will stay with me in the future. So, this cauldron is still a bit useful? But I haven't seen any improvement. I can feel the changes in my body. You can't tell it. It's not a short time. Lan Yu said, what's the big deal, just tell her, let her know that Hai Mian has been bought by someone who she can't offend so that she can give it up. If she knows, would you want to save her as well? How is that possible? Lan Yu refused, help her ask, because I don't want her to cry in front of me, and it won't hurt me. I know that the other person can't be offended, I'm not stupid. Sima Yu kept her head down so that no one could see her expression. When she heard this, she raised her head and said with a laugh, I just want to know the whereabouts of my little aunt. I won't let the young master take risks. If the chief steward doesn't believe me, I can swear an oath. Lan Yu heard this soft and weak voice, thinking that she saw her body in the room without changing her face, she couldn't help but vomit, pretend. She really knows how to pretend. The chief steward saw Lan Yu's stubborn expression, seemingly saying, if you don't tell me, I would not leave, so he sighed and said, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but divulging it will affect other people's lives. What's the matter? Anyway, it will be known sooner or later. Lan Yu said, don't sell it, let's talk about who it is. The person who came to buy it was from the palace. I heard that it was the ghost concubine who sent someone to buy it and was going to give her to a subordinate. The chief steward finally relented. The ghost concubine? Lan Yu looked at Sima Yu. She was also surprised when she heard him, then she turned her gaze back and asked, then do you know who she is being given to? How would I know about this? The chief steward said, anyway, there are only a few people on the left and right who can let the ghost concubine take action. But no matter who it is, you can't touch it. This thing ends here. You are no longer allowed to ask, alright? Sima Yu was very surprised, how could ghost concubine do such a thing? She thought of the man next to ghost concubine in her heart but did not have any clue. Since she had already gone to the imperial capital, it would be better to ask Deja to handle this matter. Hai Xing, you heard that, I really can't do anything about this. Lan Yu turned to her and said, you can stop whispering in my ears from now on. Yes, I won't do so anymore. Sima Yu said obediently. Are you going to take her? The chief steward asked. Well, let me think about it. Lan Yu said. There are 2 days before the auction, so you have 2 days to think. I see. Lan Yu also wanted to deal with this matter in these 2 days. He got up and said to the chief steward, I know what I should know, and we won't bother you. Hai Xing, let's go. Yes, young master. Chief steward. Hai Xing followed Lan Yu and when they left, the chief steward's expression sank and immediately said, go, gather everyone here. Chief steward, what's the matter? Something happened to young master. Isn't the young master good? The young master wasn't intimate with Hai Xing, but he was restricted by her everywhere, the chief steward said. Something must have happened, he couldn't think of anything else. Master said that he has already. She doesn't have the breath of happiness in her body, but the young master's breath is very odd. It seems that he has been calculated. This Hai Xing is so powerful, it's really amazing to be able to trap the young master under our noses. Go and gather people. The chief steward was a little worried about Lan Yu, if it weren't for something caught by Hai Xing, he wouldn't be wronged for everything. Now he only hopes that there will be no accident. Lan Yu took Sima Yu back to the room, Peach was still asleep in her previous posture. Now, you heard it, it's not that I don't help you, nor can I help you. Lan Yu said, I have done everything I can, should you give me the antidote? Sima Yu was not as anxious as she was just now, she waved her hand and put the bed net down to cover the person on the bed. Then she sat on a chair to the side and looked at him leisurely, I will give you the antidote now, doesn't it break my back? What do you mean? Did you pass the information that you were trapped to the chief steward while you were going for questioning? I think this house is now surrounded, right? Sima Yu looked at him calmly. When did I? You followed me from start to finish, what I said, didn't you hear it clearly? I didn't do anything unusual, right? You can't slander me like that. Did I slander you? We'll know if I've slandered you in a while. Sima Yu said. Let's take this opportunity since there's still some time, why not make a bet? We'll see if I destroy your auction first or will you kill me first. My little beauty, you can't do this. If you ruin the auction, then I will be miserable and I will never go back. Lan Yu blinked, trying to shed some tears. Don't squeeze, it will affect your image. Sima Yu said, where are you going back? Family clan, where is there any family clan for people like us? Lan Yu sighed. You don't have a family? Sima Yu asked. No. Then how did you become the young master here? I don't know, they just let me be the young master for no reason. Do you think you are stupid or I am too naive? Well, it's hard to fool you. Lan Yu said, but my young master is different from what you think. Why is it different? Is it because the people at the auction are not treating you badly, or you have no money and no rights? It seems that you know the routine very well. Lan Yu said with emotion, but you are right. I have no money and no power. Even if you take me as a hostage, they will not take care of it. It is better to give me the antidote and leave now. Is it useful? I will find out after trying it. Sima Yu said, if you are willing to tell me who is behind the auction, I will give you the antidote. Didn't we already agree that once I get Hai Mion's whereabouts, you would give me the antidote? But you breached the contract, you revealed me first. Lan Yu saw Sima Yu really not in a hurry, so he drank tea leisurely and said, well, I will take you out, and you will give me the antidote. Tell the people behind me, I will give you the antidote. Or I am the only one who died, and you die with me. Sima Yu said, no more, I escaped, you are dead. Tell you, I will die too, and I will die faster. Lan Yu was helpless. Didn't you say that they are not treating you badly? If it's not good, you can't say it. Alright, then. Sima Yu nodded, stopped forcing him, poured herself a cup of tea, and slowly tasted it. There has been movement outside, and they can feel a lot of people coming here. The two in the room were still looking at the small eyes with big eyes, and no one meant to compromise. Someone is coming outside. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Lan Yu said. You are not afraid that I will go, and will you not give you an antidote? If you die here, I will really have no cure. Lan Yu sighed. If you are alive, I have at least a glimmer of hope, right? It seems that you, the young master, really have no status. Sima Yu said, let me guess, you are not a direct line of the family, or the family picked it up. Lan Yu just laughed, neither admit nor deny. Sima Yu looked at his expression and said, well, it seems that I was wrong. You are a direct line of the family, but you are not favored. You are not high in the family. You are oppressed and pushed by others. Come out as a shield. Lan Yu's expression changed a little now, but it quickly returned to normal. Young master, young master. Someone called him outside. Come. Lan Yu calmly came to the bed, and threw the person on the bed to the ground without mercy, and opened the bed, revealing a hole. Sima Yu watched him move numbly, and raised her eyebrows. You are quite skilled in this movement. Come on, let's go out. Lan Yu waved at him. Sima Yu hesitated for a while, then walked over, followed him down the tunnel, turned around all the way, and left the house when she came out again. We've arrived. Lan Yu went out first, Sima Yu followed, and finally had a chance to ask the questions that she had endured all the way. You are running away from those people. She said with affirmation. You are too sensitive, I am helping you. Lan Yu refused to admit it. Sima Yu stared at him without speaking. Well, you're right. I'm hiding from them. Lan Yu said, these people say they are here to deal with you, who knows if anyone inside will take advantage of the mess to deal with me. You really messed up badly. Previous chapter. Lan Yu ignored the ridicule in her words and looked at the surrounding environment. Lan Yu, I found that you are very natural at this, do you often do such things? Sima Yu asked again. Yes. Everywhere I go, I will first find a way to escape. This tunnel was accidentally discovered by me, and it is estimated that the previous owner was also a frequent escapee. Lan Yu did not feel embarrassed at all. In fact, Sima Yu was right when she said this before. He was indeed a person who was very afraid of death. Living in his life dictionary was definitely number one. You are right, you can only think about other things if you are alive. Sima Yu agreed with him. For these people who strive to survive, whether for good or bad, it was worthy of recognition. Of course, she certainly did not mean that she agrees with everyone's approach. She will not tolerate those who do a lot of evil. Lan Yu did not expect that Sima Yu did not discriminate against him escaping. There was a trace of affirmation in her words, and he gave her a surprised look. What's so surprising? Sima Yu snorted coldly, I mean everyone, not you alone. Everyone wants to live. Haha. Lan Yu smiled, young princess is really weird, you don't have to be aloof, and you go deep into the tiger's den for your maid. Lan Yu said. You are only half right. Sima Yu said, I am for Hai Xing, but mainly to check the details of the underground auction. I want to see what kind of background it has that's so bent on killing me. You're not mistaken. Your reputation is so famous in the ghost realm, who would dare to kill you? Lan Yu didn't believe it. Seeing that she wasn't joking, he widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, impossible? They really did such a thing? Of course, do you think I'm really idle? Sima Yu said, you, as their young master, don't know? I have said it before, I have no money and no rights, how would I know this? Lan Yu shrugged. Alright, let's assume you don't know. Sima Yu said, anyway, you and I don't know how to configure the antidote. You should know that this 100 flora worm pill is concocted with any 100 kinds of poisonous weeds and 100 kinds of poisonous insects. If you don't know what poisonous insects and weeds are, if you configure the wrong one, the antidote will turn into a poison. I am getting older and can't remember the previous formula. It turned out to be 100 flora worm pills, no wonder it hurt so badly before. If it was a general poison, he might be able to find a poison master to develop an antidote, but no one except her dared to give it a try. Even though the appearance of this poisoning was the same, the antidote was very different. Using 100 flora worm pills, humph. You are cruel enough. Lan Yu said through gritted teeth. N/O/vel/before, thank you for the compliment. Sima Yu smiled, don't even think of killing me to find the antidote. I didn't only match one kind of antidote. If you find the wrong antidote, I won't be responsible if you die. You are, very great. It's useless to praise me, I won't give you an antidote. When did he praise her? Anyway, you have no place in the family. If you want to replace your life for it, then I can't force you to not. Sima Yu said, escape now, we will break up here. You are out now, don't you care about Hai Shi? He should not be able to run out without your ability. You give me the antidote, and I will help you to rescue him. No need. Sima Yu said, summoning Mi Air to her side with the power of the contract. Lan Yu saw Mi Air, and his heart was so gloomy that he wanted to kill someone. It's so obvious that it did not even have the breath of a person, how could those people not recognize it? Goodbye. Sima Yu nodded at him, and turned to leave with Mi Air. Lan Yu was betting that Sima Yu had a fancy for him, and it was not until she left that he clearly realized that she really didn't care whether he said it or not. How long do I have to live? He shouted towards her back. You can still participate in your auction in 2 days. You are welcome to come to me anytime these 2 days. Sima Yu's voice came faintly. Lan Yu kicked on the big tree next to him, and kicked the thick root directly out of it. Damn it. The chief steward was right. This woman was indeed too weird to deal with her in the same way as ordinary people. Ugh. His stomach hurts again. He knelt on one knee and supported his stomach with his hands, but he couldn't relieve the pain. Young master. A hidden guard came out of the air, trying to reach out to help him, but he stopped it. Sima Yu. He gritted his teeth, and big beads of sweat dripped from his face, wishing to tear her to pieces with his own hands. Young master, do you want to tell the master? The hidden guard asked with worry. What's the use of telling him? His heart is on that woman. Lan Yu said in disgust, send someone to investigate, and I will check everything about Sima Yu here. Young master. The chief steward brought a few people out of the tunnel and saw Lan Yu's painful look, and shouted, Young master, what's wrong with you? Send someone to see that the auction item is still not there. If it is not anymore, immediately transfer the items from other places. Lan Yu gritted his teeth and said. What's going on? The chief steward asked, what did that Hai Xing do to you? She gave me 100 flora worm pills. I must chase her and bring the antidote. I will tell the secret here when necessary. This auction will be hosted by someone else, and you can transfer it at any time. Prepare. Lan Yu's eyes showed a cold killing intent. I didn't expect the young master to be hurt like this by her. I didn't get any relief when I took her out. I knew it earlier and trapped her inside and forced her to hand over the antidote. It's not that easy. I can't trap her. Even if I didn't use this trick, she would have other ways to break through, maybe we will suffer a greater loss. Lan Yu said, now, at least I can still gain a little of her trust. Young master, chief steward, many of our auction items are gone. A guard ran over and said. Lan Yu and the chief steward were not surprised. After knowing that they were both fake, they knew that there would be problems with those auction items. Fortunately, Lan Yu had already ordered to go out just now, and there were other auction items nearby, which can be brought back to make up the number. Lan Yu felt better after a while, but they all knew it was only temporary. Young master, what about the antidote? Do as instructed just now, I will get the antidote myself. Go ahead. Although the chief steward was worried, but the auction was also very important, so he had to take someone back. Lan Yu let the hidden guard continue to hide, and chased him in the direction where Sima Yu had left. Sima Yu contacted Wu Lingyu, got his position, and went to him. You came back so soon. Fu Shi was a little surprised when he saw her. Well, I came back after something happened, Sima Yu said. N/O/vel/be /forward. Have you found any news? The jade pendant is from Hai Xing's little aunt, Hai Mian. However, she is not here. She was bought by Ghost Concubine. Ghost Concubine? Isn't she a woman? Even if you buy Hai Mian, it won't be of any use to her, right? It was said that she used her to reward the people around her, but I think that the chief steward's words were a little slippery and I can't completely believe it. Sima Yu said, I have contacted cousin on the way back just now and asked him to check it out in the imperial capital. Then have you found the person behind this? Fu Shi asked. There are some suspicions, but I've yet to confirm it. Sima Yu said, someone will come and explain to me. What did you do again? It's nothing, just poisoning people and the likes of it. Sima Yu said, has the invitation letter arrived? If I take action, do I need to worry? Wu Lingyu showed her the invitation letter. She saw that he had created an invitation letter for a first-class room and knew that he should not be so relaxed. Well, Mi stole most of the auction stuff, so I don't know if this auction will still be held. She apologized and smiled. She had known it this way, so she wouldn't let him do this. Mi is great. I thought of this. Fu Shi said, what are the treasures? I didn't ask, since you are interested, go back and ask him. Sima Yu said. Someone is here. Could it be that you stole something from someone? The other party is chasing? Fu Shi said. The messenger is here. Sima Yu was not surprised to see Lan Yu chasing her. Although she didn't believe what he said, she knew that he would come to her for an antidote. As long as he was by her side, she can always come up with some news. Lan Yu saw her, and he looked like she was about to cry. It started to hurt again after you left, and it's so painful that it's killing me. It should be painful this time, and it will hurt every 2 hours in the next 2 days. Each time it takes longer and longer, you'd better be mentally prepared. Sima Yu said. Do you have to be so cruel? I have helped you find out where Hai Mian is, and at that time I even took you to escape through the tunnel. You can't do this to me. Lan Yu complained. However, his tone was too familiar, so Wu Lingyu looked at him a few more times, and the cold gaze caused the surrounding temperature to drop a lot. That's what you said, for the sake of helping me, next time you have a stomachache, I will give you a temporary antidote. Sima Yu also seriously responded to him. You are so kind. Lan Yu said through gritted teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Sima Yu accepted it comfortably. Then I can only follow you. Lan Yu said. If you tell me what happened to you, I can immediately give you the antidote. Sima Yu said, but you didn't choose this path yourself, what more can I say? I said that I don't know, and you don't believe me. Then I'll treat it as your status as low in the family, do you at least know who is behind you? I know, the chief steward has brought me up since I was a child. He said that I am the young master, so I am the young master. As for the others, I don't know. Since he is in charge, how about the people above him? You've never met anyone? I have seen them before, but the people who come down above are wearing masks that isolate the spirits. I don't know who they are and what they look like. Lan Yu said. What he said was true. Apart from knowing the appearance of the chief steward, the people at the underground auction also have him as the young master. He did not know who the other stewards were. And he has never seen him, even though he was raised by them and knew everything about the underground auction house, but he didn't know who raised him. The adoptive father said that he was only an adopted son, and he could only do these ugly things. Those things on the surface had nothing to do with him. He couldn't know or interfere. But in this auction house, he was the future successor. However, no matter how much he valued him, he would not feel his own importance. Otherwise, why didn't he tell himself his identity? He thought so much in his heart, but his face didn't change much. He looked at Sima Yu very sincerely. Sima Yu didn't say to believe him or didn't believe it, staring at him with great pressure. This woman was really hard to deal with. At last he spoke again. What I said is true, do you believe it or not? What does it matter if I believe it or not? If you say you don't know who it is, then you don't know. Anyway, I don't know the person behind it, so I won't give you the antidote. Anyway, it will only take 2 days. Sima Yu said. Lan Yu. Why don't you let me do this thing for you? No, I don't have anything else for you to do. Sima Yu shook her head, as if not getting in. Then I will give you a special invitation letter for the auction, so that they won't charge you the handling fee. Everything is gone, can you still hold an auction? What you took is only confirmed this time, and we still have some reserve stock. You lost other people's auction items, I don't see you in a hurry. Those things are all sold at auctions. They are sold to auctions by others, and then we use them for auction. No wonder, you are really profiteers. You can make a lot of difference between sales, right? We have to take a big risk too. Risks and benefits are equal. Lan Yu took a deep look at her when he heard this. Yu, are we going to the auction? Fu Shi asked. Nope, not going. Let's head back to the imperial capital. Sima Yu wanted to go back to solve the matter earlier, and then go to the Ghost King to check on his situation. As for the background of the underground auction, she could feel that Lan Yu would not tell her. Lan Yu followed her over the past 2 days. The method that he had previously thought about for exchanging the antidote no longer worked and he couldn't get the antidote for a while. Sima Yu talked and counted, and when he was in pain next time, she gave him a temporary antidote. It only hurt for a short time just now, but he clearly felt the pain this time was worse than the previous 2 times. Just when he was anxious, his people contacted him. Seeing the news from the hidden guard, he was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. He went to Sima Yu when she was about to return to the imperial capital. Let's talk. Are you going to talk about the people behind you? Sima Yu asked. No, I have another thing to talk to you about. Lan Yu said, you give me the antidote, and I will tell you about Leng Yun and their whereabouts. Sima Yu narrowed her eyes and stared at Lan Yu for a while, and then said, sure enough. If he didn't have a high status, how could he get the news so quickly? I can't help it, everyone wants to live. Lan Yu said. Heh. Sima Yu smiled, took out a bottle and threw it to him. Lan Yu took out the pill and smelled it, which was somewhat similar to the previous one. This time he didn't doubt and ate the pill directly. After a while, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body had returned to normal, and he knew that the poison was resolved. Let's talk, where is Leng Feng and the others? Sima Yu said. Abyssal City. Lan Yu took out a note and threw it to her, on it was some news about Leng Feng and his team. After Sima Yu saw it, she condensed a flame and burned the note and said to Wu Lingyu, let's go to Abyssal City. Yu, didn't you get your cousin to check it? There has been no news for so many years, why would there be news at this time? How do they know that you are looking for them? Fu Shi said suspiciously, is this possible? Is it a trap? Even if it's a trap, we have to go. Sima Yu said. These people are all former subordinates of her mother, and according to their mother's temperament, it was impossible to leave them alone. How did you determine the authenticity of the news? Wu Lingyu asked. Leng Yun said that there is a code word between them and this code word is only known to them, and there is the code in this note. Sima Yu replied, because of the code, it is said that Leng Feng and others should be there. Even if it was a trap, it was an elaborate one. If this is the case, then let's go. Wu Lingyu said. She called Halcyon out and the 3 of them flew on Halcyon's back and headed towards Abyssal City. Lan Yu watched her leave without saying a word to him, suddenly feeling a little lost in his heart. How did you get this? The chief steward told the president, and the president sent it to him. That arrived so fast. The president is nearby. When he heard about your matter, he asked someone to send the news. Oh. Lan Yu was silent for a while, and muttered to herself in confusion. How did foster father know that this news would be useful for Sima Yu? Young master, are we going back? Go back and tell the chief steward that the auction will proceed as usual, and there is no need to care about the rest. Young master, if you don't go back, the chief steward will say something about it. Don't worry about him, if he asks any questions, just say that I'm going to Abyssal City. Young master is going to find them. I'm just going to watch the show. You can go. Yes, the subordinates will come back as soon as possible. They had methods to communicate with their young master, and they knew how to find him. Sima Yu sat on Halcyon's back to the city, tossing around several teleportation arrays along the way and eventually arrived at Abyssal City. Abyssal City was a city where those from the Soul Domain and Ghost Realm lived in, and because it was close to the abyss of hell, occasionally there would be those who reside there that come here as well. Sima Yu came out of the teleportation array, and was immediately locked by dozens of sights. These people look really scary. Fu Shi rubbed his nose and said with disgust. With a mixture from all three places living here, they shouldn't be so sensitive to new faces, but looking at their reactions, they seem to be very interested in strangers. You will always know the reason, Sima Yu said. Moreover, it seems that it won't take long to wait. Should we go to find an inn to live in first, or go find Leng Feng straight away? Fu Shi asked. Let's go to the inn first. We've yet to understand the situation here, so it is best not to do anything rashly. They went to find an inn to stay, and the innkeeper enthusiastically gave them an independent courtyard. When she went in, Sima Yu looked at the courtyard next door and asked, are there people living there as well? Yes. The people over there have been living there for several days. The innkeeper replied courteously. They have lived there for several days already? It seems that your business here is good. Sima Yu said. These two courtyards are relatively small, so it is easy to rent out. The innkeeper explained. Innkeeper, the three races here are mixed, it should be messy, right? There is some chaos, but it still isn't like those rumored outside. Then who is in charge here? The three clans all have eminence here. Usually, there are just some small scuffles here and there, and those eminence will not take care of them, but when it comes to major issues between the three clans, the eminence will come out. The innkeeper explained. Eminent? Is she heir Mo1 as well? You can't mention this name so casually. He is the eminent of the abyss of hell, you have to address him as Honorable Shi'er. The innkeeper cautioned her and further explained, if those from the abyss of hell heard his name mentioned casually, they will arrest people. Alright, thank you for the reminder. However, isn't it said that those from the abyss of hell can't leave there, how can they come here? Sima Yu asked curiously. That's for those who violated the oath that cannot leave. Some indigenous people can still do it, as long as they can find a way. There is still a way. Of course. It's just that these methods are not public, otherwise I would like to go to other places. The innkeeper said, well, here is the courtyard, are you satisfied? If you are not satisfied, there are still other places. That's fine. This is a deposit. Sima Yu took out a bag of crystals to the innkeeper and let him leave. Shi'er Mo was the one who caught Leng Feng and the others? Well, according to the news, Leng Feng was taken away by Shi'er Mo's people. If it's really at Shi'er Mo's, it would be more troublesome to save them. If it is really him, we will still have to save them no matter how troublesome it is. So, what we have to do now is to check the news. Things that happened so many years ago, as far as the three of us are concerned, I don't know where we should even start. There will be a way. Fu Shi saw that Sima Yu was pretty confident, and knew that she had come up with a solution. He soon understood that it was not that she had a solution, but that she was already prepared. Young princess, I am Di Jiao Shijio. Everyone calls me Jiao. Did you hear from the general? Di Jiao asked. No, I got the news from someone else. What's wrong? We only passed the news back, so I didn't think you would come here so early. Di Jiao said, young princess, where did you get the news? No one should know about this. This shows that someone is investigating Leng Feng's affairs. Sima Yu said, she suddenly thought about what she had understood, smiled clearly, and said, that's how it is. Seeing her doing this, Fu Shi asked, what did you think of Yu? I guessed the person behind this underground auction. Sima Yu said, Jiao, isn't there someone with the surname Lan, by Ghost Concubine? Yes, the patriarch of the Lan clan, Lan He, One, and Ghost Concubine have a very good relationship. Before Ghost Concubine entered the palace, the two were affectionate. After the two separated, Lan He was still very kind to Ghost Concubine and did a lot of things for her. He was one of her swords. Di Jiao replied. That's it. Wu Lingyu understood what she meant. Do you think Lan He is the person behind this? Fu Shi asked, but there are many people in the ghost realm with the surname Lan, how can you be sure that it is him? There are many people surnamed Lan, but the only people surnamed Lan who care about me so much are those of Ghost Concubine. Sima Yu knew it, they should have known about Leng Feng's whereabouts a long time ago, and they just want me to come over, but I've been in the hidden sect all these years, and he couldn't pass the news to me, and then he asked you to check it over and let you pass the news to me. Who knows, I actually poisoned Lan Yu, so he had to let someone else send this news in exchange for his antidote, or else how can he send the news in such a short time? That's true. Fu Shi nodded, if there is no preparation, it is impossible to send the news so quickly. Then, the news about Ghost Concubine who bought Hai Mian, is this news fake? This is not certain yet. Sima Yu said, Jiao, have you confirmed Leng Feng's affairs? Are they really here, or is it just the news they released? Di Jiao understood what was going on. It turns out that this was the reason why she came here at this time, and there were still so many undercurrents in it. It has been verified that they are indeed here. Di Jiao said, but because it is too strict, if we use force to break through, the casualties would be too great, and they may not be able to be rescued safely. So we are still waiting for the general's order. I didn't expect the young princess to come at this time. Then you still have to wait for cousin's order? Sima Yu asked. The general said that as long as the young princess is around, we should listen to your orders. Di Jiao said, that's good. Sima Yu nodded, you can tell us more about the situation here. Yes. Di Jiao talked about the situation of Abyssal City, giving her a general idea. Leng Feng and the others arrived in Abyssal City 100 years ago. They wanted to go to the Abyss of Hell via this route, but Shi'er Mo arrested them to do manual labor. They arrested people like them who had just arrived here and had not yet paid the protection fee to the Ghost Clan. Some were arrested for fighting, some were arrested for mining, and some were used for other indescribable purposes. Leng Feng and the rest were relatively lucky, they were caught mining and doing coolie work, at least they were in no particular danger, and there was no destruction to their spiritual energy. However, this was the most inferior place, so there were many people guarding here and supervising their work. His mine is pretty big and he hasn't finished digging it after digging for so many years. Fu, she said with emotion. There are many mineral veins in the place close to the abyss of hell. That's why people in the abyss of hell have a higher status here than those of the other two clans. Is no one else going to grab those veins? For such a place that would easily arouse jealousy, how can no one want to share a piece of the pie? However, the people of abyss of hell have kept it closely guarded and many people have been arrested to guard it, so they were killed in the end. There are only a handful that are directly below the eminence of the ghost clans and the soul clans that have some abilities. Even those from the ghost and soul clans can't do it, then this place is really not easy to break into. Sima Yu slowly knocked on the table. We'd better investigate again. And also guard against ghost concubines people. Wu Lingyu said. Ghost concubines people tried their best to get her here, and they wouldn't do nothing. But they were in the light, the other was in the dark, and they couldn't guess what the other party would do. Subordinate will send someone to check the specific conditions of the mine. Di Jiao said. Alright. Be careful. Sima Yu said. Di Jiao left and now there was finally something to do. Now, all that was left was waiting. Yu, are these people reliable? Fu, she put the peeled walnuts and bit into it. In his opinion, it is very unwise for some guards to fight so hard for her mother. However, he was also touched. People with the word D are capable. Sima Yu said, I believe they will bring more news. Then we are waiting here. I think the people here seem to be very interested in us. Do you want to go out and play? Sure. Sima Yu also felt that the people in Abyssal City were a bit weird, so she went out to see what was going on. They took a rest and then went out. The innkeeper said that they were going to go shopping and enthusiastically introduced them to the places worth visiting here. The most lively place was nothing more than the commercial street. They didn't have much interest at first, but the innkeeper said that there were a lot of things that were only available in the abyss of hell, which aroused their interest. Sima Yu had learned that a lot of herbs were only available in the abyss of hell when she was in the hidden sect. They were very effective for alchemy, so she just went to have a look. The three of them went to the pharmacy, and they saw that there were many medicinal materials there. Because the three races lived together, there were still a lot of medicinal materials for the soul region here. The attendant saw that they were extraordinary, and knew they were distinguished customers, and greeted them with a smile. What do you want to see? I want to see the medicinal materials from the abyss of hell. Those are on the second floor, please follow me. Sima Yu walked around and chose some medicinal materials. Just when she arrived at the counter to pay the bill, a hand suddenly reached out and came into her view and took away all the medicinal materials, and said, I want this. The cashier was already in the midst of settling her bill, but when she encountered this, she had to stop. Sima Yu's face sank suddenly. This is what I chose. The other party was a man nearly 2 meters tall. Hearing Sima Yu's words, he glanced at her contemptuously and said arrogantly, I know, I just asked, this is the last rainbow dendrobium, I just need it. So I want it. I have no plans to give it to you. Sima Yu grabbed his wrist and tapped the acupuncture point on his wrist. Arg, the man felt a sharp pain in his wrist and he couldn't help but let go, and the rainbow dendrobium fell into Sima Yu's hand. The rainbow dendrobium in his hand was gone, and the pain from his wrist made him very annoyed. You untouchable, do you know who I am? I am the alchemist Hua Kai under Honorable Su. You dare to hurt me, do you want to be arrested? The alchemist under Honorable Su? Don't be kidding, how come there are people like you under her seat? Sima Yu shook her head, not believing his words. How can you know about Honorable Su, a bitch? If you don't want to be arrested, you will obediently hand over the rainbow dendrobium to me, and then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times, call me grandpa, and I will forgive you. Hua Kai raised his chin, trying to portray his generosity. What if I don't? Sima Yu sneered. Then you can only be arrested for contempt of Honorable Su. You will become slaves at that time, and you will live in regret forever. Hua Kai threatened her. The attendant kindly reminded her, Master Hua is indeed the alchemist of Honorable Su, or why don't you just give him this rainbow dendrobium? Humph. Hua Kai raised his arrogant chin, turned his head to the side, waited for her to give the rainbow dendrobium to him, and then kowtow to apologize. But after waiting for a while, he didn't see any movement. Looking back, she didn't mean to apologize at all. She was taking out the medicinal materials from the tray and putting it on the counter, asking the cashier to check out. This was simply abominable. He was infuriated and walked to the top of the stairs and called the guards downstairs to come up, wanting to catch them. At the same time, he threatened, I tell you, I do not agree and they would not dare not sell you the medicinal materials. The attendant took these medicinal materials, and really didn't dare to check out. On what basis? Sima Yu sullenly, when she met such a person, she didn't feel anything. Based on my identity and your status as an untouchable. You should be enlightened when you come here, unqualified people are not qualified. Hua Kai looked at her with satisfaction and changed his face, these people despise Honorable Su and spoke insults. Capture them. When the guards who had just come up heard these people despising Honorable Su, they came up and arrested them without asking anything. How would Wu Lingyu condone letting people touch Sima Yu? He moved as soon as they moved. Before those people approached her, they all fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded, they didn't see how he moved at all, they just felt that he disappeared in place for a while. Why did everyone fall down? The attendant moved his lips when he saw this scene, but felt that something was stuck in his throat and couldn't say anything. Do you still want to buy it? Wu Lingyu asked as he looked at her gently. Of course, why should I not buy it? Sima Yu calculated the total price based on the price she saw before, took the crystals and put it on the counter, put the medicinal materials away, and walked away. When they left, everyone reacted, and the guests left one after another to avoid being implicated. The attendant didn't dare to leave. The shopkeeper came to apologize personally, and after a lot of words, he gave away a lot of things before sending him away. Encountering such a person who was not afraid of death was also exhausting. If there were more people like them, they would go bankrupt. What is the background of those people? They do not even give Honorable Su any face? The attendant was puzzled. Just now, he could see clearly that these people didn't have any fear when they heard Honorable Su. They really didn't put Hua Kai and Honorable Su in their eyes. What kind of background and strength was necessary to despise everything like this? No matter what it is not something we can afford. The shopkeeper said, these people don't seem to be ordinary people. If you meet them in other places, there would be a good show to watch. If you meet them yourself, you can only count yourself as unlucky. Shopkeeper, Master Hua won't trouble us, right? No, we are the shop of Honorable Nyo. Although the accident happened here, we apologized. The two honorables did not violate the river water. If you want to cause trouble, you have to weigh it. The shopkeeper said. Send someone to check, what is the origin of these people? Yes. Today's loss, still look for a chance to get it back. Sima Yu lost the mood to continue shopping, so she just turned around and went back. Soon, Honorable Su's people chased them and surrounded the entire inn. These people are really fast. Fu Shi curled his lips. I wanted to go out to see Xier Mo's situation, but I didn't expect to attract a lot of people from Su Wu. Sima Yu sighed. Then just beat them back to where they came from. A waste of energy. Well, they have already come to the door, so you still have to think about it. That's true, then let's just beat them all up. Wu Lingyu made the shot in the end, and dozens of guards were all shot off, attracting a crowd in the entire abyssal city. Only a few people saw what happened before, but now everyone knows that a bold person lives here. He even dared to blow all Su Wu's people into the air. These people don't want to live anymore. When Di Jiujiu got the news, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This little ancestor, if you want to save people, you have to be low-key. Now that you stood out with such a high profile, others will be on guard, alright? But what could he say? Nothing could be said, so he could only send more people to protect the inn. No one is allowed to approach. Sima Yu is still very satisfied with Di Jiujiu's approach, and since they were already high profile, then let them be completely high profile. Initially, she wanted to secretly save people, and now, she decided that she would be going to go straight and simply ask for people. Hearing her thoughts, Di Jiujiu was a little surprised, but he accepted it quickly, and offered her advice. This Xier Mo likes food. If the young princess can impress him with food, it's not impossible to get people from him. It seems that foodies can be found everywhere. Sima Yu sighed. Also, Xier Mo and Su Wu have a very bad relationship. Now you and Su Wu are in a stalemate, you can also score points with Xier Mo. We are not sure about the things between these old guys, but I can think about this method. Sima Yu said. It is said that he often goes to the 100 Miles Ambrosial in the north of the city to eat. It is the best restaurant here. Is there a regular schedule? No, he will go whenever he wants to, usually in uncertain intervals. Then I can only wait and see. However, what she really meant was sending someone to watch Xier Mo. Once he went out to 100 Miles Ambrosial, she went with him, and then figured out a way to talk to him, and then to have a relationship with him and state her conditions. Using food to lure people, this was the first time she has done this kind of thing. She was still very confident in her cooking skills, but she didn't know her food would be attractive to people from the abyss of hell. Sima Yu came to 100 Miles Ambrosial, ordered a table filled with delicious food, and then commented on them one by one. You shouldn't use an open flame for your barbecue, you should grill it slowly over charcoal, so that the grilled meat will be crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. You fish, it's wrong to do this. If you cook it with oil, the meat will become. You guys. She reviewed all the dishes and made the chef so angry that he ran to her room fuming mad while scolding her. You said everything so bluntly, so do you know how to cook any delicious dishes? The chef was so angry, if it were anyone else in the same situation, they too would be angry. Since I said it, of course I can. Sima Yu said, I heard that this 100 Miles Ambrosial food was cooked very well before I came here, but I didn't expect to eat something of this level. Although it is indeed better than the food from other places, in terms of taste, it is far worthy of its reputation. Humph. What arrogance. The chef sneered, do you think what you make is better than mine? I have this confidence. Sima Yu replied unceremoniously. Young people, it's not good to be too proud. The people watching the excitement at the door finally couldn't help but say, Master Chef Xiao is the most powerful cook in Abyssal City. Not only does the food he cooks are fragrant and delicious, it also supplements some spirit energy. Sometimes, it's even faster than solely relying on cultivating by oneself. Can the food you cook have such an effect? Would you like to compete with Master Chef Xiao? Do you have this ability? You have never seen me cook or eat the dishes I cook, how do you know that I am not capable of this? Sima Yu asked back. Well, it's simply because you are young. We have eaten more salt than you have eaten. You're just a little girl, go back obediently. Don't make Master Chef Xiao upset, we won't serve the rest of the dishes. Yes, you should apologize to Master Chef Xiao quickly. When Xiao Ling saw those people speak up for him, he folded his hands across his chest, looked at Sima Yu proudly, and waited for her to apologize to him. Heh. Sima Yu smiled, and faintly uttered 3 words, impossible. Little girl, don't be too presumptuous. I am willing to give you a chance to apologize. It is already kind for not throwing you out. If you are like this, I will have someone kick you out right now, and I will never allow you to enter 100 Miles Ambrosial in the future. Sima Yu wasn't in a hurry, she still said the same thing, you haven't eaten what I've made, how would you know that it tastes better than yours? Do you want to compete with me? Xiaoling heard what she meant. It turns out that today was not a smashing place, but a challenge. Originally, I just wanted to come here to taste the food, because I saw you ruining the food so that I couldn't help but judge. But you keep saying that I'm not worthy to comment on your dishes. Isn't that what you said? Ha ha ha, for so many years, no one dares to challenge me. Xiaoling laughed, if you make something better than mine, then I will not blame you for today's affairs and treat you today. If you don't make it delicious, then you have to obediently apologize to me. Alright. Sima Yu responded in one mouthful. You are young, I let you decide the content of the game. Let's talk, how do you want to compete? Xiaoling asked confidently and Sima Yu glanced at the dishes on the table and said, well, we'll just follow the dishes that's on this table, stir-fried, braised, deep-fried and stewed. We'll all do one of each and it's considered a win for whoever garners more than half of the votes. How about that? Seeing her full of confidence, Xiaoling nodded and said, alright. Since it's a competition, then we have to invite someone to judge. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fair anymore. Certainly. Xiaoling agreed with this point. Since it was a fair competition, a fair judge must be chosen. He didn't want to say that he was taking advantage of this. Then let's go to the judge. No, I know a very fair judge. Xiaoling took Sima Yu to the top floor, knocked on the door, and pushed the door in after receiving a response. Honorable Shi-Er, I'm very sorry to interrupt your meal. Xiaoling said apologetically. Sima Yu looked at, a handsome-looking man was sitting at the dining table, with a table of delicacies in front of him. His expression was faint, although he had eaten everything, but he didn't seem to have the joy of eating in it. Xiaoling, you want me to be the judge for you, why do you think anyone's food can enter my mouth? Shi-Er raised his eyes and glanced at Sima Yu. Please don't worry, this little girl still makes a lot of sense, and what she wants to make will not be too unpalatable. Trying different people's meals may give you a different feeling. Xiaoling smiled and said. Sima Yu felt that some of his words were a little strange. It should be said that this legendary person who is very interested in food felt a little strange to her. Shi-Er didn't know what he was thinking, and was silent for a while, then nodded and said, alright, I can be your judge. Then let's go down and get ready. Xiaoling took her away, and she didn't say a word to Shi-Er from beginning to end. The fact that a little girl was going to compete with Master Chef Xiao in cooking soon spread, especially when it was said that Shi-Er was the judge, and many people came to 100 Miles Ambrosial. Huh. Isn't this the little girl who beat Master Hua before? She is really young and frivolous. Not only did she beat Master Hua and provoke Honorable Su, now she is here to provoke Master Chef Xiao. Is she the one who sent Honorable Su's guard flying? It's not her, it's the people around her. But she must have instructed it too. TSK, this girl is really courageous. She offended Honorable Su and provoked Master Chef Xiao. Doesn't she want to stay in Abyssal City? Maybe she's someone with a background, that's why she dares to do this? Such a little girl, can she make delicious things? It shouldn't have anything to do with age, right? Maybe she can. I am more optimistic about this little girl. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Honorable Shi-Er has come down. Shi-Er walked slowly downstairs, and the lively 100 Miles Ambrosial lobby immediately calmed down. He came to the prepared chair and sat down without saying a word. He was really cold. Sima Yu commented in her heart. He seemed to have felt her gaze, and Shi-Er looked over, and the indifferent gaze made her think whether he had seen something. In order to let everyone see clearly, Xiaoling arranged the tables in the lobby and started setting everything up like his own kitchen. Sima Yu also took out her own pots and pans, which was pitiful compared to Xiaoling's. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Xiaoling saw some of her utensils and asked in surprise, just these? That's enough? NOV, L, B /back. Sima Yu nodded, enough. Although her setup was only a third of Xiaoling's, upon a closer look, it was apparent that nothing essential was missing. If you want to make any dishes, you can take any of these ingredients. Or you can use your own ingredients. Xiaoling asked. Sima Yu saw that the ingredients were all the same, and said, let's all use the same ingredients, so that it can be more obvious when we compare who made it. Alright. Xiaoling thought so too. The same ingredients and the same cooking can better compare the taste of the two. He asked Sima Yu to choose the ingredients first, and Sima Yu was not polite. Although this man seemed arrogant, he was still alright. He was angry because someone had questioned his dishes. Now there was a fair duel, and it was in his turf, his performance was remarkable. She selected the ingredients and quickly cleaned them up. Seeing her movements when she was chopping and cutting, it was extremely smooth and seasoned. Looking at the ingredients she had cut, Xiaoling's perception of her increased. This little girl still has some abilities, but he didn't know if her cooking skills were proportional to her knife skills. Shi-Er watched Sima Yu prepare the ingredients, and tapped his fingers on his knees lightly. The guard on the side looked surprised, because he actually saw a relaxed expression on the master's face. Just by watching people cook, he can actually be so happy. Sima Yu and Xiaoling almost completed the preparatory work at the same time, glanced at each other, and delved straight into cooking. From stir-frying to stewing, each method was challenged to the utmost. Stew was the first to be prepared in the pot first, and the order of the two were similar, and the time spent on each dish was about the same. Because the two were too focused, those who watched the excitement slowly calmed down. Watching them cook, they actually felt that it was a kind of enjoyment. At the same time, everyone recognized her cooking skills in their hearts. She really wasn't just talking big. Although they haven't eaten the dishes she cooked yet, they believe that she could achieve a certain level. Even if her dishes couldn't catch up with Master Chef Xiao, they won't be too unpalatable. Soon, the first dish was ready. Xiao Ling served the dishes on 12 plates, and someone immediately brought his dishes to Shimmer and several other people who Xiao Ling asked to try the dishes. Because the judges were found by Xiao Ling, this rule was formulated in accordance with Sima Yu. There were a total of 10 people judging, including Shimmer. Shimmer has 20 points in his hand, and the others each have 10 points. After each person has a taste, they will score. After everyone scores, they will be kept by Shimmer's guards, and wait until the end. Only then will the score of each dish be counted. Then a dozen dishes, whoever wins the most points will be considered the winner. The remaining 2 dishes will be put aside, waiting for the 2 chefs to come to try them at the end. The 10 judges ate the dishes, scored, and the points were then put away and handed over to the Shimmer's guard. With Shimmer here, no one dared to think about doing anything. And before that, no one knew the points given, except for Shimmer's guards. No one knew the total score, which would not affect the subsequent scores. After eating the first dish, Sima Yu's first dish was also ready. After dishing them into 12 plates, they continued to cook the next dish, seemingly not caring about the reactions of the judges. The onlookers all turned their attention to the faces of the 10 judges, trying to judge from their expressions how Sima Yu's dishes tasted. Shimmer saw that there were only 2 bites of worth of food on the white porcelain plate, and felt that she had really cooked very little. But this color looks brighter than Xiao Ling's, and he wondered what it tasted like. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. The taste was similar to Xiao Ling's. It seemed to be a bit more delicious, but not much. But at this age, it's rare. Seeing the amount of bite left on the plate, he always felt a bit annoyed, so he picked it up and ate it again. Honorable actually took a second bite. He just took a bite from Master Chef Xiao just now. Is the food Sima Yu made really delicious? The other 9 judges also took a second bite, and found that it really seemed to be much more delicious. After they came over, they remembered that they hadn't scored yet, so they quickly scored and let them pass. After the dishes came up one by one, the onlookers saw the expressions of the judges getting more and more excited, and they became more curious about the dishes made by Sima Yu. When all the soup and desserts came up, the expressions of all those who tried the food were somewhat subtle. Alright, now you can add up all the points to calculate the result. Shimmer said. Sima Yu and Xiao Ling came to their respective tables. The dishes prepared by both sides were already placed on them. When those people calculated their scores, it was when they tried each other's dishes. Xiao Ling knew that he had lost this time after taking the first bite. Sima Yu was right. He said that his handling of the ingredients was not as good as Sima Yu's treatment. Although some dishes were indeed higher in taste, they were not as delicious as hers. The final result has not come out yet. He has put down his chopsticks and said, I lost. What's the situation? Before the final result was announced, he gave up. The final score has not come out yet. Sima Yu said. What you said before is correct. Xiao Ling said, these ingredients are made according to your method, and they really taste better. Other people are dumbfounded. He gave up so easily. The most important thing is that Master Chef Xiao turned out to be the one to give in. Shimmer took the result from the guard, and glanced up at the 2 of them. Do you still want to announce the result? Let's announce, everyone has been waiting for so long. Xiao Ling said. Alright. Shimmer handed the result to the guard. The guard opened the result and read, Sima Yu, 10 wins and 6 losses, and Xiao Ling loses 10 and wins 6. It turned out to be 10 losses and 6 wins. Xiao Ling was not surprised by this result. He waved his hand and asked the people of 100 Miles Ambrosial to clean up the place, then came to Sima Yu, bowed deeply, and said, I admit that I lost. You really cooked better than me, and the ingredients are handled better. When he surrendered sincerely, it made Sima Yu feel a little embarrassed. She smiled, you have handled it very well, but there are some parts that need a little improvement. I was too arrogant before and felt that what I made was the most delicious. I knew my shortcomings after the comparison today. Xiao Ling said, so, I want to ask you to be my master and let me learn to cook with you. We just made these dozen dishes, don't you need to do this? Sima Yu declined. You can make this kind of dish, as well as others. Just let me follow, master. Xiao Ling implored. Sima Yu disagreed. She had no plans to accept apprentices. I will stay here only for a while, and I can't teach you anything. She shook her head. It doesn't matter, as long as I can learn to cook, I can follow you. But it is not convenient for me to follow me. I don't care, since you've won me, you are my master. Xiao Ling was a little shameless. Don't tell me whoever wins you is your master. No one has ever beaten me, you are the first. Sima Yu. If you don't agree, he won't give up. Shimmer said the second sentence after going downstairs. Sima Yu didn't expect that he would speak, and looked over in surprise. Shimmer stopped talking, took the tea from the guard, and lowered his head to taste the tea. She retracted her gaze. Xiao Ling looked at herself expectantly. His eager gaze was a love for food, and she couldn't bear to refuse. But if you follow me and you can't learn anything, isn't this for nothing? Even learning a little is also a master. A master for a day is a father for a lifetime, no, mother. It can be seen that Xiao Ling was a straightforward man. Alright, I can teach you how to cook, but please forget about parental relations. Sima Yu said, I will teach you everything I know during this period of time here. How much can you learn? That's your own business. We'll talk about whether you recognize me as master then. Thank you, master. Xiaoling immediately bowed his head and knelt down. Since the matter is over, I will go back first. Shimo said, Xiaoling, bring your master to my place tomorrow. Yes, honorable. Shimo glanced at Sima Yu before leaving. He still had the same gaze, but he seemed to have insight into something, leaving her nowhere to hide. She cleared her throat and said, well, since I won't be here for long, I will teach you something today. All right. Let's go to the kitchen. Xiaoling said excitedly. Sima Yu's best dishes were not the dishes she made today. Today, these were only chosen for competing. When she went to the kitchen to show off her specialty barbecue, medicated food, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, etc., Xiaoling's eyes were almost aflame. Sure enough, his master was really amazing. Sima Yu saw that it was not early. Wu Lingyu and Fu Shi were here waiting for them and had nothing to do, so she said to Xiaoling, I will teach you these things first, we'll do the rest another time. Xiaoling learned a few new dishes and was already very happy. He couldn't wait to try it. Seeing that Sima Yu was leaving, he put down the ingredients in his hand, sent her out from the back door, and told her to go to Shimo's place the next day. I think Shimo seems to know something. On the way back, Sima Yu said how she felt. It seems that after he came down, he was very cold to the others, but he had been watching you cook the entire time and even started to talk. Fu Shi said. Wu Lingyu didn't speak, but he also felt it. I always think he knows the way he looks at me, otherwise, why should I go tomorrow? Isn't it to cook for him? Sima Yu said. Wu Lingyu held her hand, we'll know when we go. Sima Yu smiled at him. Early the next morning, Xiaoling went to the inn to look for her. The luxurious carriage stopped at the door and immediately attracted countless eyes. Xiaoling got off the carriage and started shouting as soon as he entered the inn, Master, I'm here to pick you up. Are you ready? Sima Yu, Wu Lingyu, and Fu Shi came from the backyard. Xiaoling saw her and immediately greeted her, Master, are you ready? Ready, we can go. Sima Yu said. Let's go then. Xiaoling took them into the carriage, and when he boarded it, he started to talk about which dishes she had taught and how they tasted last night, and brought some for her to taste. Sima Yu listened to him and ate the dishes he had made and pointed out the shortcomings in his process. The two talked all the way to Shimo's manor. The guard at the door saw Xiaoling's carriage and greeted him. Young Master Xiao. Where is Honorable? Xiaoling got off the carriage and wanted to turn around to help Sima Yu, but saw that Wu Lingyu had helped her get off. Drinking tea in the West Garden. The guard replied, in the West Garden again. Xiaoling sighed, go ahead, we'll just go over by ourselves. Yes, young Master Xiao. Sima Yu followed Xiaoling in Shimo's mansion. Seeing him familiar with the road, she asked, are you familiar with the Honorable? Yes, he is my uncle. Xiaoling said, but no one here knows. You are my master, so I told you, but don't spread it. Shimo turned out to be your uncle? Uncle? Sima Yu and Fu Shi cried out together, forgetting the word honorable. Ahem, this news is indeed a bit unacceptable. Xiaoling touched the back of his head and looked at them apologetically, however, you can't call uncle like that. Oh. Fu Shi nodded, you turned out to be Shimo, the nephew of honorable, this is too surprising. My mother and the others want me to come here for experience, but I only like to cook, so I just opened a restaurant here. Xiaoling said, whenever uncle wants to find me, he comes to 100 Miles Ambrosial. Actually, my uncle isn't a foodie like the rumors, but just to see me, such rumors came about. So that's the case, no wonder I said that I felt strange when I saw him yesterday. Only then did Sima Yu understand her psychological confusion. I know that I can't hide from the master, who loves food, and you can see the customer's feelings for food at a glance. Xiaoling was not surprised at all. Is your uncle easy to talk to? Sima Yu asked. How to say this, it depends on the situation. If he is in a good mood, he is better to talk to. Xiaoling said, but he is in West Garden today, so he should not be in a good mood. Why? I don't know. Anyway, every time he's in the West Garden, his mood is relatively low. Xiaoling said, the West Garden was built much later. The structure is very different from other places. Uncle will only occasionally go there and I don't know why he will see you there today. He said that yesterday. It seemed to outsiders that he wanted them to make good food for him, but Xiaoling knew that he wanted to see Sima Yu. They went to the West Garden and saw Shimo who was drinking tea alone in a pavilion on a rockery. Shimo saw them coming and saw her walking in the middle at a glance. Uncle. Xiaoling obediently bowed. I have seen the Honorable. Sima Yu and the three also saluted. Shimo looked at her and said faintly, let's talk, what's your purpose? He really knew, Sima Yu said secretly. Uncle, what are you talking about? Xiaoling looked at Shimo suspiciously. You're stupid so you can't tell. Shimo said coldly, do you think she came to look for you yesterday with no ulterior motives? Isn't it because she ate the food I prepared and she didn't think it's delicious, that's why? Xiaoling asked suspiciously. Ask her. Shimo said. Having been exposed, Sima Yu didn't deny it and said apologetically, I did really just want to cause trouble with you at first and use this to get the attention of the Honorable Shier. And then? Xiaoling asked. Huh? And then what? Sima Yu asked. NOVL, what happens after you get his attention? You guided me in cooking. Naturally I will teach you wholeheartedly. Sima Yu said. If he hadn't agreed it was fine, but once he had agreed then he would be treated like her disciple. Then there's nothing else. Xiaoling said, you're still my master. That's all? That's all. Aren't you angry anymore? Why should I be angry? You were right from the beginning. I didn't use the ingredients properly and I was being irresponsible doing that. Xiaoling said, besides, you did teach me seriously afterwards. I learned a lot last night. So it doesn't matter what your original intention was. Sima Yu and Fu Shi stared at him with their eyes wide open. What else could they say? His mentality was too good? Actually, I should thank you for your original intention, otherwise, I wouldn't have found a master like you. Xiaoling said with a smile, Uncle, don't blame master for this matter. I didn't plan to bring it up, otherwise she wouldn't have become your master yesterday. Shi Mo said. Then why are you surprised, uncle? You scared master and I. Xiaoling was very protective. Xiaoling. How long have you known her, why are you protecting her like this? Shi Mo's face was sullen and he looked a little scary. She is my master, of course I will protect her. Xiaoling stood up protectively. Good for nothing. Shi Mo's tone was light, it wasn't obvious whether he was angry or not. He looked at Sima Yu and said, you can talk about your purpose now. Why did you want to attract my attention? Who asked you to come? What's your purpose? No one asked me to come here, I came by myself to look for you. Sima Yu said. Oh. What is it that the young princess of the ghost realm would come to look for me personally? It had only been one night and he already knew her identity. Actually, I came to ask for help. Sima Yu said, I have a few men who are held captive by your people. I came to ask if you will be magnanimous and let them go. When did this happen? I remember that my uncle hasn't captured anyone in a long time. Xiaoling asked. 100 years ago. As far as I know, you've only been in the ghost realm for less than 50 years. In that case, how can your guards have been captured here 100 years ago? They are not my guards. To be precise, they are my mother's people. Now that my mother is not around, I have to be responsible for her people. Sima Yu didn't hide anything. It was useless to hide things from someone like Shi Mo anyway and it was better to explain everything honestly. Your mother's people. The cold breath on Shi Mo's body lessened by a lot. What are their names and where are they now? You should have found the information by now. I know, they are. Sima Yu told him the information about Ling Feng and the others. Without Shi Mo having to give the orders, his guards had already left to take care of the matter. Master, so this is why you have come to look for uncle. Xiaoling said, you should have said earlier, I could have gone and fetched the people for you. I didn't know that Honorable Shi was so easygoing. Sima Yu said, because other parties are involved, I expected that there would be some fighting. What do you mean by that? Xiaoling asked. This news was passed on to me by someone else because he wanted me to go and save those people in hopes that the Honorable Shi would fight with me, and better yet, fight with me personally so that he can kill me. Sima Yu said. He's even schemed against me, how bold. Shi Mo sneered. Who is so vicious? Xiaoling shouted, tell us, master, and I will destroy him. They're not that easy to deal with. Sima Yu said, I'm not saying that your strength is not good. But you are in the abyss of hell and he is the ghost concubine subordinate carrying out the orders of the ghost concubine. Once you are involved, it will become a matter between the two regions. They've schemed against uncle, we can't just ignore that. Right, uncle? Xiaoling had wanted to gain approval, but when he saw Shi Mo glaring at him, he couldn't help but shrink back. Shi Mo looked at his only nephew and felt helpless. When the child has grown up you are helpless against them. Now that his nephew is older, he was pitting against himself. Although he didn't tolerate this kind of thing, Xiaoling had made him sound so noble because he wanted him to help Sima Yu vent her anger. Yu is very grateful to your honorable for releasing Ling Feng and the others. Sima Yu said, those people have schemed against me, so naturally I won't let them off. You don't want me to help you? There's no need to trouble your honorable. Sima Yu smiled, however, you can't stop your honorable if you want to do anything. Lan he had brought Shi Mo into his scheming plan, if he was offended and wanted to do anything, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't want to accept his help. Shi Mo nodded, but didn't continue speaking about the matter. I heard that you are very good at making tea, I wonder if we can taste the tea made by you today? Your honorable has done such a huge favor for me, naturally, I can't refuse your request. Yu and the others walked over to the rockery where she made a pot of tea for everyone. Xiaoling found her method of brewing tea novel, and the taste of her tea was also very good. Therefore, he learnt the art of brewing tea from her at once. While they were drinking tea, Ling Feng and 6 others were brought in. They knelt down the moment they saw Sima Yu and said in excitement and shame, Princess, are you all right? It had been many years since they had seen Yukoluo, and as the both of them looked very much alike, they mistook her for her mother. They were dressed in new clothes and their beards had been freshly shaven. However, their sunken cheeks and thin bodies were unable to hide the kind of life they had led over the years. I am not my mother, I am Sima Yu, I'm my mother's daughter. Sima Yu said. You are the young princess? They knew that Yukoluo had a daughter in the human realm, however, they hadn't expected that the person they would see when they left that place would be her. I know you have a lot of queries, I will tell you everything in detail once we get back. Sima Yu looked at Shi-Eremo and said, can I take them away now? For some reason, she felt that the feeling Shi-Eremo gave her was that of someone delicate, and not a feeling that an honorable should have. Leng Feng and the others' condition looked quite bad and she wanted to take them back quickly so that she could examine them. However, Shi-Eremo was too talkative and it made her feel he was untruthful. Of course. Shi-Eremo nodded, but I have something to ask you. Come back again once you have settled your affairs. Sima Yu didn't know what he wanted to ask her, but she nodded and agreed. Xiaoling wanted to leave with her, but he was stopped by Shi-Eremo. Sima Yu left with the group of people and she examined them once they had returned to the inn. Young princess, how did you know we were here? Leng Feng couldn't help but ask, but he saw how kind she was to them. We have been investigating for many years, but in actual fact, someone told me about your whereabouts. Sima Yu answered as she examined his pulse. Leng Feng didn't know that it was Lan He's scheming plan, hence, he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he said with deep emotion, thank you young princess, for saving us. It's just a pity that we haven't found out the whereabouts of the princess. You don't have to worry about mother's whereabouts at the moment. I know where she is. The only thing you need to do right now is to take good care of your body. Your bodies have suffered a lot over the past 100 years and it has affected your cultivation. If you don't recuperate properly, I'm afraid you won't be able to advance in the future. Leng Yun and the others are in the palace waiting for you to go back. Are they alright in the palace? Better than you. You can talk more when you reunite. I am going to prepare some medicine for all of you now. If there is anything else, just ask Fu Shi. Wu Lingyu and her went to prepare the medicines for them to nurse their bodies. Fu Shi was left behind to answer questions and ask about their situation. By the time she had returned, both parties already understood the situation clearly. Leng Feng and the others' situation was very simple. When they found out that Yu Luo was in the abyss of hell, they came here and were captured by Shi-Ermo's people. When they learned how much effort Sima Yu had spent trying to find them, they were moved. Upon learning about what Lan He and the ghost concubine had done to her, because of their current relationship, they vowed that they would recover well so that they would be able to help her in the future. When Di Jiojio heard the news and rushed over, he still couldn't quite believe what he saw. He pulled Sima Yu to one side and asked in a low voice, young princess, are they really Leng Feng and the others? Sima Yu laughed at his reaction, shouldn't you know what they look like? But it could also be a disguise or something like that. What if someone was pretending to be them? Di Jiojio said worriedly. These people are them, you can rest assured. Sima Yu said. Really? Leng Feng and Leng Yun have a secret code between them. I have verified the code. Sima Yu gave him a reassuring look. Upon hearing her words, Di Jiojio was relieved. However, he became worried again in the next moment. Young princess, they handed over the people to you so easily? Could there be some conspiracy? When he saw Sima Yu's helpless eyes, he felt helpless as well. It wasn't that he wanted to worry about these things, it was just that the whole matter felt too bizarre. Why would Shi-Eremo just hand over the people? If it were so easy, they wouldn't have needed to do so many things. He didn't care what he thought, he felt that this was not a peaceful matter, that's why his thought went in this direction. I find that you overthink matters more than Di Lu. Sima Yu rolled her eyes, Xiaoling helped me with this matter. Do you know what his relationship with Shi-Eremo is? He treats his master very well, he dealt with the matter with just one word from me. It was true that Sima Yu felt that Shi-Eremo was only willing to let her people go because she was Xiaoling's master. As for their relationship, it was better to keep it a secret for now. Finally, Di Jiojio's worries were completely relieved, as long as there was no danger. Leng Feng and the others' health is not good. I need to help them nurse them back to health. I also have to teach Xiaoling how to cook, so I have to stay here for a few days. Are you going back now or are you going to wait for us and return together? We want to protect young princess and go back together. Di Jiojio said firmly. Although their master didn't say anything, this was probably the expectation. Alright, you can help me check some things while you are here. Sima Yu agreed with them and gave them orders unceremoniously. Di Jiojio was full of vigor, please give us your order, young princess. The fact that Lan He was able to lure you here, it means that he has someone working for him. Get more people to investigate so we can return the favor. Sima Yu smiled after she had spoken. When Fu Shi saw her smile, he knew that someone was going to be unlucky. The last time she had revealed such a smile was when she dealt with Mo Wei. It was the same smile and the same words. The last time Mo Wei owed her master a favor, and yet, he was still forced to leave the hidden sect. This time, Lan He was her enemy, so this gift that she was returning to him would be something to look forward to. What young princess said is true, there are indeed some of Lan He's people here. Before, because we had been searching for ways to rescue Leng Feng and the others, so we didn't pay much attention to those people. Now that they have been rescued, we have the time and energy to deal with them. Di Jiojio followed Dija, the master of killing, so naturally, he wasn't a person of good character, it was a personality trait shared by almost all of the Di family army. If Sima Yu hadn't become Xiaoling's master, if it weren't for the fact that he had a good relationship with Shi-Eremo, they would definitely have had to pay a high price if they wanted to rescue Leng Feng and the others. Therefore, he was overjoyed that Sima Yu ordered them to deal with those people. Being able to arrange such matters in a place like this, their people are not ordinary people. Tell everyone to pay close attention to their safety and be careful. Sima Yu instructed. Yes, subordinate will leave now. Go. Di Jiujiu left. Sima Yu saw Fu Shi's sly smile and poured a basin of cold water over him. You can only stand there idly, these matters have nothing to do with you. He was not from this continent, he was also under the mythical dragon order, therefore, he had to keep a low profile no matter where he was. As for these matters, he could only watch and wasn't able to participate. Even if I can't fight, I can still watch the fun. That's not bad. Fu Shi said. He saw Sima Yu walking out alone and said, where are you going? Going to look for Shi Eremo. You're going alone? Where is brother Ling Yu? He is refining pills for them. You have to stay here to protect them. I'm going over to Shi Eremo's place, I have something to ask him. Sima Yu went to Shi Eremo's manor alone. By the time she had arrived, Xiao Ling had already left. When the guard saw her, he took her inside immediately. This time, it was in the west garden, in the pavilion again. The guard took her under the rockery and Sima Yu walked up by herself. When she saw the tea tray on the stone table, she walked over very consciously and began to prepare tea. One person brewed tea while the other watched, neither of them spoke. Although there was silence, it didn't feel awkward. It wasn't until she had finished preparing the tea and brought it to Shi Eremo and he tasted the tea, then he put the teacup down and asked her, you're so calm, aren't you curious as to why I've asked you here? You've not asked me here to make tea for you, so after I have made the tea, you will naturally tell me. Why do I need to be in a hurry to know? Sima Yu also made a cup of tea for herself. The two of them held their teacups and sat leisurely in the pavilion sipping their tea slowly. No one was in a hurry. It's not good to not have any sense of curiosity at your age. Shi Eremo said. Actually, it's not that I'm not curious, it's just that I feel that even if I ask, you might not tell me. Sima Yu said. If you don't ask, how do you know I won't tell? Do you know my mother? Sima Yu asked, she noticed that his expression had changed, and she said, you told me to ask. Why do you think so? It's just a feeling. Sima Yu said, every time you look at me, it's like you're looking at me and it's also like you're looking at someone else through me. Sometimes your eyes are very focused, sometimes very erratic. This isn't the first time I have seen it. Back at Yilin continent, Master Feng also looked at her in the same way. At that time, she had felt bad for him, but now that she has seen this look again, she understood it even better. Shi Eremo was silent, his emotionless expression was a little scary. Even Xiao Ling didn't dare to speak so freely. Therefore, Sima Yu who didn't know him well was forced to be silent. She didn't know if he was angry, nor did she know what he looked like when he was angry. Therefore, she didn't know what she should say, nor did she dare to say anything. After a while, he said softly, so there are still people like me. He was answering her question indirectly. Sima Yu knew in her heart that her guess was right. All these things did happen because of her mother. He released Ling Feng and the others not because she was Xiao Ling's master, it was because they were her mother's guards. No wonder he was so easygoing, everything had a reason. However, it was precisely also because of this that she didn't know how to talk to him. She sighed in her heart, it seemed that her mother had a lot of luck in love in the past, she wondered how her father had managed to capture her heart back then. How is your mother now? Shi Eremo asked. You called me here to ask me this? Haven't you heard about what happened to my mother? Sima Yu looked at him and realized that he truly didn't know, and she said in surprise, my mother's affairs was the biggest news in the whole of the ghost realm, how could you not know? Did something happen to her? Sima Yu wanted to say, don't you like my mother? Don't you think of my mother when you look at me? How could you not have known when such a big thing had happened to my mother? Maybe her expression was too obvious and Shi Eremo wanted very much to know about Yu Kaluo's affairs, so he explained very uncomfortably, back then when I told her, she rejected me outright. I was very angry at the time, so I stopped caring about her affairs and I forbade my subordinates to tell me any news about her. I see. Sima Yu said, my mother has been suppressed in the abyss of hell, it has already been 1 or 200 years. 1 of 200 years was a long time to her, but not for someone with his power. This was not considered long, it was more like the time taken in seclusion or for an experience. However, he hadn't expected the next time he heard about her news would be about her being suppressed. I didn't know. He said blankly, what could he have done even if he had known? What happened? Who suppressed her? It was my grandfather. The Ghost King? Why? Didn't he dote on her very much? Shi Eremo was surprised. It was because of some things. Sima Yu didn't elaborate. Where was she suppressed? I don't know either. My grandfather didn't tell me. Sima Yu said, I was going to go back to ask him but I received news about Ling Feng and the others so I came here instead. Sima Yu then told him about how the Ghost King had wanted her to break through to Underworld Paragon before he told her about the Cardinal Point's divine seal. So you don't know your mother's whereabouts either? Shi Eremo said. Yes. Is there something you need me to do? Shi Eremo asked. No. Sima Yu said, if there is, I will let you know. Shi Eremo looked at her, he tried to see if he could tell whether her words were sincere or perfunctory. When he saw that Sima Yu's eyes looked sincere and she didn't seem like she was being dismissive, he nodded. I heard that your relationship with Su Wu is not good? Sima Yu asked. You want me to help you deal with Su Wu? No, I just want to get some information from you. Sima Yu said, as the saying goes, the person who knows yourself the best is not yourself but your enemy. I want to know more about him, and the best way to do that is to ask you. You don't have to worry about Su Wu, he won't do anything to you. Shi Eremo said with certainty. Are you sure? He sent someone to the inn to kill me. Sima Yu said. If he knows your identity he won't bother you. Why? Because he once received a favor from your grandfather. Did you know that he is from the Soul region? Yes. That's why he has many Soul clansmen are under his command. Many years ago, he was nearly killed in the Soul region, but he was saved by your grandfather who let him come here. He has always remembered the Ghost King's kindness, and now that he knows you are his granddaughter, naturally he won't make things difficult for you. Are you sure? He sent people to the inn to abduct me before. Sima Yu thought that what he had said was a little vague. Of course. He will, on the account of your grandfather. That only happened before he knew your real identity. If he didn't know who you were or anything about your identity at all, it was not surprising that he would do such a thing at all. What you said does make sense. Sima Yu said, it seems that someone had deceived him and kept him in the dark. I wonder if he will be angry when he finds out that his own men don't listen to his orders and have become someone else's lackeys instead. He is a proud man, if you want to deal with his subordinates, it's best not to bypass him. Shi Eremo said. You mean I should go to look for him? I'm afraid I won't be able to see him. Surely this won't be difficult for you, right? I have to go back and think about it. Sima Yu said. She felt movement in her interspatial ring, and when she took it out, she heard Fu Shi's cry, Yu, come back quickly, those people are coming to attack the inn. It was needless to say who those people were. She was just talking about them over here and they came knocking on her door. Although Fu Shi sounded anxious, Sima Yu wasn't in a hurry. She said goodbye to Shi Eremo and took her time going back. Back at the inn, those people had indeed been chased away. Some parts of the inn were damaged. Wu Lingyu was talking to the innkeeper about compensation, while Fu Shi was eating walnuts beside Ling Feng and the others. How many people came? She asked Fu Shi. A lot. Fortunately brother Lingyu came out at the critical moment, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome. Fu Shi said. Really? Sima Yu poked his head, surely you didn't use this as a reason for me to come back? Fu Shi smiled wryly, then he pointed at Wu Lingyu and said, he asked me to do it. Wu Lingyu had just finished talking to the innkeeper and gave Fu Shi a cold look when he realized that he had betrayed him. He then came over to Sima Yu's side and looked at her up and down. Don't worry, he didn't do anything. Sima Yu didn't stop him, she even turned around and showed him that there was nothing wrong with her. Of course, she wasn't unhappy that he had called her back. All said and done? Wu Lingyu asked. All done. Sima Yu said, it's just as my conjecture was. It's really because of your mother? Fu Shi's eyes widened, your mother knows so many people. What Fu Shi had wanted to say was that so many people liked her mother, but he didn't think it was an appropriate thing to say, so he changed his statement. Yes. Sima Yu understood what Fu Shi meant, no matter what the reason is, it's a good thing that we managed to save them so easily. We didn't end up fighting with Shi Eremo, which was Lan He's plan. I wonder if he will be jumping up in anger. He's already jumping. The number of people today is double the amount from the last time. Fu Shi said. Double? Wasn't it more work fighting them? She looked at Wu Lingyu rubbed her hair and said, it was all right. Shi Eremo said we should go to see Su Wu. What do you mean? Sima Yu told him what Shi Eremo had said to her, that if he knew about her relationship, things would be much easier to handle. Lan He probably sent Su Wu to deal with you when he saw that you didn't fight with Shi Eremo. He's trying to stir things up. Fu Shi said, a pity, his calculations are wrong once again. Everyone in the room laughed, when they imagined Lan He's irritated face, it made them happy. What we need to do now is to go to see Su Wu. That's easy, just turn up at his doorstep. Sometimes, the simplest most direct approach is the best. Fu Shi suggested. Well, I think so too. Sima Yu smiled. However, we must first avoid any attention before we go. Wu Lingyu said. In the middle of the night, Su Wu, who had been busy all day, was preparing to advance when he suddenly felt a movement. He got up and opened the door and went out. A group of guards poured in from outside, the whole yard was surrounded. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu had just come out of the space tunnel and saw this scene. Don't worry, we haven't come to cause trouble. She explained. The others watched her warily, not believing her words. If we really wanted to do anything, you wouldn't have discovered us. Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu, I am here to see Honorable Su about something. Su Wu stood at the door and looked at the two of them. Their attitudes seemed sincere, and with Wu Lingyu's strength, if they had wanted to come quietly, they would indeed not have been discovered so easily. He waved his hand and gestured for the guards to stand down. Who are you and what are you doing here? As soon as Sima Yu heard this, she knew that he didn't know about the events that had happened recently. My name is Sima Yu, this is Wu Lingyu. We have come because we have something to tell you. What is it? Sima Yu told him about the incident with Hua Kai, and how his subordinates had gone to capture her and were beaten. She also said, although we don't have the numbers, we can fight if we have to. I came today because there is no need for us to become enemies, nor do I want your subordinates to be used by other people for their own purposes. Who do you mean by someone? The ghost concubine and Lan He. The ghost concubine? She is the ghost queen, what would she possibly want with a young girl like yourself? Because my grandfather is protecting me. She can't kill me in front of my grandfather, so she can only think of other ways and use other people to do it for her. Sima Yu shrugged. You mean the Ghost King? Whose daughter are you? My mother's name is Yukoluo. Suwu had never met Yukoluo, hence, he didn't know that the two of them bore a resemblance to each other, nor could he confirm her identity. Even if she had the breath of the royal family, it didn't necessarily mean that she was someone the Ghost King wanted to protect. My grandfather left a soul imprint on me. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Sima Yu released the Ghost King's soul imprint. He closed his eyes and his expression was peaceful. If he met with danger his eyes would open and release its power. When Suwu saw the Ghost King's soul imprint, a flash of nostalgia ran through him. I believe you. Since you are the Ghost King's granddaughter, and I owe him a favor, I won't make things difficult for you. If it was someone else who provoked his subordinates, he would teach them a lesson, because that was the rule here. I won't let anyone who goes against us go. Firstly, I came here today to tell you this to show that I'm not provoking you. The second, is to tell you that I won't let this person off. When the time comes, I hope you won't mind. Sima Yu said. You're free to do so. Suwu didn't care. Just as she had said, if his subordinates had colluded with others and tried to drag him into it, he wouldn't care to have such subordinates anyway. Even if she wasn't going to take action, he would have done so himself. Since you are in agreement, then we shall take our leave. From the time they had arrived to the time they left, it was only a few minutes, however, both parties had reached an agreement. She had been given the all-clear to do what she wanted to do later. Not long after Sima Yu had returned, Di Jiujio brought news. They found some of Lan He's men here. Since we have found them, then let's take action. Sima Yu said, bring some men with you to kill them. Since they dare to plot against us, we will show them why flowers are so red. Alright. Di Jiujio liked this feeling the most, that he had his master's protection even though he was doing bad things. He brought some men with him to kill those people. Knowing that there would be a lot of fun tonight, Fushi urged Sima Yu to watch the fun with him. Sima Yu couldn't resist and agreed to take him there. She left Ling Feng and the others at the inn and laid a spirit barrier outside the inn. Shortly after they had left, the door to Ling Feng and the others' house was opened. NOVL. Previous chapter. In the dark room, Ling Feng and the others were lying on the large bed sleeping soundly. Sima Yu had prescribed something in their medicine pills that would calm their nerves and induce sleep, so that they would recover better. Because of the efficacy of the medicine, Ling Feng and the others were unable to defend themselves against danger. If someone had come inside at this moment, it would be very easy to do something to them. In order to protect their safety, she had set up a spirit barrier outside the courtyard where they were staying. If someone were to destroy the spirit barrier, she would know and she could rush back to save them. When she put up the spirit barrier, she had spoken to the innkeeper as it would affect his business temporarily after all. She hoped that he would be able to help look out for them. Now that someone had sneaked into their house, that person had found the position of Ling Feng and the others in the dark night and took out a dagger. He was just about to slash the throat of the person on the bed, but before he was able to move, the dark room lit up. So it's really you. Sima Yu was not surprised when she saw the person standing beside the bed. You knew that I was here. Lan Yu looked at Sima Yu, and Wu Lingyu and Fu Shi who were next to her. There was only one explanation to explain why someone who should have already left has appeared here, it was their plan all along. Yes, I've known for a long time. Sima Yu admitted, not only did you come here, but you also lived in the courtyard next door. So you deliberately lured me out. Lan Yu said. That's right. If I didn't lure you out, you wouldn't have been willing to come out. Sima Yu said, you want me to fight with Shi Mo but you didn't expect that I would be able to rescue them so easily. I knew that you wouldn't let me get what I want so easily. If you can't kill me, you will kill the people I have rescued, so that I would have done everything for naught. It was just a guess, but your actions have confirmed my thoughts. This was not my idea, I am just helping someone else. Lan Yu said. Who is Lan He to you, that you would take risks like that? Sima Yu chuckled, is he not afraid that you would lose the life that he fought so hard for you? You look down on my strength? He didn't know why, but he had inexplicable emotions that ran through his heart, like anger and loss, when he was belittled by her. Those feelings made him uncomfortable. I'm not belittling you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble just to lure you out. Sima Yu said, to be exact, I made sure I was well prepared before meeting you. As soon as she had finished speaking, a group of men in black appeared in the house. Lan Yu's face sank when he saw those people. He clearly hadn't seen them earlier, but from the looks of things, they were probably in the house right from the beginning. Don't be alarmed, it's just a small array. Fu Shi wrapped his arms across his chest. Lan Yu felt a little surprised, even arrays had fluctuations, yet he didn't sense it. How powerful was the person who had set up the array? Although he was surprised, he analyzed his situation quickly. With these people around, it was even more impossible for him to attack Ling Feng and the others. This time he could only retreat without success. You did surprise me, but you also forgot one thing. This is not your territory. He took out something and crushed it, then his whole body became elusive. At the moment he disappeared, he mouthed the words to her, we will meet again and, upon seeing him disappear, Fu Shi asked, Yu, shall we chase? No need, we don't know his location at all. Sima Yu shook her head, go and see if the rest of them are still at the inn. Lan Yu was right, this was not her territory, she wasn't able to control all the situations. Although they had set up spirit barriers in here, they were still unable to stop them from leaving. It would be futile to chase after them now. They went out to take a look, the inn was already empty, even the innkeeper was gone. Now that his identity has been exposed, he's run quickly. Fu Shi snorted, if they had come sooner, he wouldn't have escaped. Didn't you want to go and watch the fun? If you don't go now, Jiao and the others will have finished. I'm going. Black Shadow, go with him. Don't let him fall into any danger. Sima Yu said. Yes. All these years, Black Shadow, Huan and Chanjiao had been secretly protecting her. Every time she thought about the things the three of them had done for her, she felt guilty and that her talent was always underused. Though over the 20-something years, the three of them had developed a good friendship. We are going back to our room. Sima Yu looked at the sleeping people. Even though this had just happened, they hadn't been awakened. This night, many things had happened in Abyssal City, it was destined to be a noisy night. However, the people in the city had no reaction other than being a little angry when they had been disturbed. Shi Rmo looked at the blazing fires in several places of the city and remained silent. His bodyguard stood behind him and watched the movement. He said, they are really not low-key at all. She is not one to keep a low profile at all. The news I had received before was that the young princess was very low-key, she only became high-profile since arriving at Abyssal City. Shi Rmo didn't answer, because it was not her that he was talking about. Early the next morning, Sima Yu saw Fu Shi and Jiao's excited faces. Yu, we destroyed all their people this time. Fu Shi jumped up as he spoke. You took part in the fight? Sima Yu knew it at a glance. Hehe, it's been a long time since I've been in a fight. Fu Shi said with a smile. Not bad, young man. Sima Yu said, you don't care whether you will cause trouble or not. It's just a battle, what trouble can I cause? Sima Yu didn't speak. If it was as simple as he made it sound, she wouldn't be so careful. However, she didn't want to tell him the dangers now, the matter had already passed, it was useless to say anything now. That time when she saw him, hundreds of beasts were moving and that old man had come to kill them. Although in the end everything seemed fine on the surface, if one just thought about it, they would know what happened at that time. Moreover, the ghost concubine was involved in the matter with the Mo clan. The ghost concubine would have received the news about the mythical dragon order by now. There was also the matter of her assassination being intercepted and the addition of a child by her side. Naturally people would assume that he was the owner of the mythical dragon order. Although he has grown up now, his facial features hadn't changed much and his childhood features were still visible. If the ghost concubine focused her attention on him, she was afraid there would be trouble. After all, she was a powerful and ambitious woman. Wu Lingyu understood her worries. She already had many things to do, if something were to happen again, the pressure on her would be too great. Although he had no intentions to be responsible for Fu Shi, however, Yu felt that he had come to look for her specially, and because of some things, she felt that she should be responsible for him. Since she had already decided, then he could only respect her wishes. However, the Devil Realm had been begging him to return, the situation over there was not simple. He wasn't sure if he could wait until Yu had collected all the Cardinal Points Divine Seals. He wanted to tell her the whereabouts of the Cardinal Points Divine Seal, but even if he did, she would still have to go back to the Ghost King to authenticate the Northern Cardinal Points Divine Seal, then go with him to get the Eastern Divine Seal. It was better to let the Ghost King tell her with him. Fu Shi didn't know what the both of them were thinking of, he was still immersed in the battle he was in earlier and said excitedly, Yu, use lightning bolt to temper my body and make my body stronger. You didn't see me during the fight just now. He described the battle to them in excitement but they ignored him and let him talk to himself. By the end, Yu didn't bother to pay him any attention and called Jiao over and asked about the result of the battle. Jiao, what's the situation? 2 of our brothers died, 30 injured, 2 of which were seriously injured. Jiao replied. The number of casualties in this kind of situation was considered low. N/O/Vel/B/, give them good quality medicine pills, and let them rest and recuperate. Once their injuries have healed, we will return to the imperial capital. Sima Yu said. Yes. Because there were serious injuries, this was also Jiao's plan. In addition to this, send some men to investigate further. He has been operating here for so many years, there should be more people than the ones that we have discovered. We need to dig a little deeper. Yes, young princess. Because they wanted to track down the whereabouts of Ling Feng and the others, the people that Jiao had brought with him were good trackers. Early the next morning, Xiaoling came to look for Sima Yu. He was worried that she had been injured in the battle the night before. When he saw that Sima Yu was fine, he begged her to teach him how to cook. For the rest of the time, Yu spent them in the inn. The innkeeper and the waiter had fled, hence they occupied the place in dignity. She usually helped Ling Feng and the others with their recuperation, she also listened to Jiao's news reports and spent the rest of the time teaching Xiaoling to cook. Xiaoling knew that Sima Yu's time here was short, that's why she taught him continuously. He learnt non-stop, wanting to learn to cook more dishes before she left. When Sima Yu was teaching, she also took into consideration the condition of Ling Feng and the others. She chose dishes that had medicinal and conditioning effects on their bodies because she wanted to use this opportunity to help their bodies recuperate better. Ling Feng and the others were lucky, the dishes made by Sima Yu and Xiaoling were both delicious. On this day, while Sima Yu and Xiaoling were cooking in the kitchen, Xiaoling mentioned the 3 honorables. Sima Yu asked him why no one had asked any questions when she had caused such a stir in Abyssal City. Uncle and Su Wu spoke to the other honorable and asked him to stay out of this matter. He also knew your identity, so he turned a blind eye. Xiaoling explained. So it's because they spoke on my behalf. In that case, I owe them another favor. Sima Yu said. I don't know about Su Wu, but I was surprised that my uncle spoke up. Based on his temperament in the past, he usually remained silent. But when I went to speak to him the other day, he told me that he had already taken care of matters. Xiaoling was a little surprised as he spoke of this. This was inconsistent with his uncle's temperament. Did he help her because she was his master? Before I leave I have to go and thank him in person. Sima Yu said. When he heard her mention leaving, Xiao Ling's mood dropped. He lost interest in making the noodles in his hands. His hands stopped and he asked, Master, have you already decided when you are leaving? I've not decided on the specific date, but I know roughly when. Sima Yu said, I've been here for more than half a month. Leng Feng and the others' health has improved a lot and there are matters waiting for me to attend to in the imperial capital. I will probably go back in 10 days. She wanted to go back to see how her grandfather was doing. She had to find Hai Mian's location, she also had to find the Cardinal Point's divine seals to rescue her mother. There were all these things that were waiting for her to do, especially Hai Mian's matter. The longer it dragged on, the more harm she would suffer. She had to find her as soon as possible. So soon? Xiao Ling whispered. Yes. But don't worry, I will leave you the recipes. I haven't finished writing them yet, so I will give them to you before I leave. Sima Yu said. Oh. Xiao Ling replied weakly. For some reason, when he heard that she was leaving, his heart felt empty suddenly. It was as if once she had left, it would be meaningless to stay in the city by himself. But wasn't this place where he had lived for hundreds of years? Why couldn't it compare to having her here for half a month? In that case, he had to reconsider the advice his uncle had given him. Master, will you go to the abyss of hell in the future? Sima Yu thought that he knew about her mother, but when she looked over at him, she realized that it was surprise in his eyes, not questioning. She asked calmly, why are you asking me this question? Master, I am going back. Xiao Ling said, my uncle told me that he is going back to the abyss of hell, he asked if I want to go back with him. At first, I didn't want to go back, but there doesn't seem to be any meaning to staying here now. Besides, I've left home for a few hundred years anyway, I should probably go back to take a look. Your uncle is going back to the abyss of hell? Didn't you say that he has been living here all this time? I was also very surprised when I heard this news. But my uncle has already made his decision, no one can change his mind. I was going to ask you if you knew why. Xiao Ling said. Why would I know the reason? Sima Yu smiled and concealed her embarrassment. Surely that guy wasn't going back for her mother? Did she just find a love rival for her father? However, most people didn't know the place where her mother was being suppressed, even if he went back, it was probably useless. Let him go back to look for it first then. When she thought of this, the worry in her heart for her father calmed down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. News of Shi-Er-Mo returning to the abyss of hell was once again verified when Sima Yu went to his residence. He gave her a way to contact him when he was in the abyss of hell. If the Honorable One returns, what will happen to the people here? Sima Yu asked. After I leave, there will naturally be someone else that will take over, you don't have to worry about their safety. But there may be a period of turmoil. Shi-Er-Mo answered, I've stayed here for too long, in the past I wanted to be in a place like this, but now I realize that I've trapped myself here for too long. Then when will you return? I'll wait till you leave. You've caused a big chaos here, and caused the death of so many people, so the Abyssal City will go through a big change. If I were to leave, the Abyssal City would turn upside down. Shi-Er-Mo, being a guardian, accepted the people's worship. Naturally, he had to think for them too. Cough cough. Sima Yu was a little embarrassed, she didn't want to be so outstanding, it was Lan He's fault for agitating her. Shi-Er-Mo took a glance at her, and the corners of his lips lifted into a smile. The way she looked now really resembled her mother. 10 days later, Sima Yu passed a thick book filled with recipes to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling took a look at the recipes and he was stunned. Master, how many recipes do you have in here? He thought that since he had learned from her for so long, with something new every day, he should have learnt almost every recipe. He didn't think that there would still be so much that he had not learnt. About a few hundred. Sima Yu said, there are some that I have already taught you, and some that I have yet to tell you. Those that I have yet to tell you are simpler, so you can just follow the steps in the recipe book. Xiao Ling understood. Because she could not be by his side to guide him, so she gave him all of her personal recipes. Master, thank you. He looked at her with gratitude. The recipe book felt unusually heavy in his hands. Although the time that we've spent together is not long, I hope that your ability to cook will be as good as your character. Yes, this disciple will obey Master's teachings. Xiao Ling gave her a big bow. Sima Yu nodded, satisfied. Master, the other time when I asked if you would go to the abyss of hell. You have yet to answer me. Xiao Ling said. I will. Sima Yu said, although I do not know when, I will be sure to go. Then I shall open a restaurant when I return, Master, you have to come visit. Xiao Ling felt motivated once again. A resultant must have good alcohol. Sima Yu passed another booklet to him. Xiao Ling took the booklet. Compared to the thick book of recipes, this book was much thinner. He did not ask what was inside but immediately opened it up to see. Seeing the content inside, he said emotionally, Master, are these your wine recipes? Yes. Sima Yu said, because of time constraint, I did not manage to write down a huge variety. But I think with your ability, you should have no problem learning from the examples given. With this idea, whenever he saw other types of spirit fruits, he would be able to use them to make wine too. Master, I will be sure to make wine that is as good as the ones in the book. Xiao Ling held on to the recipe and wine recipe books, and said excitedly. Alright, I'll be waiting. Hopefully the next time we meet, I'll be able to drink the wine that you've made. Sima Yu said while smiling. Rest assured, I will. Xiao Ling replied confidently. Although there is quite a bit of spirit energy in the recipe book, you cannot depend on it entirely. You will still need to cultivate. Sima Yu said, only if you live longer, will you be able to have more time to make delicious food. Xiao Ling was touched. There were also people who had told him before that it was useless to cook, so he shouldn't spend too much time on it. They even said that he was not engaged in honest work, and that he would regret it sooner or later. His parents saw that he was so dedicated to making dishes, and that his ability was growing very slowly, so they were very anxious. They wanted to stop him from continuing this path, so they threw him over to his uncle. Luckily his uncle did not care about him. He had more freedom here, so he opened a restaurant and made dishes every day without anyone nagging at him. All the while, he felt that he was doing this in order to pursue his dreams. Even if the growth of his ability was slow, he felt that there was no problem. Were humans not alive for the purpose of pursuing their dreams? So, he had never regretted his practices. However, her words made him feel empowered. All of his long-standing resistance to cultivation vanished. What the master said made sense. The higher your abilities, the longer you would be able to live, then, wouldn't he have more time to cook? By the looks of it, when he returned, he had to spend more time cultivating. Moreover, as long as he was willing to practice, his mother and the others would not disapprove of him cooking. Previously, he was still worried that he would need to go through a lot before he could open a restaurant, but now there was nothing to worry about. He took out a token and passed it to Sima Yu, saying, Master, take this token. When you go to the abyss of hell, you will be able to sidestep everyone and every object that has this logo. Sima Yu accepted it. Although she may not use it, the person giving it to her would feel like she accepted his good intentions. Speaking of which, she had kept many tokens like this one, but she had never used them. Xiao Ling sent them out of Abyssal City. As he watched them leave, he put aside all his sadness and returned to the city to find Shi Rmo. Shi Rmo had already settled everything in the city. He said he waited for them to leave to ensure the stability of the city, but it was actually just to prevent her from overthinking. Her daughter, he still wanted to keep her safe. Uncle, Master has left. Xiao Ling said. Alright, we shall leave as well. Shi Rmo took out a disc and inserted his spiritual energy. The disc started to glow and opened a passage in the middle of the space. After waiting for the passage to fully form, he kept the disc aside and walked in first. Xiao Ling followed and soon after, followed by their bodyguards. By the time the lights went out, all of their people had already left. The three pillars of the Abyssal City had just disbanded like this. Once Shi Rmo left, Su Wu and the others felt it immediately. Although they did not know the reason as to why he had left, their gut told him that it had something to do with Sima Yu. She really has messed up the Abyssal City. He sighed. But this had also given him a chance. There were no longer 3 pillars. In the future, there would only be 2 left to fight for power. And he needed to be faster. He had to snatch the first place. Once the winds changed and the Abyssal City changes, the people in the city would know just how big of an impact Sima Yu had left on them by coming here. Sima Yu rushed back from the Abyssal City to the imperial capital. Deja had already found out the whereabouts of Hai Mian. Sima Yu brought Leng Feng and the others back to the youthful palace, and very soon the news that Deja had come to find her reached her. When Leng Yun saw her own brother, she was so excited that she could not say anything at all. The others were also excited. They did not think that they could see each other again in this lifetime. Sima Yu let them have a good talk, then she went to her mother's study room with Deja. Deja looked at Sima Yu. Ever since the last time that she and Yuan Wan went to the ancient battlefield, he had not seen her all these years. How have you been in the hidden sect? He sat beside her and asked softly. Although he had washed up before coming over, Sima Yu could still smell the faint scent of blood. Everything's alright. Did you just finish with your matters? Yes. Deja still had some matters left undone, but they were not as important as seeing her. Seoul region is always ready to cause trouble, so you must have been very busy over the years, right? You're so busy yet you still want to help me with these matters. Sima Yu felt apologetic towards Deja. It is alright, I merely deployed some of my men. Deja felt that it was nothing. He was also very happy that she was relying on him. I came today to tell you about Hai Mian's whereabouts. Ghost Concubine has 2 important men by her side. One of them is Lan He, and the other one is Yu Hao. I think she wanted to give her to Lan He in the beginning, but he rejected it. So, in the end, Hai Mian ended up in Yu Hao's hands. The grandson, the royal prince, actually did something like using a cauldron. Sima Yu said angrily. Actually you should feel fortunate that she was sent to Yu Hao. If she went somewhere else, there probably would not be much news. Deja said. That is true. Only in a place like Yu Hao's would they have been able to get information easily. If she was in Lan He's place, they may not have been able to find her location at all. Moreover, if she was at Yu Hao's place, it would be much easier to take her away. Going against Yu Hao was much easier than going against an old rascal like Lan He. Do you need me to appear personally? Deja asked. No need, I can look for Yu Hao by myself. Sima Yu said, you are so busy every day, you don't have to personally get involved in such small matters. Deja laughed, why is it that I always look so busy to you? You don't have to hide it from me. I know grandfather is now in seclusion, and the ghost concubine is already running out of patience. The things happening in Soul region never end, and now it can be described as internal and external problems, and all the matters are all carried by you. I understand how much stress you are going through. Sima Yu felt sorry for Deja. There were so many things going on, but he was the only one who was handling them. Asking him to check on Ling Feng and Hai Mian's whereabouts was already adding to his problems, so how could she bear to ask him to ask for them back as well? Deja was indeed busy, and he knew her abilities, so he did not argue to take over the task. He nodded his head slightly, and said, if you need anything just let me know. I will. How long are you staying this time? After talking about proper business, Deja began to show concern about her plan. He did not want her to work so hard, but at the same time he wanted her to hurry and rescue little Ant. I don't think I will be staying for long. Sima Yu said, I have broken through the ranks and met grandfather's requirements. I have returned this time to save Hai Mian. More importantly, I want my grandfather to verify the authenticity of the North Cardinal Point Divine Seal, then inform me of the locations of the other 3 Cardinal Points Divine Seals. As long as I obtain the information I want, I will go look for the 4 Cardinal Points Divine Seal. Then you will be very busy later on. Deja said. He wanted to help to look for the 4 Cardinal Points Divine Seal, but his current situation was also in a terrible state. Such a big matter he really could not draw so many people out. Grandfather says that he knows the location of the other 3 Cardinal Point Divine Seals, so as long as we know the location, there should be no problems when going to retrieve them. Sima Yu said, now my biggest concern is the North Cardinal Point Divine Seal. As long as the North Cardinal Point Divine Seal is real, then the location of the other 3 Cardinal Point Divine Seals will be of use. If the North Cardinal Point Divine Seal is fake, there is no need to even consider the remaining 3 Cardinal Point Divine Seals. That North Cardinal Point Divine Seal has been lost for many years is something that I have also heard of before. Deja said, how did you obtain this North Cardinal Point Divine Seal? Fu Shi said that, when he came to the Ghost Realm, he landed in a quagmire, and he was even separated from his body by the Cardinal Point Divine Seal. Well, actually, his exact words were, I do not know what the masters are doing. They tossed me into such a place, making my whole body dirty with soil, and they even used this thing to separate my butt, almost splitting me into 4 pieces. When I go back, I definitely have to find them and talk to them about this. This. It's been missing for so long, yet it was found in a quagmire. This sounds too mysterious. DE said. The more mysterious it is, the higher the possibility. Sima Yu said, after all, it is something that has been lost for so long, it is possible for it to appear in any way. Mou said that the Cardinal Point Divine Seal can feel the presence of each other. Grandfather has the East Cardinal Point Divine Seal, so I will wait for grandfather to come out and let him verify it. Sima Yu said, is grandfather in a death seclusion? He should be. He hasn't come out in years, otherwise, the ghost concubine would not be so rampant. When Deja mentioned about the ghost concubine his tone became deeper. However, although grandfather has not come out, it does not mean that he is in a death seclusion. He will not meet with anyone else, but you can go and give it a try. Alright, after I rescue Hai Mian, I will go and give it a try. Sima Yu said. Alright. Tonight the youthful palace should be having a celebration. If you guys have nothing urgent to attend to, why don't you stay and celebrate together? Deja hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded his head in response. When night came, Shiyu and Leng Yun made many dishes while waiting for people to arrive. Hai Xing and Hai Shi also came out together. Knowing that they have taken care of Sima Yu for more than 20 years, and that they have been stripped away from their clan, the people in the youthful palace were all very nice to them. The celebrations lasted till late night. Although the palace gates were already closed, Deja still brought DE and left. NOVLB //JNN. Sima Yu let Shiyu and the others to pack up the leftovers, called upon Hai Xing and Hai Shi to follow her, and told the siblings the news about Hai Mian. Knowing that Hai Mian was in the palace, the siblings were very excited, but they understood that they were not able to make a move. If they acted rashly, they may lose their own lives instead of saving Hai Mian. They may even implicate their master. I will let the bees go and find Hai Mian's exact location. Once there is news, we will be able to rescue her immediately. Before there is definite news, you are not to do anything, do you understand? Sima Yu ordered the 2 of them. We understand. Hai Shi replied. Master, young Ant ended up in the hands of His Highness, Shi. Hai Xing bit her lips, unable to finish her question. However, Sima Yu understood what she meant, and she did not hide anything from her. Yu Hao has always had a hobby of torturing others, so I will get the bees to hurry. Thank you, master. The scarlet bees were very fast. It was only the evening of the 2nd day, and they had already brought back news of Hai Mian. Sima Yu marched off boldly as she led her people to Yu Hao's palace. When Yu Hao heard that Sima Yu had come, he had just gotten out of bed. He didn't even have time to pull up his pants when he heard news of her arrival. His hand trembled and his pants almost dropped down. He glared at the palace maid, saying with disbelief, who did you say was coming? Young Princess Sima Yu. The maid replied, I haven't even gone to look for her but she dares to come for me. Yu Hao cried out, no, wait, when did she come back? She returned yesterday. She just returned yesterday, so why is she coming to look for me? I haven't gone to bully anyone from the worthless youthful palace recently. Yu Hao was puzzled. He hadn't gone to provoke her, so why was she coming to look for him the moment she returned? Your Highness, the young princess said that she's waiting for you. She won't leave unless you go to meet her. The maid said, Your Highness, what should we? Don't I just have to meet her? I'll go then. This is my palace after all, why should I fear her? Yu Hao shook his pants and put on his belt, took a deep breath and tried to fill himself with courage to pretend that he wasn't afraid as he left. However, the courage that he managed to summon completely deflated when he saw Sima Yu. When he saw her, he thought of the lightning tribulation from back then. At that time, his grandmother had helped him to take on all the lightning calamities. However, even though she was so powerful, she had been injured by the lightning to such a degree. He had been dumbstruck when he saw her. He dared not imagine how he would have turned out if he had been the one struck instead, especially right now. When he saw her smiling at him, he recalled how she had smiled at him back then. Back then, she had smiled in the same way. It looked harmless, but it had hurt his grandmother to such a degree. As a result, he subconsciously took a step backwards and looked at her vigilantly. What do you want to do? Sima Yu was a little dizzy when she saw how exaggerated his reaction was. She merely wanted to come and greet him so that she could avoid conflict if possible. If he was willing to give Hai Mian to her, she would not need to fight him. However, seeing the way he was acting, why did it feel like she was doing something to him? She hadn't even done anything yet. Yu Hao saw that she wasn't speaking and thought back to that time, where she had also smiled without speaking. It scared him so much that he took 2 more steps backwards. Aren't you going to tell me why you have come here? Sima Yu knew that, after that incident, Yu Hao had been very restless. However, she didn't know that she had scared him so badly. The smile on her face deepened as she said, Cousin, you don't have to act this way. I haven't come here this time to fight. Then why have you come? Yu Hao didn't believe her. I have come to request a person from you. Sima Yu said, as long as you hand that person over to me, I really won't do a thing. Really? Of course. Who do you want? Hai Mian. Who did you say you wanted? Hai Mian, your cauldron. Sima Yu said. Impossible. Yu Hao immediately refused. He saw the smile on her face lessen considerably and she seemed to be angry, so he wavered. However, he still didn't agree. Hai Mian can help me cultivate. He is of no use to you. If you want a cauldron, you can get Deja to find a few men for you. Sima Yu's smile completely disappeared. She didn't speak either, merely looking at Yu Hao with a penetrative gaze. Yu Hao's hairs stood under her stare and he felt as if he was surrounded by electricity. He said weakly, really, she is a female cauldron. She is useless to you. You have to find a male one. I only want her. Sima Yu said, I know that she is with you. Do you agree or not? Yu Hao, you should think it through properly. I definitely will bring her away today. Right now, I'm speaking cordially to you because I do not wish to fight you. If you don't agree, then I have no choice but to take the initiative to take her away. Sima Yu hung a smile upon her lips again, but Yu Hao knew that she was already angry. Furthermore, she was definitely a woman of her word. If he didn't give the woman to her, she would probably destroy his palace. Don't be so anxious. He resisted the urge to flee outside and said to Sima Yu, actually, about that, it's not that I can't give her to you, but, she. Sima Yu saw how he was stumbling over his words and her heart fell. Hai Mian is dead. Not yet, not yet. Yu Hao hurriedly denied it as he glanced at Sima Yu carefully, but, she's almost. When Sima Yu saw Hai Mian, the person on the ground was already breathing out more air than she was taking in. About that, she was too disobedient, so I couldn't stop myself from teaching her a lesson. Yu Hao hid outside and explained in a tiny voice. Sima Yu guessed that this kind of situation would have happened long ago, so she was nor surprised. Hai Xing's eyes reddened behind her, and it was only with all her strength that she stopped herself from crying out. Take the person outside. Sima Yu waved her hands and Hai Shi stepped forwards, carrying Hai Mian, who had already lost consciousness. She was so light. The lady in front of her was so light. She really suffered so much all these years. Hai Shi's eyes reddened as he lowered her head, not allowing himself to look at Yu Hao. This way, he would be able to stop his murderous intent from pouring out. First bring her outside. Sima Yu said. Master? I will return in a moment. N/O/vel/B/forward/forwards. Hai Xing and Hai Shi hesitated for only one moment before they did as she said. This was the royal palace, and even the ghost concubine would not be able to harm her here. They brought Hai Mian back home so they could treat her superficial wounds first. Sima Yu walked in front of Yu Hao and said with a light smile, actually, if you think about it, we're cousins. I'm grateful to you for Hai Mian, and we're both adults here, so we can decide how to deal with this situation on our own, right? Yu Hao immediately understood what she meant as he patted his chest. Relax, grandmother will not interfere in this situation. I can relax since you've said this. I welcome you to the youthful palace anytime to play. Sima Yu patted Yu Hao's shoulder as she turned around to leave. Yu Hao stiffened the moment she touched his body. It was obvious that she had been gentle, but he felt an immense weight. He was really afraid that he would be struck into a pile of ashes if she slapped him. Your Highness, this person is someone that the Queen gave to you, but you just handed her over to her. If the Queen wants to find blame. Mo Lu said worriedly from behind him. So what? Since grandmother has given her to me, then I can do with her as I wish. You saw what happened earlier as well. Do we dare to do anything to her? What if she strikes this place in her anger? Yu Hao turned around and glared at him. Guys like you who can't see the situation clearly would not be able to save me even if you died. Is this situation over just like this, then? That was not like his usual character. Yu Hao also felt like he was acting differently this time, but they did not see her lightning tribulation with their own eyes. Of course they would not be able to understand how he felt. This demon was someone that he should keep as far away from him as possible. Sima Yu went back to Youthful Palace while Hai Xing helped Hai Mian to clean her wounds. Hai Mian's body was so full of injuries that Hai Xing cried while cleaning her wounds. When Sima Yu came back, she looked at her with reddened eyes like a child. It had been a while since Sima Yu had seen her like this. She walked over to check on Hai Mian's condition as she knew that Hai Xing had already given her pills. The only thing they could do now was to clean her superficial wounds. However, Shi Yu didn't know anything about medicines. And Hai Xing's hand kept trembling, so she didn't have any strength. She sighed and reached out to Hai Xing's hand and took the scissors from her. "Let me, you may leave," she ordered as she turned around to cut Hai Mian's clothes. "We'll go and prepare some warm water." Shi Yu responded and went out with Leng Yun. Hai Xing hesitated, but she stayed and watched quietly by the side. Sima Yu didn't mind her since Hai Xing was not affected. After cutting up Hai Mian's clothes, all the wounds on her body could be seen clearly. As she was going to apply the medication after cleaning her wound, she noticed something odd. Hai Xing, who could read her, knew what was happening when she saw her hesitation. "Master, did little aunt?" "No, it's nothing much, I just find these wounds a little odd." Sima Yu pointed to two of the wounds. "Look at these two wounds here, the marks are already faded, but I can tell that this was made by herself." "Little aunt hurt herself? Why?" Sima Yu checked Hai Mian's private area and the conclusion allowed her to sigh with relief. She is still a virgin. She told Hai Xing, she did this to herself so those disgusting men wouldn't touch her. Moreover, her power is not strong yet even if she doubled her cultivation, which is why she was able to. If she didn't do this, she couldn't come up with any reasons that she would be able to protect her virginity. "Little aunt." Hai Xing looked at Hai Mian with heartache. She was sad for her but rejoiced as well. If she didn't follow her master, she would end up like her little aunt and would have to protect herself the same way she did. This was only temporary. Once she had power, even disfiguring herself couldn't stop her desire for power. It was fortunate that little aunt met master at this time. In the future, she would be able to cultivate without any worries, and not be tied down by the desire for power while being afraid that their power would grow at the same time. Shi Yu came with warm water. Sima Yu poured some medicine in it and dipped the towel into the water as she carefully cleaned Hai Mian's body. "Young princess, leave it to me." Shi Yu wanted to replace her as she felt that Sima Yu's identity made it a little inappropriate for her to help Hai Mian. Hai Mian's body is full of injuries. You are not confident in dealing with the injuries and she will be in pain if you touch her wound. She would have let Shi Yu do it if she didn't notice the scars, but now she felt sorry as she was almost the same age as Hai Xing. Hai Mian was wrapped like a mummy after cleaning and bandaging the wounds as she opened her eyes in a daze. She couldn't see who was before her eyes, but she could see the gentleness from her face. It was so warm and gentle that she couldn't help but teared. She cried out weakly, "Mother." Sima Yu paused, then continued to tie the last knot. She wanted to say that she didn't have any daughters, but seeing Hai Mian's eyes, she swallowed her words as it became a soft and gentle comfort. "Don't worry, go to sleep, you'll feel better when you wake up." Maybe her voice was too gentle, or maybe it was that her existence gave a sense of security to others, as Hai Mian slowly fell asleep after listening to her voice. Hai Mian had a dream. She dreamt of seeing her mother again. The dream was more vivid than the last time. She dreamt about her clan members the other time. There was only sorrow in the dream, but this time she felt safe as if the past didn't happen. She hadn't experienced so much before her clan was destroyed. However, her mother's face slowly became a stranger's face. She didn't recognize this person, but she was gentle and that pair of pupils was identical to her mother's. So much so, that she couldn't tell if she dreamt of her own mother or dreamt of this stranger. She tried hard to take a good look at this person, but her vision became blurry. She extended her hand as she wanted to grab her but her hands were grabbed. She heard an anxious cry. Someone was calling her little aunt. Who would call her little aunt? She must be hallucinating. Hence, this was when she woke up from her dream. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a pair of worried eyes. "Little aunt, don't be afraid, I'm here." Hai Xing grabbed her hand as she comforted her. "Little aunt?" The voice and appellation was the same as the one in the dream. "You are Hai Xing?" Hai Mian looked at Hai Xing with hesitation. Even though Hai Xing had grown, she could vaguely tell it was her from the last time she saw her. However, she was afraid to acknowledge her after separating for so many years. "Little aunt, it's me." Hai Xing smiled with tears. "It's alright, it's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. Where is this place? Why am I here?" Hai Mian slowly recalled what happened. She remembered that she was being tortured by Yu Hao and sat up while grabbing Hai Xing's arm and said, "Were you captured too? Did they do anything to you?" "Little aunt, don't worry, this is Master's palace, it's not Yu Hao's place. You're already out of that place, I'm fine as well." Hai Xing grasped her hand tightly and comforted her. "Master's palace? Hai Xing, are you all ready?" "No, I'm fine." Hai Xing said. "How could that be?" Hai Mian didn't believe her. If she didn't give in, how did she manage to wear such bright and beautiful clothes and save her life? "Palace? Have you been captured into the palace as well? Which prince captured you here?" "Little aunt, this is young princess palace, not the prince's. My master is a young princess, not a prince." Hai Xing continued. "Hai Shi is here too, we're all fine." "A real princess?" Hai Mian still didn't believe it. "Yes, a real princess. You even grabbed master's arm and called her mother." Hai Xing said as she smiled. Hai Mian's mind blanked when she remembered that gentle face she saw. It was that woman? What exactly happened to you? I remembered you were being auctioned, why are you here? Don't be anxious, hear me out. Hai Xing told her about how they met Sima Yu and Hai Mian was relieved after knowing that Sima Yu really treated them well. They were living in better conditions than she was. Little aunt, master said if you're willing to stay with us, we will try our best to cultivate and destroy the ones who destroyed our clan. Hai Mian felt that all this was too unreal. She was being tortured before she fell unconscious, but now her life changed after she woke up. She didn't have to worry about the future or how others would try to take advantage of her, and she could even think about revenge. She looked at Hai Xing. Her eyes were filled with hatred, but there was even more hope. And that was something that she never dared to think about. The hope in Hai Xing's eyes was so contagious that she couldn't help but nod. Hai Xing, is your little aunt conscious? Yu walked in as she saw them talking, she smiled and said, I heard voices coming from the house and guessed that she's awake. It's a relief, you don't have to worry anymore. Little aunt, this is Aunt Yu. Hai Xing introduced Yu to Hai Mian, Aunt Yu and I have been taking turns to take care of you for this period of time. Thank you, Aunt Yu. Hai Mian wanted to get up to thank Yu but was stopped by Yu. Lie down, don't move about. The young princess said you'll have to lie down for a while in order to get better. Yu laughed at her. Although a nun didn't have any comments on virginity, Yu admired her for using this method to protect herself. Seeing Hai Xing's exhausted face, Yu said, you've been taking care of her for quite a while. Now that she's awake, you should take a rest. I'll keep a lookout for you. Ever since Hai Mian slipped into unconsciousness for 7 to 8 days, her mental state had been strained and didn't even take a rest. Hai Xing was tired. Now that Yu mentioned it, she spoke to Hai Mian and left. Sima Yu was staring blankly at river water of chaos. She put down the bottle when she saw her come in and asked, is she awake? Little aunt is awake, thank you master for rescuing her. There is a lot of rescuing that you'll have to thank me for. You can repay me slowly in the future. Sima Yu said. I'll definitely try my best to empower myself to repay my master. Hai Xing told Sima Yu as well as herself. Go and take a rest. Sima Yu didn't keep her any longer when she saw how tired she was. Hai Xing retreated as Leng Yun brought Dija in. This is the river water of chaos that you were talking about? Dija walked over and asked as he looked at the bottle in front of her. Yes. Sima Yu gave him the bottle as he took it and sensed it. I could feel the special power that it has. But can this be of use to grandfather? Regardless, the river water of chaos couldn't be compared to heaven's. Sima Yu wasn't confident of it either. I don't know if it's of use, I haven't seen grandfather after he went into seclusion, so I'm also not sure how he is right now. I can only say that it's better to have a solution than none. We can only hope so. Dija continued, there are some things that I'll need to handle at the border, I have to rush over. Don't wander around in the imperial capital. What happened at the Seoul region? Something happened to Suyu. His men were lost without a leader. I'll go and see if I can give a heads up to Xiao He, so he won't keep finding trouble with me. Dija didn't intend to hide it from her. Suyu? Sima Yu frowned. Seeing your expression, is something on your mind? Dija asked. You must have told you what happened in the Triangle District. Are you talking about the medicinal ingredient? You think there's a connection with what happened to Suyu? I'm not sure if there's any connection, but you can use it if that is what happened. Sima Yu smiled and said, oh, you can use that even if it's not. Dija laughed. It was a good idea, how did he not think of using it? Only this rascal here could come up with such sly ideas. What happened to Pure Snow Lotus was not spreaded yet, so those that went to look for trouble with him would only be those old rascals in Triangle District. With Xiao He's protection, those people didn't get any benefits either. The members of Triangle District could only be oppressive within their own area, since unregulated zones were only in Triangle District. Their statuses were not high enough when they got out. Xiao He, as Seoul Region's general, had many elites under him, it wouldn't be a problem to protect someone. But no one could be sure if he could protect Suyu well if all the old rascals from the continent went. When he thought of this, his depressed mood was lifted as he couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, I'll go back and discuss the details with them and rush over. Contact me if there's anything. Alright. Sima Yu said, take these. She passed an interspatial ring to Dija. What is this? Dija asked after he took it. Some pills. It's a spirit medicine that helps to recover the soul. Sima Yu continued, Soul Region's members are all good at dealing with souls, so these things are good for the soul. I've marked the grades of it, there are only a few of the top tier, don't give it away. She refined quite a few pills that helped with souls. She gave him some spirit fluid and some essence that Elder White gave. She had quite a bit of spirit fluid so she gave him more, but the essence from Elder White was for Dija to save his life. When Dija heard her mumbling about Elder White, Dija was astonished that she actually had the essence of spirit tree. But he was tactful enough not to ask anything and guaranteed that he would only use it to save his own life and left. Sima Yu was alone again and continued to study the river water of chaos. She always thought that the river water, as the origin of life, could be used in many unknown ways. If she could research it, she might be able to find out what use there was. After studying it for a while, she put the river water down and stared blankly at it again. Wu Lingyu had already left for a few days to contact the members of the Devil Realm. She knew something happened in Devil Realm but Wu Lingyu didn't tell her, so she didn't know how serious it was. She could feel that he was worrying about that side and she should let him go back to solve it. However, she couldn't bear to be separated from him for such a long time. What are you thinking? A familiar embrace made her come back to sense. Why are you back so quickly? Sima Yu leaned in his embrace. I came back after things were settled. Wu Lingyu continued, your eyebrows were creased so tightly just now, did something happen? Sima Yu turned around to face him as she placed her arms over his neck and said, Lingyu, you should go back to Devil Realm. You're going to avoid and chase me away? Wu Lingyu said as he pretended to be sad. No one is going to avoid you, I even long for you to be by my side always. Sima Yu pouted as she felt sad. She suddenly felt a little upset. The way she pursed her lips made Wu Lingyu's heart hurt. He stopped joking around with her, hugged her tighter, kissed her on her forehead, and said gently, don't be sad, I will not leave you. I'm not sad. Sima Yu said so, but her nose was still feeling a little sour. Being hugged by him so gently, her heart was no longer as strong as usual. Hee hee. Wu Lingyu laughed, leaned over and seized her lips, kissing her words and emotions away. After a long time, he released her. Seeing her red and swollen lips and blurred eyes, he laughed with satisfaction. Sima Yu looked at his smiling eyes, pinched him at his waist, and threatened, you're not allowed to laugh. I didn't laugh. Wu Lingyu denied. Humph. Sima Yu made a face and huffed, you didn't laugh? You just didn't laugh with any sound. Heaven and earth can be my witness, I really did not. Wu Lingyu carried her and sat on a stool, letting her sit on his thigh. I really didn't. Someone denied softly. It's all right, as long as I know it. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu did not argue about this any further. She put her hands around his neck, I was serious previously, you should return to the Devil Realm. No need, they are still able to cope with it now. Wu Lingyu was already hesitating initially. Seeing her state just now, he was even more unwilling to leave her. Other matters could be left for the others to do, but rest assured, I know my limits. If the situation really gets out of control, then I will return. Now it is not at that stage yet, so just let me accompany you more now. Wu Lingyu squeezed her face, when do I not analyze and act according to the situation? But there are not so many buts. You just need to believe that the people under me are not all useless. You can just handle your matters. She rested her head on his neck, smelling the familiar scent on his body, her anxious heart began to settle down. No matter how great other people thought she was, no matter how strong she usually thought she needed to be, she still wanted to rely on him. Even if he did not do anything at all, she still felt confident. Wu Lingyu felt that her emotions had settled down, so he turned his head to the side and kissed her on her forehead, his lips lifted, smiling faintly. In the later days, Sima Yu felt that Wu Lingyu got busier. He often disappeared for a few days, and when he returned, he would not stay for long before leaving again. She wanted to go together with Wu Lingyu, but he did not want her worrying about his matters. He only let her settle her own matters, so he would always leave alone. She decided to go look for the Ghost King, and save her mother Quickier, so she could follow him to the Devil Realm. This way he had no reason to reject her. She went to the place where the Ghost King was in seclusion. She did not think that she would meet someone that she had not met since she returned, the Ghost Concubine. Speaking of which, the last time she met the Ghost Concubine was the time where she defrauded Yu Hao. She was imprisoned for 3 days after being struck by lightning. It was said that she was in a difficult situation after coming out. However, she did not cause her any trouble. To be exact, she did not cause any trouble with her on the surface. At that time, everyone knew that she was not to be messed with. Secretly, though, the Ghost Concubine did many things, it was just that none of them had any effect. Ghost Concubine did not think that she would encounter Sima Yu here. She recalled how a few days ago, Hauer had just come to look for her, saying that he had passed the furnace to Sima Yu. He even asked her to not pursue the matter further. She was a little angry. Her grandson that she held so dearly to her heart, became so timid just by talking about Sima Yu. It was all her fault for scaring Hauer so much. She hid the intention to kill in her eyes, and said with a calm face, this is where the king is in seclusion, why have you come here? Of course, it is to look for grandfather. Sima Yu was even too lazy to bow to her. Anyway, both parties knew that they would not be able to make peace, so they did not do such formalities for show. The king is currently in a death seclusion, he will not meet you. Ghost Concubine said, you should leave quickly, don't interrupt the king's seclusion. Since this is the case, why has the queen come here? Sima Yu retaliated, I came to see if there is anything I can help the king with. The Ghost Concubine said, oh, I also came to see if there is anything I can help grandfather with. Sima Yu said, although my abilities are lower, grandfather's abilities are already at the highest, so you cannot simply help with just your abilities. Ghost Concubine looked at Sima Yu, narrowing both of her eyes. Sima Yu looked at her calmly, who was afraid of comparing looks. If the look in her eyes wasn't enough, she still had her age to make up for it. Ghost Concubine walked to her side, looked at her in disdain and laughed coldly, you think that as long as you find the king you will be alright? The things that you have done, I have remembered it all. You did not do anything. Sima Yu blinked her eyes innocently, did I do something that has made the queen angry? You know that I'm young and there are many things that I do not know, if there is anything that I have done wrong, may the queen point it out, I will be sure to change. Sima Yu's look was very pure. It was like she really did not know what she had done. After she finished talking, she even smiled at the Ghost Concubine. If she had the ability she should say it out, and let everyone know what she had done. She would see who was the one who would be embarrassed then. How could Ghost Concubine not see the teasing in her eyes? Just as Sima Yu thought, she did not dare to speak of those matters. Saying them out loud would only embarrass herself. Exactly. She was even angrier. She wanted to strangle this little wrench every minute and second. We shall see. Let's see how long you can be happy for. She was afraid that she would attack her if she continued, so she left after throwing down her threat. I will just let you be happy for now, anyway, you will not be happy for long. Yu bids the queen goodbye. Although Sima Yu said that she was sending the queen off, her body did not move at all. She watched ghost concubine leave, and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. The way that the ghost concubine looked at her was too unusual. She seemed to be certain about something, which made her feel a sense of uneasiness growing in her heart. She had to investigate proper. Young princess. The guard who had been quiet all this time suddenly spoke, breaking her train of thought. Is grandfather in a death seclusion? Sima Yu asked. Yes. The guard replied. However, before the king went into death seclusion he met with great Mou. The king said that, if the young princess has broken through the underworld paragon, she should look for Master Mou. Look for Mou? Yes, the king said that the answer that you are looking for is with Master Mou. Is Mou in the imperial capital? This subordinate does not know. How is grandfather's condition? After the king entered death seclusion, there has been no movement, so we do not know either. I understand. If there is any movement from grandfather, inform me immediately. Yes, young princess. The king has said before he went into seclusion, while he was not around, they only had to obey Sima Yu, so they would carry her orders out properly. Sima Yu went to the Mo's clan, which was the power of the imperial city. Mou had always stayed here, but he just happened to be away these few days. He did not know that she would return to imperial city at this time. The people in Mo clan told her that they would help her contact Mou, but as to when he would return, they did not dare to guarantee. Sima Yu knew that Mou's whereabouts were always changing and unconstant, so she did not force them for an answer. She only asked them to try their best. She then returned to the palace. Once she returned, Shiyu came to report to her, young princess, Hai Mian said that she wants to come and show her thanks to you, n/o/vel/b/in.c/. Hai Mian has recovered. Sima Yu just recalled that Hai Mian had already returned for quite a while. The first treatment done to Hai Mian was completed by her, but the treatments after that were all done by Hai Xing. When Hai Xing was in the spirit pagoda, she managed to pick up her medical and poison techniques very well. She is almost fully recovered, so she wants to come and thank you. Shiyu answered. Then let her in. Sima Yu felt that she had nothing to attend to, so why not meet this little lady? Shiyu went out to give an order and returned. She stood behind Sima Yu. Master, will you be letting Hai Mian stay? Do you have any suggestions? Sima Yu asked. This servant does not have any thoughts on this. I only feel that she is a good person. However, her identity is a little sensitive. After all, she is someone that was bought back by the ghost concubine. Moreover, she was also tortured by His Highness. Although now she is given to young princess, and he also did not say anything, but as long as Hai Mian appears in front of him, it will make him recall about the things that happened in the past. Shiyu voiced her opinions. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. So? This is this servant's personal opinion. Hai Mian can stay, but she cannot stay by the master's side, and she cannot stay in the palace. Shiyu said. Seeing you like that, you have thought of a good place for her already. Sima Yu smiled. Let me hear what you have to say. The general has a place that specializes in training people. As long as you can persevere, after you come out from training, you will be incredible. Shiyu said. Cousin's training camp? I heard that it is very strict there. Sima Yu said, although Hai Mian is also of similar physique, but her age is older than Hai Xing and the others by quite a bit, and being through so many things over the years, she does not have much ability. Will she be alright going to that place? They will make a plan according to her conditions, although it will be harsh, but as long as she has the will, she will be able to persist. I believe that she will be able to do it. Shiyu had more confidence towards Hai Mian. Actually, they discussed this way out together. Hai Xing and Hai Shi both felt that it was too dangerous for Hai Mian to stay in the palace. Staying by Sima Yu would also cause her troubles, so leaving the palace would be the best option. Going to Dija's place was Leng Feng's suggestion. The previous time when he interacted with Dijio and Shujio, they had talked a lot, so he knew about the Di's family army. This was why he suggested it. Hai Shi was not very supportive of the idea. He was worried, but the others thought that it was a good idea. Staying by Sima Yu's side and in the palace was not good. However, if she went out, it would be unsafe for her if she didn't have a strong place. Going to Dija's training camp was the best option. Hai Xing brought Hai Mian in. Hai Mian kneeled down to Sima Yu, knocked her head on the ground 3 times, saying, many thanks to young princess for saving me. You can get up. Sima Yu got her to stand up. Seeing you now, you seem to be recovering well. This way Hai Xing and the others need not worry so much. I know young princess saved me because of Hai Xing and the others. Hai Xing and the others have you as their master, they are definitely fortunate. Hai Mian felt fortunate for them, they did not have to experience what she did. I heard that you have already discussed with them. Are you sure about going to cousin's place? Sima Yu asked her. If the young princess permits, I want to go. Hai Mian said, if the young princess wants me to do something else, I am also willing to do so. She was not considered to be one of Sima Yu's men right now, but she would listen to Sima Yu's words. If you feel that you are able to persist, going there will be better. At least when you come out, you will have the ability to protect yourself. Sima Yu said, I will send my cousin a greeting, I will let them come and fetch you over later. Thank you, young princess. Hai Mian said gratefully. She wanted to go to Dija's training camp. Even after more than 20 years of hardship, she had also heard rumors about it. Devil-like training, excellent resources. As long as you were able to withstand it, you could become an expert. However, the process would take very long. That was why not many people could finish the training camp. Going to Cousin's place, you will be considered as one of Cousin's people. Sima Yu exhorted. She did not need many people. If she wanted Hai Mian to go over, she would need to consider Deja as her master. Hai Mian understands. She understood what Sima Yu's meant. She will be Deja's subordinate in the future. He was her only master, and only obeyed his words. She could not have two masters in her heart. Then you should have a good talk with Hai Xing and Hai Shi. You won't be able to see each other for a long time. Sima Yu said. Thank you, young princess. Hai Xing and Hai Mian went out, and Sima Yu got Shiyu to invite De to enter. De and De were Deja's butlers that were always by his side, managing all of his matters. Hence, when Deja left, he usually would not bring the two of them with him. De entered the palace, and Sima Yu explained Hai Mian's situation to him. De had never seen Hai Mian before, but he was the one who endured the investigations before. So, naturally he knew about Hai Mian's situation. Young princess, I will have no problem slotting her in, but the training there is very harsh. She's a girl. Will it be a good idea for her to go there? De said. Are you afraid that she cannot withstand the training? Sima Yu asked. Yes, even many men inside are unable to withstand it. De admitted. If you don't try, how would you know it won't work? Sima Yu said, maybe she will be able to withstand it. Since the young princess said so, then I shall bring her there. De answered. I have already spoken with her. When she goes over, she will be one of Cousin's people. Other than news involving life and death, she would not need to report to me in the future. Sima Yu said. News of death was only for Hai Xing and the others to know about Hai Mian's condition. De understood what she meant, and nodded his head. Sima Yu got Shiyu to bring Hai Mian over, and passed her over to De, and he brought her along and left. Hai Xing and Hai Shi sent them off. When the two of them came back, their eyes were a little red. The way she is now, she is already very fortunate. Shiyu comforted both of them. We understand. It's just we did not expect to separate so quickly. After reuniting for such a short while, it is a little sad. Hai Xing pursed his lips, making himself smile. Leng Yun came in from outside, gave a bow to Sima Yu, and said, Young princess, Lord Mo has come. Sima Yu was startled. She had only just returned from the Mo clan. It was only the next moment and he had come over. This was a little too quick. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Nov. When Mo came in, his body had a faint scent of blood. Sima Yu scanned him. She did not see any injuries, so she knew he was still in a good condition. The last time that Deja came, he was also filled with a bloody scent. This time he also had the same scent. Everyone smelled of blood. It looked like the ghost realm had not been peaceful recently. You just fought with someone? She asked. Yes. Mo did not say much. Someone that was able to make him make a move meant that their status must be high. She wondered if it was someone who served under Ghost Concubine. You've broken through the Underworld Paragon rank? He asked. Sima Yu released the Underworld power in her body. It had indeed exceeded the Underworld Paragon. Mo nodded his head, and said, let's go. Where to? To your grandfather's bedroom. The two of them reached the Ghost King's bedroom. The guards had received orders before that if Mo and Sima Yu came together, no one was to stop them. The two of them entered the bedroom. Mo went to the wall at the back and pressed on one of the stones. The stone bounced inwards, then bounced out. An open-work design. The outer appearance looked similar to other stones, but it had a box on the inside. Mo removed the enchantment that was outside, took the box out, and passed it to Sima Yu. This box can only be opened with your aura. Sima Yu knew about these types of restrictions. She took the box over and released her aura. The restriction which was on the lock disappeared. She opened it, and inside was a cardinal point divine seal that looked like the North Cardinal Point divine seal. Under the Cardinal Point divine seal was engraved with the word East. The East Cardinal Point divine seal. Sima Yu picked up the Cardinal Point divine seal and took out the North Cardinal Point divine seal. She placed the two Cardinal Point divine seals side by side. They looked the same. If the North Cardinal Point divine seal was not so eroded by wind, frost and mud, just looking at the appearance would make it hard to differentiate them. By the looks of it, it seems like the North Cardinal Point divine seal may be the real one. Sima Yu said, how do we verify it? The king said that it was simple. Release the underground power of the two Cardinal Point divine seals at the same time. If it is the authentic one, there will be attraction between the two of them. Mo took the East Cardinal Point divine seal, and inserted underground power into each of the Cardinal Point divine seals. Both of the Cardinal Point divine seals emitted faint white and green rays. The two rays of light intertwined together. It was obviously two different kinds of rays, but when both rays intertwined with one another, you were unable to distinguish them. They completely integrated with one another. Mo stopped inserting his spiritual energy. Sima Yu stopped too. Both of the Cardinal Point divine seals dimmed down, but the rays of light that were intertwined in the air still remained for a while before dispersing. Now you can relax. Mo said. Sima Yu laughed. Previously, when she knew that the locations of the cardinal point divine seals were unknown, she was indeed worried. Although she had the north cardinal point divine seal in her hands, she dared not to think about it. If it was not authentic, what was she supposed to do? Luckily, it was authentic. Grandfather had the east cardinal point divine seal, but he did not tell me. Sima Yu sighed. So, grandfather has gotten you to tell me about the other matters regarding the cardinal point divine seals? The west cardinal point divine seal is in the hands of Qing Han, while the south cardinal point divine seal is located in the abyssal of hell in the hands of the ruler. Mou said, if you want to get the other two cardinal point divine seals, it will be more difficult than you think. Sima Yu understood. Even without mentioning the commotion in the abyssal of hell, even with just Qing Han, wanting to get it would also not be easy. Just thinking about the things that Qing Han had done to mother, wanting to obtain the west cardinal point divine seal, would be as hard as reaching for the sky. However, even if it was this difficult, she also had no other choice. She could only proceed head on. She was not sure if she could just snatch it over forcefully. Qing Han has experts all around him. His personal abilities are also very strong. If you want to rob him, why don't you just think about how you want to die? Mou dealt her a blow. We can't do it forcefully, so it looks like we can only get it through our intelligence. Sima Yu said, it looks like we will have to go to the Soul region to understand the situation better. The West Cardinal Point Divine Seal was in the abyssal of hell. She would only go after settling things with Qing Han. This way, she could get the Cardinal Point Divine Seals and save her mother. Qing Han prioritizes profits. Perhaps you can start with this point. Mou reminded her, when you go, you can even ask Yenya and Fei Yi for help. Alright, I will consider it. Sima Yu nodded her head. When there is a need, you can utilize the people that are by your side. They follow you, and it should not be that they just follow you every day and do nothing. Mou said. Sima Yu knew that he was talking about Black Shadow and the others. What he meant was that if there was a need, she could borrow the underworld realm's power. Although she did not think of looking for Huan before, but if there was really no choice in the end, she would not reject this backup route either. She kept away the two Cardinal Point Divine Seals and left the Ghost King's bedroom with Mou. Seeing the Ghost Concubine's palace from afar, Sima Yu began telling him about her encounter with the Ghost Concubine. I keep getting the feeling that her gaze was a little weird, but I just can't seem to put it into words. Sima Yu said. The Ghost Concubine's actions have been big recently. Many feudal kings have also had troubles with her, so there has been a lot of stress on your elder cousin's stress. If it was not because of how the Ghost Concubine is behaving, I would follow you to the Soul region. It is all because grandfather is in seclusion, which allows them to think that they have an opportunity. Sima Yu said, they probably think that grandfather only wants to give it a try, and that there will not be any results, so they want to take the chance when he is in seclusion to do some small actions. When grandfather comes out, everything will be settled. Anyway, he cannot level up any further. It looks like you have a lot of confidence in your grandfather. Of course. Sima Yu laughed. If this solution had no effects, the Ghost King would not have gone into seclusion for more than 20 years. The longer that he stayed inside, the higher chance of his success. He is going to need to fight against heaven. I know. But nobody said that the heavens cannot be confronted. As long as you find the correct method. Sima Yu said, if grandfather succeeds this time, then I will tell you the method, if he doesn't succeed, then I don't want to say it and give you false hopes. Sima Yu said. Alright, Mou also hoped that the Ghost King's method was effective, this way he could continue to climb upwards. Being alive, it was the scariest when one felt like they were unable to improve anymore, making them not wanting to work hard anymore. Mou sent her back to the youthful palace. Before he left, he asked her when she planned to leave. She said she wanted to wait for Wu Lingyu to return first, and she also wanted to understand Qing Han's information better. Facing such a strong opponent, she needed to understand his conditions first, then come out with a decision. After hearing this, Mou only said that he may not be in the imperial capital, and that she need not notify him when she was leaving. In any case, he would not be sending her off. Then he left. Sima Yu's lips twitched. She wanted to tell him not to think too highly of himself, as she would not have told him anyway. However, before she could say it, he had already disappeared. Forget it, she was feeling good today, so there was no need to be calculative with him. I'm in such a good mood. It looks like the North Cardinal Point Divine Seal really was authentic. Fu Shi leaned under the cloister, and pouted. Looks like I won't be able to take it back to hammer the walnuts anymore. Sima Yu laughed. Fu Shi wanted to ask her where the remaining ones were, but this was not the time. You have guests, they are waiting for you inside. She was taken aback by the people who were waiting inside, but she was also surprised at the same time. Yu, we finally get to meet you. You rascal, your whereabouts are always a mystery, and every time we return, you are not in the imperial capital. The first thing that caught her eye was the touch of pink. Someone who was able to walk around in this pink, apart from Lang Yu, she had not encountered another one in the ghost realm. The good thing was that he was able to distinguish how to behave differently to the different genders, so when he reached in front of her, he did not continue to pounce on her. But she only realized when she walked past him, that it was not because he knew where to draw the line. It was because Yushi held onto the hem of his shirt, so he could not jump forward. Seated beside Yushi was Murong Hui. When Murong Hui saw her enter, he had a smile on his face. Father, uncle, why did you guys come? Sima Yu smiled as she walked over. We heard that you have returned, and we were not far away, so we decided to drop by and take a look. Murong Hui said. Actually, what he meant by not far was considered rather far away. But for the sake of getting to see her, this trip was worth it. Ever since she had left from Sheep City, it had been many years since they saw her. Hearing the news of her return, he wanted to come immediately. It just so happened that Yushi and Lang Yu were also there, so he followed them and came together. Father, I'm sorry, I didn't go to see you all these years. Sima Yu looked at Murong Hui guiltily. Don't say it like that. We all know that you've been through many things throughout the past few years. It's already great to be able to see you now. Murong Hui laughed. The previous time where you went to the battlefield was too scary. Next time, don't do such dangerous things anymore. If anything happens, just let them deal with it. How did you guys know about the battlefield? Sima Yu asked in surprise. You've been missing for so many years, so we were very worried about you, and we didn't know how to look for you, so we went to look for General D. General D told us about what happened to you. He even said that you had already gone to the hidden sect to study. Murong Hui said. Yu, I heard that once you've entered the hidden sect, you will not be able to leave until you can be a master yourself. You've only entered that place for slightly more than 20 years, have you already passed the apprenticeship examination? Lang Yu asked. You already know that they have such a rule, so now that you've seen me, it naturally means that I have passed the examination. Sima Yu replied. You were able to become a master in such a short time, you are truly incredible. Lang Yu said emotionally. Actually, he had also come from the hidden sect, so he knew that the hidden sect's examinations would not vary due to one's status. There was a standard, and you could only become a master if you managed to reach the standard. Seeing that Sima Yu was able to come out, she must have been above the standard. When you entered just now, it seemed like you were in a good mood. Did something good happen to you? Yushi asked her. Something rather decent really did happen recently. Sima Yu said, to be precise, the thing that had been buried in my heart has received confirmation. I now know which path I should take in the future. Sima Yu was surprised. How did you know? Seeing you this way, I know I have not guessed it wrongly. The North Cardinal Point Divine Seal must have been found, right? Yushi said. Sima Yu was more than just surprised now. He even knew about the North Cardinal Point Divine Seal. I heard the king talking about it once. Yushi explained. Sima Yu looked deeply into his eyes. She knew that his status in grandfather's heart was not low at all. The North Cardinal Point Divine Seal has been missing for so many years. The fact that you could actually find it means that this thing should be yours. Lang Yu has always known that she had good luck. Seeing it now, it really looked like it was not bad. You are all right. It is indeed about the North Cardinal Point Divine Seal. Sima Yu said, previously, I was afraid that what I had was fake. Now, I have verified that it is authentic, so I am in a good mood. That's good. They talked for a long time. Sima Yu asked them about the ghost concubine situation, and Yushi told her in detail. After hearing about the specific details, she then knew how much stress Deja was under. Luckily, the Ghost King's people were willing to listen to his assignments. Otherwise, Ghost Concubine would have succeeded long ago. They talked from noon till night. Sima Yu asked them to stay for dinner, then sent them off afterwards. Murong Hui wanted to stay and talk to her, but they needed to rush back overnight, so he had to leave. Sima Yu thought of Ting Shan and Ting Shui. Shi had previously followed her orders to bring the two into the palace. But because she was not around, the two were not used to staying in the palace, and went out again in the end. The second day, De sent Qing Hun's information over. He also sent along some other important people's information. They had always been dealing with people in the Seoul region, so they had a deeper understanding about them as compared to others. Seeing the thick stack of information, she felt that she would spend a long time before she could finish reading them. After a few days, Wu Lingyu had returned. She had also understood Qing Hun's situation better. Sima Yu took the North and East Cardinal Point Divine Seal out to show him, and even showed him the attraction between the two. The timing is perfect. I am also almost done handling my matters there. We can depart any time to go to the Seoul region. He had been away for 20 days between the previous time he left and now, and he had been handling these matters the whole time. The Devil Realm situation was still not optimistic, but the current crisis has been temporarily relieved. This way, he could accompany her with ease. No matter what, he insisted on accompanying her. Dealing with Qing Hun and the person in the abyss of hell were not easy tasks. If anything happened to her, how would he be able to accept it? Other than this, he also had other selfish interests. If he accompanied her to rescue his future mother-in-law, then he could pass the mother-in-law stage more easily. Sima Yu knew what he was thinking, and laughed. Did he not know that mothers had always been much easier to deal with than fathers? Just when they were about to leave for the Seoul region, they suddenly realized that Fu Shi had disappeared. Furthermore, he had already been missing for a few days. Sima Yu had to study the Seoul region's information, so she did not pay much attention to him. When she asked Shi Yu and the others, they said that they did not see him. He has not come back since leaving the palace a few days ago. Shi was a little worried. Master, you don't think he would have been captured by someone, right? Sima Yu felt that it was possible. Thinking about the ghost concubine's weird expression previously, the more she felt that it was possible, Fu Shi could have been captured by the ghost concubine's people. We will go investigate now. Hai Xing said. Fu Shi had disappeared for so many days, and they all thought he had gone out to play because he was curious about the imperial capital. They did not think that they would lose contact with him. If he really ended up in the hands of the ghost concubine, they were afraid that it was already too late. She was very worried and immediately dispatched everyone in the youth palace to search. She even asked Di's people to help search for him. After a round of searching, they finally received a little news. They now knew that he was abducted on the main road in public. Sima Yu felt relieved after hearing that. Ghost concubine wouldn't capture someone in such an obvious manner. Sima Yu said. That wasn't her style, as she always did bad things in secret. Just like how she had tried to attack her in the dark, those methods would never be exposed to light. Fu Shi had the mythical dragon order as well, and she would lay even lower before she managed to obtain it. Who would capture Fu Shi if not the ghost concubine? Hai Xing questioned. We won't be able to find out. Sima Yu continued, all in all, they didn't come for the mythical dragon order. If it wasn't for the mythical dragon order, then they must be here for him. He didn't even resist, which showed that he knew most of them. Could they be from up there? Maybe. Sima Yu released the scarlet bees and got them to locate Fu Shi. Fu Shi was gloomy and angry as he sat beside the pond while the other two were talking. There was a black and a white elder who looked identical. The only way to differentiate them was by their clothes. Both of them walked over after their discussion and said, Little Shi, you can't change our decision no matter how angry you are. I told you guys that I want to stay here and I don't want to go back. You can go back yourself if you want to. Fu Shi said angrily. You are an ungrateful brat. Do you know how many miles we've walked and how many tides we pulled through to find you, and you still don't want to go back with us? The white-clothed elder extended his hand as he poked Fu Shi's head. I didn't ask you to come. Fu Shi groaned. If your great master, second master and third master didn't request that of us, I'd rather stay at home and eat delicious food and drink hard liquor. Do you think we wanted to come here? White-clothed elder poked his head even harder. Then you should go back and tell them that you can't find me. Fu Shi continued, how did you recognize me when I'm all grown up? And, after all, he was happy when he saw the fourth and fifth master on the streets, as he hadn't seen them for so many years. However, he became unhappy after knowing that they were here to bring him back. These old bastards took him away from the streets after he said he wasn't going back. They stopped here only when he acted up and threw a tantrum, as they dragged him for so many days just to bring him back. Sima Yu and the rest didn't look for him after he was out for so many days. Was it because they didn't care about him anymore? He felt terrible just at the thought of it. You've always been like that, nothing has changed even after you've grown up. The white-robed master snorted. Is Sima Yu that good? The black-robed master asked. Yes, she's very good, she saved my life and even tempered my body. She also protected me when she knew many people were after me. Fu Shi said. Little brat, I don't see that you're grateful to us when we've protected you for so many years. The white-robed master was angered to death as he felt he raised someone that had no conscience. If they are as good as you said, why didn't they look for you after you left for so many days? Are they unconcerned with your safety, or they didn't even notice that you're missing? The black-robed master pierced him with that remark. It's not like what you said, she's been very busy recently that it's normal that she doesn't see me often. She will definitely come and look for me if she realizes that I'm missing. Fu Shi defended Sima Yu. Don't think so nicely of others, why do you still think that way when you've seen so many things? The white-robed master didn't believe that Sima Yu would be so nice to him. Why does it seem that you've become more naive after being here for 20 over years? Was this naivety? Fu Shi shook his head, Master, you haven't communicated with her before, so you don't know what she is like. She's really different from others. Oh. They were surprised. When did this little brat learn how to defend someone? While he was up there, it was considered good enough that he didn't mess with somebody, more so to defend others. Was she that good, or was he brainwashed? No matter how good she is, she's just a member of this realm. The black-robed master continued, she can't go up and you can't stay here forever. What's the point of you staying here even for a few more days? They would be separated sooner or later, why hold on to those few days? No, she will go up. Fu Shi said firmly, she's the 9th Underworld clan's young sovereign and the contract owner of Vermilion Bird. No matter how you see it, she'll go up to Divine Realm. She's the 9th Underworld clan's young sovereign? The 9th Underworld clan has always been resistant to lightning, and she actually has her own lightning, this is marvelous. Even so, it'll take her a long while before she can go up. You can't possibly wait for her for hundreds and thousands of years here. Also, what position are you in to wait for her? Fu Shi stuttered with a gloomy mood. Master was right, what position was he in to wait for her? She already had someone and there was no place for him. They both looked at each other, did this brat fall for her? It would be hard to bring him back if that was the case. They weren't sure how he would rebel against them given his stubborn nature. Do you want to snatch her back? The black-robed master asked. Fu Shi shook his head. He might have thought about that if he didn't follow her for so long. But in the slightly more than 20 years that he had witnessed her relationship with Wu Lingyu, he knew what she was like. Even if he forcefully brought her away, he wouldn't be able to bring her heart and soul away. Would she still be her if there was no heart and soul? I guess there's no hope. The white-robed master patted Fu Shi on the shoulder sympathetically, but Fu Shi saw rejoice on his face. Even so, I'm staying. Fu Shi was firm on his decision, he had to guard her. What would happen if she didn't go up in the future? Or what if she took so long that she forgot about him? You can't get her and can't bear to let her go at the same time. I thought you'd be different from your father, but you have your father's blood indeed. The black-robed master sighed, you know that she would go to the divine realm and that the situation up there isn't good. That very year with 4 great divine beasts, how dangerous would it be by the time she goes up? You can't do anything with her here, why don't you go back and upgrade yourself? So that when she goes up, you'll be able to give her the best protection to your ability. Fourth master is right, what can you do by staying with her? You won't be able to protect her when she goes up if you have no power. The white-robed master poked on his wound, also, others will definitely not let you go if they know you have the power of mythical dragon. We can protect you on top, but what about here? Do you want to put her in danger? Have you thought about what would happen if others learned about the existence of Vermilion Bird? Fu Shi's words were stuck in his throat. He felt that his heart was suddenly eroded with sadness. He really couldn't stay by her side. He lived the past few years so freely that he forgot about his own identity and forgot about the great four divine beasts chase. If it wasn't for his identity and his bad condition, he would have been killed long ago. If they knew about the existence of Vermilion Bird, Sima Yu would be in danger. He couldn't risk her being in danger just because of his selfishness. Master was right, she would definitely be in danger if she went up, so he might as well go back to make a good environment for her instead of waiting for her to go up together. But he still felt bad. He was exactly the same when Sima Yu found him. He looked like he had taken a huge blow. They both stood by his side not knowing what to say. He wasn't injured. Sima Yu felt relieved. Fu Shi's saddened eyes brightened up when he saw Sima Yu walking over. Yu, how did you find me? I came to look for you after finding out that you were missing. Fu Shi, who are these two? Hai Shi asked, did they hurt you? They're my third and fourth master. Fu Shi introduced, Master, this is Yu, Hai Xing and Hai Shi. Both masters looked at Sima Yu. Her temperament was indeed better than the women in their clan. Thank you for saving little Shi, I hope he didn't give you much trouble. So it turns out to be Fu Shi's master. Sima Yu greeted them lightly, Fu Shi, you should have told us that your masters were here, so we wouldn't get worried. I'm sorry, things happened too suddenly. Fu Shi lowered his head, hiding the emotion in his eyes. He did it on purpose. He wanted to see if she would care if he was missing. He was a little disappointed when she wasn't here, and he defended her from masters, saying that she was busy, but he was a little sad. Now that he saw him, he was sure that he had a place in her heart. I'm glad that you're fine. Sima Yu said, we're heading to Seoul region, are you coming with us? I have to go back. Fu Shi continued, masters came here to fetch me N/O. Sima Yu wasn't surprised, she could guess it when she saw his masters. Alright, you should go back and have a look since you've been here for so long. She had to go to the Seoul region as the situation there was complicated and dangerous. If he went with her, she would have to be mindful of his safety as well. Fu Shi started to feel sad again seeing that she was not reluctant. He tried to laugh, I've told you before how to go there, so you will be able to get to our forces range using the method I told you. You have to get there fast. I'll be waiting for you there. Alright. Sima Yu responded. I'll definitely be more powerful when you're there, it'll be my turn to protect you then. Wu Lingyu raised his eyebrow, did she even need his protection? The little rascal must be scheming something. Fu Shi smiled naively to him, someone was provoked. Sima Yu acted like she didn't see it. She took out a bunch of gifts for Fu Shi and nagged him before he left with his masters. Let's make a move. She left in the opposite direction with the rest, not knowing that Fu Shi was standing on the ground looking at her shadows as she left. Let's go. The white-robed master sighed, feeling sorry for this little rascal. Although they didn't talk for long, they could see that she was an outstanding person and she was truly nice to Fu Shi without any ill intentions. Sadly, the man by her side wasn't ordinary. Everyone would be able to tell that no one could come in between them from how she looked at him. The black-robed master took out a top-grade boundary breaker talisman and wrapped them up with a blow of spirit power, then 3 of them disappeared. It was not sure how long it would be before they would be able to meet again. Sima Yu and the rest were heading to Seoul region. As Deja was in the Immortal Hex Mountain, they intended to go to the Seoul region from Immortal Hex Mountain. Deja wasn't worried about her safety as she had a lot of hidden trump cards. Sima Yu dragged him along with Wu Lingyu. The 3 of them talked for quite a while in the room with their faces full of smiles when they came out. Di Lu said he felt that someone was going to be out of luck. Before they left, Sima Yu kept Hai Xing and Hai Shi into the Spirit Pagoda so only Wu Lingyu and her went to Seoul region. They went there in disguise in order to stay low profile. Seoul region was 6 months away from Immortal Hack City with a barrier in between them. It wouldn't be easy for members of Ghost Realm to go over to Seoul region and wouldn't be easy for members of Seoul region to go over to Ghost Realm. However, it was easy for the soul body to go to the Seoul region by Ghost Realm. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were both soul bodies. In order to pass this barrier, they just needed to become soul bodies. Both of them flew through the barrier easily without any obstacle. It's so easy to go back for the members of Seoul region. Sima Yu sighed. It won't be easy to go over. Wu Lingyu continued, according to the map that your cousin gave us, the nearest city should be 2 months away. We have to get there by flying beasts. Midnight City. I wonder if there's only midnight there. Sima Yu laughed as she called out Halcyon as they flew towards Midnight City. They reached Midnight City 2 months later. They hadn't met anyone along the way, but the city was lively. Seoul region and Ghost Realm was different, it was more relaxed. Ghost Realm would check if anyone wanted to enter, in order to prevent Seoul region's members from going in. But Seoul region didn't need to because Soul Clan could cultivate into bodies, but Ghost Clan members couldn't transform into the Soul Clan. So as long as they had soul bodies, they would be able to pass through without a hiccup. If we use the transportation array to go to the imperial capital of the Seoul region, we'll be interrogated about our identity. Wu Lingyu said. Needless to say, Seoul region is stricter. This showed that Qing Hun focused on these. Sima Yu sighed while looking at the bustling city. Qing Hun always eyed the Ghost Realm as he wanted to expand the territory and even thought of ruling Ghost Realm. He was indeed better than grandfather on this point. At least he didn't have an internal disorder like Ghost Concubine. Do we go there now or do we stay here for 2 days? Let's stay for 2 days. We just got to the Soul region, so we should learn about the difference between the livelihood of Soul clan and Ghost clan. Sima Yu said. They went to look for an inn. They chose the simplest room as they were being low profile. While the butler brought them up, Sima Yu brushed past a bearded man. The bearded man kept his eyes on Sima Yu as she went up, and his eyes shone. Sima Yu had a tour around the Midnight City and couldn't get used to the souls that were floating around. Even though she was one herself. There was not any tea house nor restaurant, as those who didn't have a physical body wouldn't be able to consume anything. However, there were many other stores, especially for Sima Yu and Wuling Yu suppressed their power, so they didn't look conspicuous, and no one would greet them even if they went to the store. They looked around, and when they came back to the inn, they noticed that someone had gone into their room. Everything in the room looked the same, but Sima Yu was sensitive about these things. Moreover, the room had another faint smell. Wuling Yu opened the windows for the smell to dissipate. This smells familiar, I've smelled it somewhere before. Sima Yu recalled someone whose face was hidden behind a beard. It seems like someone has taken interest in us. Not in us, in you. Wuling Yu continued, my soul doesn't have such an alluring smell. Sima Yu shrugged her shoulders, are you blaming me? Her soul had an alluring smell. She knew it when she met you in the Immortal Lands. While in the Ghost Realm, some of them ate souls as food, but no one dared to attack her as she was strong and had high position. Now that they were in the Soul region, special souls would attract attention. Even if she suppressed her power and aura, her smell would still be picked up by some special others with a special nose. She already thought that someone would be interested in her soul, it was just that she didn't expect it would be this fast. This was just a city at the border, it would attract a lot more if they went deep into the inner Soul region. Buzz buzz buzz. A noise echoed from outside the city, which interrupted both of them. They looked out the window and saw that everyone was rushing towards the outside of the city. What happened? Everyone looks excited. Sima Yu looked at the crowd below. Let's go and take a look. The noises kept coming, and she noticed that the longer it was, the more excited the others were. Outside the city, Sima Yu finally knew why they were so excited. Many faint shadows emerged on a huge ground. Wuling Yu and Sima Yu exchanged glances as this was the first time they experienced this. These souls were confused as they hadn't realized where they were. Sima Yu noticed many people were swallowing their saliva as they stared at these souls with brightened eyes. Where is this? Who are we? I. Hundreds of souls were standing on the ground, not knowing where they were or who they were. When they wanted to escape, a group of troops ran over and surrounded them. Who are you? What do you want? Don't hurt us. Let us go. The troops didn't listen to them as the head of the troop shouted, test their skills. A few of them stood out from the troop and went to the plain ground, holding a blood-red stone as they stood close to the souls and put the testing stones into their body. They screeched in pain when their body was penetrated with an arm along with the stone. Some of the weaker souls disappeared into smoke as they couldn't bear the force. And as for those who could bear the strength, the testing stone changed color when it entered their body. The lowest grade would shine with a red light. The stronger the soul power, the lighter the color would be. There were a total of 7 grades. Based on the discussion of the crowd, it seemed like the strongest one would turn the testing stone white. However, none of them possessed such a talent. After the testing was done, the souls that changed the testing stone in 4 grades were taken away by the soldiers, leaving 70 to 80% of the souls not knowing what to do. Sima Yu noticed that the eyes of the crowd became fanatical and pulled Wuling Yu away. Some of them caught the souls, then used underworld power to suppress them into a small ball and ate them. Sima Yu was disgusted. It was no wonder these people were so excited hearing that sound, so it turned out that they already had this intention. Wuling Yu and her watched as they stood far away and went back to the city. That man with the beard. TSK, they are so silly, why would they miss out on such a delicious soul just to fight for those fresh souls? The man with the beard laughed viciously and drooled while looking at her. It's you. Sima Yu looked at him with no surprise at all. But she was disgusted at the thought that this kind of person went into her room before. I must ask the butler to give me a new and clean room when I get back. Her lips curled into a cold smile. You followed us from within the city to outside the city, and then followed us here. You can't hold it in anymore. You knew long ago that I've been following you. Man with the beard's heart slightly sunk. Did you come here on purpose? You're not that stupid. Sima Yu continued. I didn't think that you would follow us here so easily. How did you notice me? The man with the beard was in disbelief. His concealing skills were always good. How did he get found out? I can smell your stench from hundreds of miles away. We wouldn't have been able to mingle in the Soul region if we didn't notice you. Sima Yu sneered. How dare you think of taking advantage of me? You'll have to face death then. The man with the beard was astonished that Sima Yu was sensitive to smells, but he still didn't think that she would be powerful. How powerful could a soul be when they didn't even have a body? That was why he didn't take it to heart, and even hallucinated that he could eat Sima Yu to upgrade his power. Pressure. He looked at Sima Yu and Wuling Yu with absolute shock. He didn't think that they would be so powerful. He felt as if he heard the calling of death as he watched both of them walk over slowly. This man with a beard was not someone incredible, so Wuling Yu casually used a skill to deal with him. Sima Yu had already probed his memories before he dissipated. She originally only wanted to be a newcomer, however, after taking a look at their memories, she pretty much understood what happened here. After she probed his memories, she felt that it was fortunate that she had done so. What good information did you get? Wuling Yu could tell if she was happy or unhappy just by seeing the corners of her eyes. I know where the first prey is located. The corner of Sima Yu's eyes lifted, and the unhappiness that was caused by the man with the beard had also scattered by a lot. So lucky? Wu Lingyu raised his eyebrows. I think so too, this luck really isn't bad. Sima Yu went over and held onto his arm. When we go back, let's tell the shopkeeper to change our rooms. We will visit the next stop, Happiness City, in the next 2 days. Alright. Happiness City was not far from Midnight City, but their ranks were vastly different. The Midnight City was only a border city, but the Happiness City was a core city. However, the people who were living in the Happiness City were not happy at all. They had to pay a lot of taxes, and they also had forced labor. If anyone dared to escape, they would receive very heavy punishments after being caught. Not many would survive the heavy punishments. Also, those who wanted to enter the city would have to pay a large sum of entry fee to the city. Anyway, in the words of the locals, the city lord of Happiness City only had eyes for money. Despite that, the amount of people who wanted to enter the city was endless. There were always long queues at a few of the city's gates. Because this city once had an emperor, everyone wanted to come to seek a way, and see if they could comprehend anything. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were in the middle of the queue. So this is the Happiness City? After queuing for so long, they still want us to wait? What is this? A loud voice came from behind, anger tinting his impatience. The queue to enter the city had been quiet, and the sudden sound made everyone in front turn around. Young master, don't say it like that. Be careful that you may anger the city lord. An old man that was by his side held him back, afraid that he would speak inappropriately again. Was what I said wrong? The man felt like he did not think that he was in any wrong. He pulled Sima Yu's clothes, and said, "Little lady, don't you feel so?" Sima Yu did not intend to acknowledge him originally, so she did not even turn back to look at him previously. However, this fellow had no self-awareness. After seeing that she had ignored his pull, he pulled her again. Sima Yu turned around, pulled her own shirt and said calmly, "I feel that there is nothing wrong with queuing up." The man was surprised. Why? Don't you feel like it is a waste of time to queue? It will be harder to get in if you don't queue. Sima Yu said. The man took a look at her and nodded his head knowingly. I know, people that do not have abilities like you, probably won't even be able to touch the city's gate if there isn't a queue. Sima Yu gave him a look that showed that it was great that he understood, and turned back. Even so, the other party did not want to let her go. He pulled onto her shirt again, and said, "Why don't you follow me? I will bring you in. You can skip the queue with me, how about it?" Sima Yu pulled her shirt back again, and enunciated every word, "No thank you. Are you not tempted?" The man was surprised. Take a look at the queue in front. It's so long and moves forward at the speed of a snail. Yes, I have a lot of time on my hands, I can afford to wait. You have really keen eyes. I am Luo Yi, I'm a young master. In any case, it has quite a powerful influence. If you follow me, I can surely bring you in. How about that, want to come along with me? Sima Yu took a glance at him. Wasn't this fellow acting too close? She took a look at the old man who was behind him. He looked a little strange, and his eyes was tinted with helplessness. To have such a young master, really made one sympathize with him. Excuse me, but we'd better continue queuing up. Wu Lingyu stood in front of Sima Yu, blocking Luo Yi's vision. The beautiful woman in front of him was suddenly blocked, and Luo Yi's face instantly fell. Who are you? I am her husband. Wu Lingyu said casually. Sima Yu did not refute him, she even grabbed his arm. Seeing both of their hands, Luo Yi was startled and said, "Alright, then I shouldn't blame you for not knowing the rules. Since you're both together, do you all want to join my team?" Sima Yu. Wu Lingyu. The old man. Sima Yu took a look at him, and she thought from the bottom of her heart that this fellow's mind worked differently from everyone else. I apologize, we do not have a habit of cutting queues. Wu Lingyu rejected him straight away. You can go ahead by yourself if you want to. After speaking, he turned back with Sima Yu. You guys. Luo Yi glared at the back of their heads. He was too angry to even speak. The old man took the opportunity and advised, "Young master, since they are queuing up as well, should we queue up too?" Young master, have you forgotten what our sect master had said? If we want to train properly, we have to maintain a low profile. Furthermore, we have to treat the Happiness City sincerely. Sima Yu laughed after hearing that. With just a look, she could tell that this was a combination of the young master who was not well versed in the affairs of life and an aged bodyguard. She was sure that this bodyguard was not like any other typical bodyguard. After thinking for some time, Luo Yi wanted to see Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu, so he agreed unwillingly. While they were waiting, Sima Yu had finally seen a man who was more gossipy than a woman. However, under his overzealous approach, they managed to find out much more about the matters here. With just a look I can tell that you have come from a small place, so you must know much about Happiness City's history. Although this is also my first time here, I have already been here spiritually a few times. This time, I have finally been granted the approval to be able to leave my sect. The first place I came to was here. Let me tell you, in the past, there was an emperor from Happiness City. Rumor has it that if the people of Seoul region want to advance, they need the inheritance of the emperor, and seek a method. Sima Yu was helpless about how noisy he was. Even if she ignored him and showed him the back of her head, he could still be heard nagging by her ear. So you are here to experience well? Of course, not. Surprisingly, he denied it. Didn't you say that you had come spiritually here for a long time? So you did not come here for the emperor? That's right, I did not think about the emperor before. I only wanted to come and see the person who has been bragged about awfully much, the person who is still alive, and... What do you mean by the person who has been bragged about awfully much, the person who is still alive? This piqued Sima Yu's interest, so she turned around and started talking to him. Don't you know? Oh, you came for the former emperor as well. Luo Yi said, dragging his tone. Of course not. She had come here for her prey. Sima Yu smiled, but she did not say anything. Actually, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Of all the people who come here, 99% of them have come to feel the emperor's spiritual space. Luo Yi said with a look of understanding. You have yet to tell me, who are those that have been bragged awfully much? Sima Yu asked. Who else can it be? Isn't it the young master of Happiness City, Nan Yuji? When Luo Yi mentioned Nan Yuji, his voice was filled with disdain. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with him. Your words carry a sour note. How did the other party offend you? Sima Yu asked. If someone were to hear this, who knows how angry they would be. Even if they were magnanimous, they would also be unhappy. However, Luo Yi took no offense at all. He could even talk to her while dancing around. Don't you know that people have been saying that Nan Yuji is handsome and tall? They have even said that he is more suave than me, gentle and kind. They talk about how good he is. I want to see if he really is as good as they say. Sima Yu understood then. She was certain that people must have been comparing the both of them often, which was why he was affected by it. I say, little lady. After you enter the city, follow me. You can be the witness to see if he truly is better than me. Luo Yi said. Sima Yu initially did not want to, but thinking of Nan Yuji's identity, she changed her mind. She nodded, and said, all right, but I heard that the city isn't safe. You need to protect us and keep us safe. No problem. With me around, no one can think about harming you, both. Luo Yi hit his chest to guarantee. The old man behind did not even have the time to stop him. However, it was only his subconscious reaction. He calmed down soon after. Luo Yi realized the old man's movement, but he did not feel that he had done anything wrong. Instead he smiled at him, then introduced him, this is sixth uncle. Sima Yu nodded her head in the direction of sixth uncle, who returned the formality. The queue slowly moved forward, and finally reached them. Sima Yu passed the guard the money for 2 entry fees, and the guard gave them a tag. If they encountered anyone who was checking in the city, they could just show this. Sixth uncle passed them the entry fee for Luo Yi and himself. Luo Yi kept muttering that the entry fee to the city was very expensive, saying that Nan Yuji had a beast heart, falling into the trap of having only eyes for money. How could such a person have such an amazing reputation? Sima Yu was used to silence. With such a noisy person constantly in her ears, she endured it again and again. After being pestered all the way, she could not tolerate it anymore. She turned and glared at him, can you not be a quiet handsome man? What? Luo Yi stopped immediately, so he did not bump into her. I said, can you be more quiet, and be a quiet handsome man? Sima Yu said, you want to compete with Nan Yuji, so you will have to change your habit of nagging. Do you know that your mouth is affecting your image? Is that so? No one has ever told me this before. Of course it is real. Look at my Ling Yu, he's so quiet. You can obtain the hearts of many girls if you were like this. If you want to compete with Nan Yuji, firstly, you must learn how to be a quiet handsome man. If not, even I think that you will not be able to compete with him. Sima Yu said earnestly. Is that really true? Then I shall be a quiet handsome man. Luo Yi thought about it seriously. Although he was handsome and had a high status, there really were not many girls who would crowd around him. However, why was there no one who had told him this before? He wanted to ask Sima Yu, but thinking about what she said about being a quiet handsome man, he stopped himself. It was better to ask her later on. He needed to be quiet for a while. Her ears were finally able to get some peace, and she let out a long breath. She really regretted following him. Luo Lu looked at her, secretly startled. His young master actually listened to her words. If it was not because he had always followed the young master and knew that they definitely did not know each other, he would have suspected her. They continued to move forward. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu wanted to go and stay at the inn. Luo Yi said arrogantly, let me tell you, the inn here is very expensive. We have a small yard here, and you only have 2 people, do you want to go with us to the small yard? Sima Yu blinked her eyes as Wu Lingyu's expression turned black. Was this fellow so compassionate? Or was it to say, he was only more compassionate to her? There's no need, we have enough money. He did not even think before rejecting him. But you guys have agreed to help me be the judge. If you don't follow us, wouldn't it be a hassle? Luo Yi frowned. But we are not related in any way, so it wouldn't be nice if we went there. There. Sima Yu said. We are friends. Since we are friends, why would it matter if you came to our place? Luo Yi did not understand what they were thinking. Luo Lu knew what they were concerned about, so he stood out and said, our young master has been this compassionate all along, as long as they are his friends, as long as they were with him, they would not need to stay at the inn. Really? Sima Yu laughed, then does it mean he brings people back frequently? Speaking of it, it isn't the case either. This is because there are not many people who have been identified as friends by the young master. Luo Lu said. Then wouldn't it make us more curious? We have only just met him for 1 to 2 hours, so how can we be regarded as his friends by such a critical person? Because you are sincere. Also, you didn't suck up to me. Luo Yi said, you are sincere to me as a person, so I feel that you are my friend. Sima Yu lips twitched, this was really a random reasoning. Go away. I'm begging you, please let him go. His body is already dissipating soon, he cannot do any more forced labor. Let me go, let me go. Ah dash. The voices of quarreling came from the streets. Sima Yu looked in the direction of the voices. There were a few people and the soldier team pulling at one another. These few people had already formed their physical bodies, but one of the bodies seemed to have received a lot of damage. The entity that they congealed was a little unstable, they would be physical one moment, then incorporeal the next. And the soldiers that were capturing the people did not care about the condition of his body at all. If this continues, I'm afraid they'll die within a few days of forced labor. Sima Yu heard the people beside them discussing. But in the city, we will need to listen to them. They asked for them to go serve the forced labor, so they will have to go. Yes, who would dare to go against them here? Dash. Those people wanted to resist them, but they were pinned onto the ground by the soldiers, making them unable to move. One soldier chained all of them up, not even letting go of the person who was dissipating. Sima Yu had yet to say anything before Luo Yi, who was by her side, already ran over. She saw Luo Lu's helpless expression and could not contain her laughter. Stop. Can't you see that that person is barely holding on? Luo Yi walked over and called out to those soldiers. Everyone around them was stunned. There was actually someone who dared to publicly challenge those soldiers? Thinking about the possible scenario that would play out, they retreated a few steps in order to avoid being mistaken as one of their companions. Sima Yu looked at Luo Lu sympathetically, asking, is he always like this? No, he isn't. Young master, sigh. Luo Lu felt exhausted. After following the young master out here, throughout the journey, he had to deal with the aftermath of everything he had done. This was originally his responsibility. However, whenever he told him not to do something, he just had to do that thing. Every time he got involved in something, he would blow it up. He felt like he would die of exhaustion one day. He sighed, but he still ran out before something happened to Luo Yi and negotiated with those soldiers. They merely saw him take out a token and let the soldier look at it. Those soldiers then immediately turned respectful. In the end, Luo Yi was fine, and that person was no longer sentenced to forced labor. The way the passers-by looked at Luo Yi changed. Although they did not properly see how powerful the token was, what they were certain of was that this person was far from ordinary. They wondered which young master this man was from. If they were able to hook onto him, they would profit much. Luo Yi saw the passionate look in their eyes and smiled. He wanted to say something but then recalled what Sima Yu had said. Hence, he fell silent and ignored those people. He walked back to them directly. Because of his arrogant countenance, the passers-by went even more crazy. Let's leave this place first. Sima Yu said. Whether or not she went with them, it was better for them to leave this place first. That was because the look in their eyes was getting even more frenzied. Luo Yi directly took the both of them to his little courtyard and Sima Yu did not protest. Those people tagged behind them the whole time, and had long since taken them to be one of his people. After entering the little courtyard, Luo Yi's aloof expression finally relaxed. He pulled a wacky expression and allowed the muscles on his face to relax. I'm exhausted. Hey, aren't those people who maintain an expressionless face all day tired? He patted his own face. I only held this expression for a short while and it made my face so tired. Those who do it all day must be unable to move their faces anymore. After saying this, he even glanced at Wu Lingyu. You'll get used to it. Sima Yu helped Wu Lingyu to respond. But, you were right. In the past, although I have done something like this before, I have never seen this kind of outcome. The way they look at me is different from before. Luo Yi was excited when he thought of what happened just now. Sima Yu didn't want to talk about this, so she changed the subject, saying, didn't you say that this was a small courtyard? This seems to be around the size of dozens of courtyards, don't you think? What does this count for? When compared to my sect members, this isn't worth a thing. Luo Yi smiled, any other residence would be bigger than this. That makes this a small courtyard, no? Alright, there was no pain without comparison. Young master, sixth elder. The steward stepped forward and bowed. Preparations for the bamboo garden had already begun the moment we received news of your arrival. It has already been cleaned. Is there a courtyard beside the bamboo garden? Luo Yi asked. There is no lone courtyard beside the bamboo garden, there is only an attached courtyard. The steward replied. If there's no lone courtyard, where will my friend stay? Luo Yi frowned. The closest one is the youthful court. It's 20 minutes away from bamboo garden. The steward said. Youthful court? Do you like that one? Luo Yi asked. It's not bad. Sima Yu smiled. She never expected that the only difference between it and youthful palace was the word court. Since there is no courtyard near the bamboo garden, I have no choice but to let you stay in youthful court. Luo Yi said, it's the closest one, so it will be quicker in the event anything happens. Sima Yu wanted to say that this little bit of distance didn't really mean anything to cultivators, right? But when she thought about his personality, she was afraid that he would ramble on and on again if she said that. The steward led Sima Yu and the others in. Because they received news earlier on before they had returned that Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were husband and wife, they prepared just one house for them. Sima Yu saw that there was only one bed and her eye twitched. It seemed like she had dug a pit for herself. Wu Lingyu was rather glad as he revealed the first smile in a long while, this place isn't bad. Let's just stay here. If you need anything, please instruct us. The steward said. Then can I trouble you to give me a map of Happiness City? Sima Yu asked. I can. I will get someone to send it over in a moment. The steward replied. Thank you for the trouble. The steward left with a bow. Wu Lingyu pulled Sima Yu into the house and said, that Luo Yi is pretty dumb, but this point is pretty decent. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him and looked around the room. It was set up in a fresh and unique way. It seems like Luo Yi really has a decent background. She finished appraising the house and thought about how Luo Lu had settled the incident with the soldiers just by showing his token. It was clear how powerful his backing was. It probably isn't small at all. However, let's not think about this now. It's getting late, should we rest? Wu Lingyu asked. Did cultivators even need sleep? The answer was definitely a no. This rascal just wanted to seize the opportunity. I'm not tired yet, you can sleep by yourself. After speaking, she wanted to leave. However, Wu Lingyu immediately grabbed her. With a single action, the both of them fell onto the bed. Sima Yu turned around and glared at him, we both have soul bodies. What do you want to do? Nothing, I just want to hug you to sleep. Wu Lingyu wanted to plant one on her, but they were soul bodies and they couldn't feel anything physically. Sima Yu pursed her lips. She was incredibly disdainful, but she still lay obediently on the bed. Once we rescue your mother, you will be able to return to your body, right? Wu Lingyu asked. I should be able to. Once you return to your body, let's get married. Are you proposing to me? What do you think? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No ring and no roses, so no. Then I'll do it again once we return. I may not promise you the next time. Can you bear to? Is there anything I cannot bear to do? You can't bear to reject me. No way. Way. In the end, they did not fall asleep because a servant sent over the map of Happiness City a short while later. Wu Lingyu went out to get the map and the cold aura emanating from him almost made the servant toss the map at him and run away in fright. Sima Yu watched the scene unfold at the door and couldn't help but laugh. This rascal, there was no need to look so resentful. It would cause others to misunderstand, okay. Wu Lingyu handed her the map and the both of them studied it for the night. On the morning of the second day, Luo Yi came over to look for them. Yu, let's go. Where are we going? We're going to meet that Nan Yuji. We agreed before. You wouldn't have forgotten it after just one night, right? Of course not. I just didn't think that you would want to head over there so quickly. She just didn't think that she would meet her prey so soon. Previous chapter. Nan Yuji was exactly as the rumor said. He was gentle like a jade, had splendid future prospects, and was lively and handsome. It wasn't a big deal for those words to be used to describe him, but Sima Yu knew that he was only a wolf disguised as a sheep. You could tell just by seeing the situation in Happiness City. If he was someone good, the people in the city would not be so miserable. However, those people had been bewitched by his looks, bewitched by his smile, bewitched by his occasional concern. Nan Yuji felt someone looking at him, so turned his head and took a look, meeting Sima Yu's eyes. Two pairs of eyes looked at one another. There was no expected spark, only their faint smiles. Nan Yuji turned his head and frowned slightly. Sima Yu's smile deepened. Everything was just like she had expected. Although Nan Yuji was smiling, there were still hints of coldness and viciousness in his eyes. This person was indeed not a good person. Yu, so how was it? You've seen him already, so compared to me, who is more handsome? Luo Yi asked by her side. He is not as good as you. Sima Yu said. He was not as good as you, not because he was not as handsome as you, but because his character could not be compared to yours. Although Luo Yi felt a little like a talkative fool, he gave people a clean vibe. As for this guy, Nan Yuji, although he looked a little better and gave people a softer feel on the surface, she could feel a hidden filthiness. That was why she felt that Luo Yi was better. Hearing what she said, Luo Yi laughed happily, right? Right? I just said that this Nan Yuji couldn't be compared to me. Still, you have keen eyes. Sima Yu laughed. It was just that she did not look at their appearances. If they wanted to talk about who was better looking, both of them were not better looking than Wu Lingyu. This was a gathering organized by Nan Yuji, and she did not know how Luo Yi had gotten the invitation. Either way, she knew that the way Nan Yuji looked at him seemed to indicate that they were not acquainted. He came over while holding onto a wine glass. He stood in front of Luo Yi and said, although I don't recall inviting you guys, since you were able to come here, it means that you are my friends. Sima Yu felt ridiculed. Nan Yuji's words had hints of sarcasm towards Luo Yi. He said that he did not know who Luo Yi was. She'd be a fool to believe him. However, there was someone who could not detect the sarcasm. Luo Yi lifted his chest up, Nan Yuji, I am Luo Yi. I am not your friend. I only came over to see what you looked like. Now that I've seen you, you are not as good looking as me. So you are Luo Yi, the rising spirit sect's young master. I have been looking forward to meeting you. Nice to meet you. Nan Yuji reached out his hand. Luo Yi slapped his hand away and said, I have also been looking forward to meeting you. I didn't think that my little banquet could actually manage to invite the Soul Region's fourth prince. I feel so honored. Huh, don't you show up every time, secretly delighted? Luo Yi did not like the way he faked his laughter. It was not sincere at all, and you could tell he was a hypocritical person just by looking. Nan Yuxi was not angry either. He turned his gaze to Sima Yuyu, and his smile became even more charming. I wonder what the name of this lady is? Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu. Nan Yuxi raised his eyebrows. Are you the Sima Yuyu that I've heard of before? I don't know what you've heard. I am only a nobody. If I didn't meet Luo Yi when I was queuing up to enter the city, I would not be able to enter such a setting. So, Prince Nanyu, you've probably never heard of my name. Sima Yuyu casually made up an excuse. It was unknown whether or not Nan Yuxi believed in her words, but he did not ask further. Instead, he gave her a serious look and said, please do as you wish. I still have other guests to attend to, excuse me. Nan Yuxi went to talk to the others, and Sima Yuyu and Luo Yi stayed for a while before leaving. Once they boarded the beast cart, Luo Yi could not continue to maintain his image as a quiet handsome man. He started to pull Sima Yuyu and talk non-stop. Yuyu, did you see that? This person only does things for the sake of his reputation. The people that he had invited are all random cultivators. As long as he is nice to them, they will follow him. This way, he will be able to bring more people in. What you have said is correct. Sima Yuyu thought that Luo Yi would only focus on Nan Yuxi, but it looked like he still had some intellect. Right? You also agree with me. You tell me, how could such a person be rated among the 4 princes? Even ranking before me. I really don't understand. Luo Yi continued to speak. I say, you do know about the 4 princes, right? Last night, your servants had already briefed me about this. Sima Yuyu said. Actually, what she really wanted to say was that it was fine that a guy like Nan Yuxi was on the list, but how did Luo Yi, who was so talkative, get on the list? The Seoul region was properly governed by Qing Hun. Within the dominance of the imperial capital, it was divided into 4 big parts. In order to keep a good relationship with the divine beasts, he named them Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon and White Tiger. The 4th prince was the Azure Dragon's 4th great prince. It was said that the evaluation was based on their background of appearance and strength. Sima Yuyu felt that if they were to include quietness as part of the evaluation, Luo Yi would surely not make the cut. Yuyu, what I said was correct, right? I feel that a person like him shouldn't even be in the ranking. And he even ranks ahead of me? You tell me, I want. Luo Yi, if you are able to keep your quiet boy image, your ranking will surely be higher than Nan Yuxi's. Sima Yuyu said sincerely. Alright, I know you dislike me for talking too much. Luo Yi said, but I just can't control my mouth. If I don't talk, I will feel uncomfortable. This is a kind of sickness, you have to treat it. Really? How do I treat it? Do you have any solutions? Sima Yuyu shook her head. This innocent child. Luo Lu was also gloomy. His young master was too easy to lie to. Sima Yuyu took out a pill. After you eat this pill, you will be able to reduce your desire to speak, but it will not do any harm to your body. Really? Luo Yi took the pill and analyzed it carefully. He even put it near his nose to smell it, and he swallowed the pill before Luo Lu could react. The pill dissolved in his mouth and Luo Lu wanted him to spit it out immediately, but he was too late. Sima Yuyu did not think that this fellow would be so direct and that he would eat it right away. Are you not afraid that it might be poison? She asked in surprise. Was that poison? Luo Yi blinked his eyes. He did not seem to have thought about it at all. Sima Yuyu was speechless. Then what were you looking for just now? I just thought that this pill smelled good. Everyone. Alright. Sima Yuyu tried her best to make herself smile. This pill shows results immediately. How do you feel right now? n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.com. It seems like I don't have the urge to talk anymore. Luo Yi touched his neck. That's good. Will one be enough? Yes. When they reached the small yard, Luo Yi returned to the bamboo garden, and Luo Lu intentionally walked slower. Lady Yuyu, that pill. Sima Yuyu laughed. That pill is to treat an upset stomach. Luo Lu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. That night, 2 people in black were running through the remote streets of Happiness City, quickly approaching the tombstone in the center of the city. However, they had yet to approach 100 meters of the tombstone, when a circle of people suddenly appeared on the grounds, surrounding the 2 people in black. Nan Yuxi appeared from the back and laughed coldly at the black-clothed person in the middle. Sima Yuyu, you really came. Sima Yuyu pulled down the black cloth that was covering her face. You knew that I would come. Of course. Why else would the dignified young princess of the ghost realm come here if not to charge towards this tombstone? Nan Yuxi said. This tombstone has helped many to sense the spiritual energy. Even if no emperor rank appeared, it was still very important to the people in the Seoul region. That ghost realm's young princess would come here. He could not think of any other motives that she would have. Sima Yuyu smiled sweetly at him. Sorry, maybe you used to think you were smart, but this time you have guessed wrongly. My target is not this tombstone, instead it is, you. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant tone. Nan Yuxi laughed. In this world, there are many people who are interested in me, but you are the first to say it so blatantly. If you are willing to dually cultivate with me, I wouldn't mind having one more young princess of the ghost realm in my harem. Although it is in the middle of the night now, you can't have a daydream like that. Sima Yuyu placed both of her hands behind her back. How did it seem like she was being surrounded at all? You will know very soon if I am daydreaming or not. Nan Yuji said, capturing the Ghost Realm's young princess. I think the Ghost King will be delighted to redeem you. With how much the Ghost King loves you, I think he would be willing to spend a huge amount of money. What a coincidence, it looks like we were thinking the same thing. If I capture you, I think the city lord would surely be willing to pay the ransom for you. Sima Yu found out that they were thinking the same thing. The city lord highly valued Nan Yuji. Although they were not blood-related, the two are still known as father and son. However, it had been a long time since the city lord had appeared, and the whole Happiness City was basically under the management of Nan Yuji. Nan Yuji was not her final target in the Happiness City, but he could help her reach her target. You look so beautiful. If you weren't my enemy, I really would ask you to enter my harem. Nan Yuji laughed maliciously. What a pity, I have zero interest in you. Sima Yu said, since we have the same goals, let's see who will be able to achieve their goal tonight. Nan Yuji felt that this question was redundant. He waved his hands, and soldiers started to attack in their direction. Happiness City had been on high alert recently. People with or without an entry token would be examined. The soldiers of the city lord's mansion led people everywhere all day looking for something. Slowly over time, the expressions on their faces were getting more and more serious. Nan Yuji had disappeared. Now everyone in the Happiness City was looking for him. They did not know who had captured him, but you could say that they had become the public enemy here. They could not understand, what were the motives of these people who had captured him away? Where were these people hiding? One could not leave the city during the night in Happiness City. Before the city gates opened, they had found many people dead in the city lord's manor. The steward immediately blocked the city gates, and the whole of Happiness City only allowed people to enter but did not allow anyone to leave. Hence, these people could not have escaped. They only realized afterwards that the young city lord had gone missing. No matter how chaotic it was outside, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were relaxing leisurely in the small yard, drinking tea and chatting away. It was like they were not the ones who had made such a big commotion. Luo Lu could vaguely sense something, but had no evidence. He also did not have any methods to look for Nan Yuji straight away, and it has yet to affect their safety yet, so he did not say anything to Sima Yu and the others. Luo Yi went to find Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu. Yu, your pill is too magical. Ever since I've eaten it, I really don't have the urge to speak anymore. Luo Yi said happily. It's good that you find it useful. Sima Yu did not say that it was all in his head. I didn't think that your medical skills would be so incredible. If I have any sickness in the future, I can come look for you. Sure, if I am still around. Why? Do you intend on leaving? Luo Yi asked in surprise. Even if I don't leave now, we would also be going our separate ways. Sima Yu said. We don't know what's going on outside now, but where do you think Nan Yuji went? Maybe he ran away on his own, even implicating us and making it so we are not able to leave. Luo Yi wasn't too happy. There were not many fun things to do in Happiness City, and he had come just to see Nan Yuji. Now that he had gone missing, he could not take being stuck here anymore. Who knows? Sima Yu had no change in expression at all. Seeing her now, you would not think that Nan Yuji was in her hands. But this situation will not continue for long. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Why? Sixth uncle said that it is impossible for the Happiness City to continue to be in a mess. Now that they only allow people to enter and not leave, everyone is already forming opinions. So, when the city lord appears, Happiness City will settle down. Where exactly is this Nan Yu Miao? Why hasn't he come out, even when such a major thing has happened in Happiness City? There are rumors that he is in seclusion. There are also rumors that he is no longer here. We do not know much about the situation here, we can only hear what others are saying. Luo Yi said, but no matter what the situation is, it has already been so many days. He should appear soon. Is that so? I would like to see this city lord. Sima Yu said meaningfully. Nan Yu Miao isn't someone you should associate yourself with. It will be better if you don't meet him. My master said that he is ruthless and killing the innocents is something that happens often. Unluckily, he also has strong abilities, and I think that he has some connection with someone in the top 10 commanders, so most people dare not mess with him. My master told me to take a detour if I were to see him. Such an incredible person. Yes. Luo Yi emphasized by nodding his head twice, so, if we see him in the city, it will be better not to provoke him. You're so scared of him. So, previously, when you dared to provoke Nan Yuji, was it because Nan Yu Miao wasn't around? Cough cough, there are some things, you don't have to point out. Luo Yi felt a little embarrassed and immediately changed the topic. So, who exactly do you think captured Nan Yuji? Since Happiness City is already in a mess, Nan Yu Miao will appear. The person who captured Nan Yuji must want Nan Yu Miao to appear. Of course I know this. What I am trying to say it, who exactly is stupid enough to target Nan Yu Miao? Sima Yu mouth twitched. How was she going to tell him that this person was just in front of him? Previous chapter. Next chapter. After a few days of turmoil in Happiness City, Nan Yu Miao appeared. When they saw that sullen face, the people of Happiness City remembered that they hadn't seen him for a long time. Have you still not found the young city lord? Nan Yu Miao's voice was hoarse with a sense of chill. No, the people who left with the young city lord that night are all dead. We don't even know what he went to do. The head steward said. Nan Yu Miao's face sank. Didn't you ask him? I did, but the young master said that this matter is uncertain, so he had to go and see for himself. If it is true, then he can give the city lord a big gift. Before he could be sure, he didn't want to say what the matter was about. The head steward replied. He didn't tell anyone where he had gone or who his target was. Now everyone around him was dead, there was no clue as to who had captured him at all. The only thing they knew was that those people had died under the tombstone. Nan Yu Miao frowned. Did this idea come to him suddenly? Yes. What people did he see that day? There was a party that day, but it was the same as before. Bring me all the people who attended the party that day. Yes. The steward wanted to tell him that those people had already been checked, but upon seeing the gloomy face of the city lord, he swallowed his words. Forget it, the city lord wanted to find a breakthrough to calm his worried heart, he had better not agitate him. Soon, all the people who had attended the party that day had been brought over, Luo Yi and Sima Yu were no exception. Don't worry, don't be afraid of what I said the other day. As long as we don't provoke him, she won't do anything to us. Luo Yi looked at Sima Yu. Her expression was a little different from usual, and he spoke to comfort her. She felt 3 black lines slide down the back of her head. Where did the guy get the impression that she was scared and worried? Behind Luo Yi, Luo Lu's eyes rolled. She was obviously excited. How did he interpret that into fear and worry? It seemed that there was something wrong with young master's eyes. When they got back, they had better get his eyes checked. But he glanced at Sima Yu, and Sima Yu understood the worry in his eyes. She thought for a while, then said, Luo Yi, let's part ways here. Part here? Why? We are going to the city lord's manor soon. Luo Yi cried. I suddenly remembered something and I can't go to the city lord's manor. Sima Yu said. What is it? Do you need my help? Luo Yi asked her. No, when the time comes, just say that you and I are not familiar with each other. Sima Yu said, if you say that, you'll be doing me a favor. She wouldn't feel bad if she didn't implicate him, it was indeed helpful. You. It's decided, goodbye. After Sima Yu had finished speaking, she and Wu Lingyu turned and left. Without squeezing through the crowd, Luo Yi was unable to chase after them. Luo Yi was a little surprised. He thought that Sima Yu would use them, he hadn't expected her to leave so straightforwardly. Luo Yi wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped. Young master, no. The people from the city lord's manor are here. Luo Yi shook his arm rigorously and struggled out of his grip. So what if they're here? Why are you grabbing me? Yu has something to do, I am going to help her. Young master, do you not remember her words earlier? Luo Lu held him tightly and refused to let go. No matter what she said, I can't ignore her like that, she is my friend. Luo Yi said, something must be wrong for her to leave so suddenly like that. How can I not help her under these kinds of circumstances? Young master, she is fine. You don't know what's going on with her or where she's gone. If you go looking for her rashly like this, it might backfire instead. Instead of helping her, you might cause trouble for her. This. Luo Yi hesitated. Luo Lu's words were a possibility. Young master, think back, did she look anxious before she left? Luo Yi thought for a while and then shook his head, no. Since she didn't, it means that she isn't worried about this matter. If she really needs help, she will tell you. Luo Lu said, moreover, didn't she tell you to pretend to be unfamiliar with her before she left and that counts as helping her? Maybe our relationship with her is holding her back from what she needs to do. Luo Yi was silent. Luo Lu looked at him abysmally and wondered if he had heard his words. When he saw Luo Yi's expression had relaxed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he had any opinions against Sima Yu, it was just that they didn't have many people to protect the young master. Therefore, he had to think about the safety of his young master. Moreover, Nan Yu Miao's background was very complicated. He had a very close relationship with a commander. If they had any implication with him, it would be very troublesome for them in the future. Of course, if Sima Yu hadn't left of her own accord, they wouldn't have driven her away either. However, her leaving out of her own initiative made him think twice. Let's go in. Whether it was because of Sima Yu's departure or Luo Lu's words, Luo Yi was a little out of spirits and his mood was somewhat lower. Luo Lu was a little shocked. No matter what the reason was, he hadn't expected that his young master would care so much about Sima Yu in such a short time they had spent together. He had also never seen his young master care so much about anyone in the past. As soon as they had entered the city lord's manor, soldiers stepped forward immediately and followed them. It was so-called protection. What kind of protection was needed in the city lord's manor? It was just an imprisonment in disguise. However, in the face of Nan Yu Miao's murderous face, no one dared to say anything to resist. As long as it didn't affect their safety, it was better to suffer a little than to lose their lives. The head steward counted the number of people and found that there were fewer people than the ones that had attended the party that day and immediately reported the matter. Do you know the identities of those 2 people? I think they are spiritualists. They came with the young master of the spiritualists and Luo Lu that day. But today they've not come with them. Then tell Luo Lu to come and clarify this matter with me. Yes. Luo Yi and Luo Lu came before Nan Yu Miao. Elder Lu, it's been a long time. Nan Yu Miao's hoarse voice was chilling and made one's hair on their skin stand on end. It's been 100 years since we've seen each other since the last time we parted. Luo Lu recounted the days as if they had a very good friendship. n/o/vel/b/jn.c/om. One of us is in the east and one of us is in the west. Why have you come to my happiness city? It's time for our young master to come out for his experience. I followed him and came out for a walk. When Luo Lu saw Nan Yu Miao staring straight at him, he smiled. My young master is a little petty and wanted to compare who is more handsome, him or your son. That's why we came here. That's why you killed my son. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. The smile on Luo Lu's face disappeared. Nan Yu City Lord, your words are too irresponsible. Do you have proof that we killed the young city lord? Nan Yu Miao sneered. If it weren't you, then where are the two people who came here with you? Could it be a guilty conscience? You mean Yu and her friend? They've already left. We are not close to them, we don't even know what they do. Also, you don't have any evidence that they did it either, do you? If it wasn't them, why did they leave? Nan Yu Miao had already made up his mind that it was Sima Yu who had captured Nan Yuji. He turned and walked towards his chair. We will find out whether it is them once we capture them. Men, go and arrest those two people for me. Luo Yi finally understood what was going on. He wanted to go and talk to Nan Yu Miao, but he was stopped by Luo Lu. Sixth uncle, tell Nan Yu City Lord that he is mistaken. Yu and the others didn't capture Nan Yuji. Their soldiers have even been to the place we stayed in to search. If she really did it, why didn't they find anyone? Lu Yu was a little anxious and begged Luo Lu. Nan Yu Miao sat on his chair and looked at the anxious Luo Yi and said vaguely, you have a good relationship with those two people? She is my friend. Luo Yi admitted openly. So, you really are in cahoots. Nan Yu Miao said to Luo Lu again, what else do you have to say? Then why don't you ask my young master when we met them? When? We met when we were queuing up to enter the city. We became friends after we entered the city. Luo Yi replied. Really? Of course it's true. Although we have not known each other for long, we are still friends. Luo Yi said seriously. He thought so in his heart. Nan Yu Miao stared at Luo Yi for a while. Luo Yi held his head high, he had nothing to hide because of this relationship. Nan Yu Miao pursed his lips, I think you have made friends with some bad people. He may not have believed Luo Lu's words, however, everyone in the entire Azure Dragon Soul region knew that the young master of the spiritualists was a fool and wouldn't lie. So basically, he could rule them out. However, he was unable to rule out whether Sima Yu had a hand in this matter. After he had checked everyone who had attended the party that day, Nan Yu Miao sent them all back. Even Luo Yi and the others were also sent back. If Sima Yu came back to look for them, at least they would be able to catch them. After those people left, a commander soldier ran in from outside and knelt on the ground and saluted, and said, City Lord, we have searched the entire city and not found any sign of those two people. No sign of them? Can they fly? Keep searching. Yes. The spirit barrier set up in Happiness City prevented people from leaving at will, therefore, it was impossible for the two of them to leave without passing through the city gate. In that case, they must still be in the city. As long as they are in the city, they will find them. Nan Yu Miao knew the strength of his city very well, therefore, he never thought that it would be so difficult to catch two people. However, when news after news arrived, his face became darker and darker. Useless trash. There are so many of you, and yet you can't even find two people? What am I raising a bunch of trash for? Are your meals free? Below, a group of people knelt down on the ground afraid to speak. Some of them were unable to breathe because of the air pressure. Everyone's heads hung low for fear that they would catch his attention and their heads would roll. City Lord, we have searched the city more than a dozen times and we really haven't found any trace of them. It's as if they have disappeared into thin air. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Disappeared into thin air? Did the spirit barrier react? Did anyone go out of the city gate? No. Now you tell me that they have disappeared? How is that possible? We didn't say that she has definitely disappeared, we just said, like. I will give you another day. If you still fail to find them, then bring your heads to me yourself. Yes. Those people who were kneeling on the ground got up and left, only the stewards remained behind. Is there no news from Luo Yi's side either? Nan Yu Miao picked up his teacup to drink some tea to moisten his throat. However, when he thought of his missing son, he put the teacup down again. Our men are standing guard day and night and we have sent several people to follow them if they go out. But there has been no news at all. They don't seem to have any intention of going back to look for Luo Yi and the others. As long as these two people are still in the city, they will leave some traces. Traces. Nan Yu Miao said, send out all the men in the City Lord Manor. If there are not enough men, then call the mining people back. Yes. The City Lord Manor had never been as empty as it was now. In the past, it was always filled with people, soldiers and guards walking around in groups. Patrols that rotated every 3 hours had made it impossible to infiltrate this place. However, other than the basic guards, all other City Lord Manor guards had been dispatched elsewhere. Therefore, it was not surprising that Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were not discovered when they came in. It seems like almost everyone here has left. This method really worked. She smiled mischievously and Wu Lingyu couldn't help but laugh along with her. He's waiting for us inside, let's not keep him waiting. The two of them came to the study where Nan Yu was. Wu Lingyu cast a spirit barrier and covered the entire building before he entered. Nan Yu's eyes were closed and he was resting. He had been dealing with Nan Yu's affairs upon his return the past few days and hadn't had a good rest. Now that there was no one in the manor, he decided to rest for a while. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he thought it was the steward who had come inside. He kept his eyes closed and asked, "Is there any news? What news is more valuable than us coming directly?" Nan Yu's eyes opened when he heard the unfamiliar voice. He looked at Sima Yu. "You are Sima Yu? Haven't you sent your men to look for me? Why don't you look happy now that I'm here?" Sima Yu pulled two stools over and sat opposite Nan Yu with Wu Lingyu. Their expressions were relaxed and there was no trace of fear in their eyes when they looked at Nan Yu like everyone else. "Where is Jier?" Nan Yu cared deeply about Jier. "He is in a very safe place. No one can hurt him for now, so don't worry." Sima Yu said. "What do you want?" He was very straightforward. "What did you do for Mu Luofeng? What are you responsible for? How often do you meet him?" Nan Yu's eyes narrowed and he said firmly, "You are here for Commander Mu." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Yu didn't deny it. She really had come for Mu Luofeng. Mu Luofeng was one of the 10 commanders under Xiao He. Unlike Xie Han's household, he was a powerful commander. The only reason she hadn't asked Xie Han about these things was because he was only a piece of decoration. He knew nothing about the other 9 commanders, his knowledge was no different to that of an ordinary passerby. "I did wonder who would dare to touch my Jier, turns out it is because of Commander Mu." The killing intent in Nan Yu's eyes was undisguised. Whether it was because of Nan Yuji or his relationship with Commander Mu, those two people could not be kept alive. Sima Yu struggled a little bit under his murderous aura and pressure. Wu Lingyu held her hand tightly and gently pushed back the pressure lightly. Nan Yu's power was shot back by Wu Lingyu's power. Upon seeing Wu Lingyu's calm and light-hearted demeanor, he was shocked. This man was so powerful. "Nan Yu, even if you don't tell me, I can guess your relationship with Mu Luofeng. You are one of his financial counselors, aren't you?" Sima Yu said. "What financial counselor? I don't know what you're talking about." Nan Yu denied, "I know Commander Mu, but we are not deeply acquainted." "I get it, after all, on the surface, you are one of Commander Hua's men. I wonder how Commander Hua will react if he knows that you have secretly joined forces with Commander Mu." Sima Yu said. "I don't know what you're talking about." Nan Yu's heart surged violently, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. "You can stop denying it, I saw everything." Sima Yu said, "Outside the mountain city, you and Mu Luofeng." Although she hadn't finished speaking, Nan Yu knew what she was going to say. "You were the one who escaped the other day." Nan Yu pointed at her. Since she was that person, he couldn't let them go today. Sima Yu hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she saw it in the memories of Big Beardy. She had to admit that this person had some skills, he was able to smell her soul even though she was concealing herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from them after he had witnessed the meeting between Nan Yu and Commander Mu. It was a pity that he had acted on thoughts that he shouldn't have and provoked people that shouldn't have been provoked. However, he did have some value as before he died, he had given her such important information. "In that case, I can't let you leave. As long as I take you down, I will be able to find out where Jier is." With a wave of his hand, a dozen people suddenly appeared in the room. "Do you really think that I had sent everyone out? I have been prepared just in case of something like this happening. Since you dare to come, then be prepared to not leave." Nan Yu said confidently. "Did you think that we lured all the people out of the city lord's manor because we can't defeat you?" Sima Yu said with a smile, "We just wanted the commotion to be smaller, that's all." With a wave of her hand, a dozen ancient battle souls appeared around her, their breath was not any weaker than those people. Ancient battle souls. Nan Yu recognized the ancient battle souls at once, any strength of ancient battle souls who still remained and survived till now would not be weak. She actually had more than a dozen ancient battle souls, her strength was good. So as not to expose the 100-banner ghost, she placed 2 ancient battle souls into 2 soul stones in advance. At this moment, she was playing with the soul stone in her hand, she saw his solemn face and said, "Are you leaving with us or do you want to be beaten halfway to death before coming with us? Just like that son of yours. Where is Jier?" TSK, as one of the 4 dignified young masters, if people saw his bruised nose, swollen face and twitching limbs, would they still regard him as the 4th young master? Sima Yu tapped the 2 soul stones lightly and smiled playfully. That smile made Nan Yu feel like going up to her and tearing her face apart. "You are the first person who dares to threaten me in my own territory. It looks like you are choosing the second choice." Sima Yu said, "You don't have to be polite to him, just leave him one last breath. Take care of everyone else." The ancient battle souls had their own consciousness, but their first rule was to obey Sima Yu's orders. Therefore, as soon as she ordered them, the ancient battle souls moved. Wu Lingyu protected Sima Yu. The fluctuation of the battle was too great and destroyed Wu Lingyu's spirit barrier. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu stood away from the fighting zone and watched the scene attract more and more people. She sighed helplessly and called out more ancient battle souls and ordered them to stop the people who were coming back to the city lord's manor. Yu. Luo Yi flew over from a distance and was stopped by an ancient battle soul. Sima Yu looked back and saw his worried face. At this time, the ancient battle souls had already captured Nan Yu Miao, who was sucked into the soul stone by Wu Lingyu. Sima Yu smiled at Luo Yi. We shall meet again someday. Take care. Care. All of the ancient battle souls disappeared all of a sudden and a space tunnel appeared in the air. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu disappeared from the main hall. Luo Yi's eyes were left with her flamboyant smile and the words, take care, lingered in his ears. Young master. Luo Lu rushed over and sighed when he saw his distracted young master. She just left. His heart was sour. He had waited so long for her, and he only saw her for a few seconds. Young master, young mistress, you said we shall meet again someday, you will see her again in the future. Luo Lu comforted him. Well, let's go. Luo Yi said. The two of them had only stayed here for so many days to wait for Sima Yu. Now that they saw her leave with their own eyes, he didn't want to stay here anymore. Alright. Luo Lu waved his hand and a space tunnel appeared. He went inside it with Luo Yi. The commotion had attracted a lot of people who came to watch. They were already surprised when they saw Wu Lingyu had opened a space tunnel. They hadn't expected to see another person leave the same way. Could it be that the space restriction has been lifted? They asked curiously. Someone tried it but was bounced back by the space restriction. No, it's not. Those people must be very powerful to be able to get around the space restriction and cut through space to leave directly. How can they not have some ability to dare to go against the city lord? The city lord and young city lord are both missing, isn't it a good time to revolt now? Many of our brothers have been captured for conscript labor. If we go to save them now, our chance of success will be higher. Yes, revolt. These old men have suffered enough. Since all the people from the city lord manor are injured, let's take them down first. Now is the perfect timing, before they have a chance to retaliate, let's go. The poor people of the city lord manor, the highly skilled people, had been beaten halfway to death by the ancient battle souls, and before they were able to catch their breath, they were about to be besieged by the townspeople again. The long-standing resentment exploded and dominated the people of Happiness City. The situation in Happiness City was changing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Sima Yu never thought that what she did would have inadvertently brought about such a change to Happiness City. After they left Happiness City, they found a remote place to stop and rest. Sima Yu called out Nan Yu Miao. Nan Yu Miao was seriously injured and his body was having difficulty maintaining a condensed state. Sima Yu used her spirit intent and penetrated his consciousness. She wanted to extract some useful information in his sea of consciousness but found that his consciousness was restricted and she was unable to forcibly break through. Seems like he's guarded against this. She placed Nan Yu Miao back into the soul stone. Inside, his injuries would recover slowly. When she needed him again, he wouldn't be in this state anymore. Hua Wuxiang and Mu Luofeng are both competent people under Xiao He. The both of them can't stand each other to begin with. Under Xiao He's pressure, they got along with each other begrudgingly. But this is only superficial. The moment something happens, the grievances between the two of them will explode. Wu Lingyu said. Now the opportunity is right in front of us. The corner of Sima Yu's mouth rose. She was in a good mood at the thought of being able to harass the two commanders under him. Originally, what she had discussed with Dija was that since Qing Hun had changed her mother's seal, naturally he wouldn't hand over the Western Cardinal Point's divine seal. Therefore, they had to find a way to make Qing Hun hand over the Western Cardinal Point's divine seal. He seemed to be greedy and lustful, and was eager for quick success, but other than that, he didn't seem to have any weaknesses. Against such a strong and hostile person, this was really nerve-wracking. When she was in Immortal Hex City, she and Dija had discussed that she should start with Xiao He, so that Xiao He would be the breakthrough against Qing Hun. However, at that time, the target was Suyu, but Suyu had been entangled in the matters of the pure snow lotus at this time. However, later on in Big Beardy's memories, she learnt about the grievances between Mu Luofeng and Hua Wuxiang. She also learnt about the time bomb named Nan Yu Miao between them. She would be letting Big Beardy down if she didn't make good use of this information. Then let's go to look for Hua Wuxiang now, but I don't know where he is now. The 10 commanders have their own districts they are responsible for. He is also considered a public figure, someone is bound to know his whereabouts. Wu Lingyu said. That's easy for you to say, the Divine Vermilion District is so big. Even if we know where he is, by the time we get there, he will definitely not be there anymore. We must at least know where he is first. We don't even know his general location now, so we can't make plans for our next step. Wu Lingyu rubbed her hair. Don't worry, since Nan Yu Miao is in our hands, those two won't be able to escape. Well, I am a little anxious. Sima Yu pouted. Let's find a city further away and inquire. The two of them walked for a long distance before they chose a city that looked prosperous. They had to pay a large entrance fee before they could enter the city. Also, for some unknown reason, the queue to enter the city was very long. Sima Yu couldn't see the city gate in front, there was no end to the queue behind her. The battle array here was much stronger than that at Happiness City. Each person's entrance fee was 1,000 mid-grade crystal stones. This multiplied by the mighty teams, how much daily entrance fee did they take in? Is Hua Wuxiang crazy about money? The entrance fee alone is so expensive. Sima Yu sighed emotionally. Little girl, have you only just arrived here? An elderly man who was in front of her heard her words and turned around to talk to her. Yes, I've not been here long, and I've only been to 2 cities. Sima Yu answered vaguely, but there weren't so many people in the city I went to before this. Why are there so many people here? Everyone pays so much to enter the city day after day, aren't the rulers making a lot of profit? The old man smiled and said, little girl, you're overthinking things. How can there be this many people every day? Moreover, the entrance fee is only higher these few days, it is usually lower. Oh? What's so special about these few days? Sima Yu asked curiously. It seems that you're really new here. The old man said, it is the annual Tempest Season festival these few days. What does the Tempest Season have to do with entering the city? Of course it is to take refuge in the city. The wind at this time of the year is not ordinary wind. There is strong power in the wind and it can blow people's bodies away. During this time, the only thing we can do is to stay in the city and use the moat to resist the power of the wind. The old man explained, that's why there are more people entering the city during this period of time. The entrance fee is also more expensive. What if you can't afford to pay the entrance fee? Then you will have to stay outside and get blown away by the wind? There are other ways. For example, you can volunteer to serve them as conscripted labor for a year. If they agree, you can enter without paying. If you are not willing to do this, then the only thing you can do is wait for death outside. That's quite humane. Of course not. The old man sighed and shook his head. Though it is only 1 year of conscripted labor, the fact is no one knows how many people will come out alive. We have lost a few friends this way. There is such a thing. Of course there is. Do you really think those rulers are that good? Loose cultivators like us with no strength or background, no one will notice even if we died during conscripted labor. The old man let out a long sigh. Grandpa, listening to your tone, I assume you are volunteering for conscripted labor? Hee, little girl, you are so quick-witted. I am planning on volunteering for conscripted labor. The old man smiled bitterly, I don't have enough money, and I have used all my belongings to buy cultivation resources. I don't know if I can live till next year n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Sima Yu sympathized with him. Do loose cultivators like you have to go everywhere? Are you familiar with the situation here? You're right about this. If we don't go everywhere, where can we find cultivation resources? The old man said, what do you want to know? Just ask, if I know the answer, I will tell you. Look, we've only just arrived here and we are unfamiliar with the place. We don't know where the prosperous places are, which places we shouldn't go to, who we shouldn't provoke. Sima Yu said, tell you what. I will pay for your entrance fee and by 1 year of your time, we will also be responsible for your food and clothing and ensure your safety. If we do that, will you show us around? Little girl, is what you say true? The old man was excited. Rather than going into conscripted labor, it was a much better option to follow them and live a full year. Of course it's true. Do I look like I'm joking? Sima Yu said, Grandpa, are you willing? Previous chapter. Next chapter. There was no need to consider such a good offer, the old man was 100% willing. This little girl seemed easygoing, she shouldn't be a difficult person to get along with. This way, he didn't have to use 1 year of conscripted labor in exchange for the entrance fee this time. Also, he didn't have to pay for his own expenses for 1 year. Such a good thing was hard to come by. If he had refused, he wasn't a normal person. Seeing as you seem to agree, that's good. Sima Yu said. Thank you, really, thank you so much. The old man was very excited. He knew that Sima Yu was only doing this to help herself, being a guide for her was only a term she used loosely. Sima Yu smiled, she had actually really been just looking for someone to explain the situation to her, the entrance fee was incidental. Since the queue is still long, why don't you tell me about the situation here? Alright. From the old man's account, Sima Yu knew what sort of a place she had arrived at. Wuxiang City, Hua Wuxiang's second headquarters. Other than spending his time in the imperial capital, he spent most of his time here. If she was lucky, she would see him here. However, when the old man heard her asking about Hua Wuxiang, he broke her fantasy. Commander Hua has definitely not been in the city recently. Why? Recently, it's been the Azure Dragon Soul Region Talent Trials. Commander Hua always attends the trials in person when it's being held. If anyone is selected by him, they will be able to attain the highest level in the Soul Region. Talent Trials? Where is it held? I think it's a city near the imperial capital. How would we loose cultivators know about such matters? The old man laughed. Does it not get announced? Sima Yu asked. There is no need for it to be announced. Those who are truly powerful are the people in the forces. They've known about it for a long time, why would it need to be announced? What if there are other talents? This situation is quite rare. You also know what happens to the souls after they come here. Those with talent are picked away, and even if the rest survived, it wouldn't be their turn on such occasions. Also, since it is a talent trial, you can't just enter it. You usually have to be recommended to take part in the talent trial. Well, in such a situation, they really didn't need to announce it to the world. Even if there were 1 or 2 talented souls who had slipped through the net, it didn't matter. Besides, it was impossible to recruit all the talented souls in the world anyway. Is she the only one who recruits? I seem to recall that there are 2 commanders here. Are you referring to Mu Luofeng? He has already recruited talents. The old man replied, however, I did hear that Commander Hua has invited Commander Mu to watch the talent trials. So that means they are there together now. They should be. But we don't know the whereabouts of the commanders. Who knows whether he is there or not? Whether he is there or not, I want to go and watch. Sima Yu smiled. There was no news before, but now the news was coming. They chatted and walked slowly into the city. Finally it was their turn just before it was dark. Sima Yu handed over the entrance fee for 3 people, and the soldier looked at the 3 of them, then nodded and let them pass. After they had entered the city, the soldier passed his position over to someone else then hurried into the city to report. Sima Yu didn't know that she had been targeted. She brought the old man to an inn, and soon, the news of their stay at the inn had spread to the city lord's manor. In the city lord's manor, a white-clothed man in the main seat looked at the people kneeling below and asked, Is this news true? Are you sure it's those 2 people? Envoy by, those 2 people look exactly the same as the ones in the portrait. The man kneeling on the ground reported. N/O/vel/B/forward/. These people are so bold. They've captured Nan Yu Miao and yet they still dare to come to Wuxiang City. Bai Mei Gui sneered, have you seen Nan Yu Miao? No, my guess is that they have placed him in the Soul Stone. Well, pay close attention to their movements. Although I don't like Nan Yu Miao much, he is still the commander's man. If he is caught, we will also be dragged down by him. Be careful not to be discovered. Yes, Envoy Bai. The man who was kneeling on the ground got up and left. After the guard had left, the bodyguard behind Bai Mei Gui lamented, Master, why don't you take the opportunity to get rid of him, why save him instead? Save him? Who said I want to save him? Bai Mei Gui sneered, I just want to avenge him, after all we are city lords and we serve the same commander. Subordinate understands. Nan Yu Miao was not dead yet and they were talking about avenging him. There was no doubt about the fact that he wouldn't survive. There was only one fate awaiting him, they just didn't know whether the executor was them or the other party. Sima Yu had been in the city for 2 days. Upon seeing the fine weather, she asked the old man, Uncle Li, will there really be the strong wind that you talked about? She wanted to go and look for Hua Wuxiang, just because there are no warning signs doesn't mean it's not coming. Sima looked at him. Little girl, you want to attend the talent trials? Yes. You don't have to worry, the talent trials will last for quite a long time. That shouldn't be a problem. No one else might know about it in other places, however, his people in the headquarters must know more. However, what troubled her more was that the scarlet bees were not useful ever since they had arrived here. This was a major obstacle for her to find out information. It was also precisely because of this that they had decided to come out for a walk in the city to see if they could find out any information. Wu Lingyu sat by the window and looked at the street outside. Previous chapter. Although it was not very obvious, Sima Yu still managed to notice, what's wrong? Did you see something? Nothing. Wu Lingyu did not plan to tell her. She did not need to know about these small matters. But Sima Yu knew him too well. Once he said it this way, she understood immediately. However, the two thought the same way, it was only a small matter. Old Man Li did not have the chemistry that they had. He saw that Sima Yu looked distracted, and asked, we have been sitting here for an hour, but we have yet to hear any useful information. Sima Yu shook her head, no need. When she was in Happiness City, she realized that the people here did not like to drink tea. That was why she was not able to obtain the information that she needed from these few tea houses. Wuxiang City had been managed well, perhaps. Then what about the information that we wanted? He was not worried about Sima Yu missing out on the trials. She had previously promised to cover a year of his fees. If this continued, he would be able to save a lot of money. This method is not feasible. They returned to the inn, and in order to avoid drawing attention, they only asked for 2 rooms. Once Sima Yu returned to her own room, she asked, are they from the city lord's manor or are they Hua Wuxiang's men? I couldn't tell. But people have been watching us since we entered the city. Wu Lingyu said, it just seems that the numbers have increased today. Is it because they can't wait to attack? The tempest season appeared to be coming very soon. However, there were not many people supervising them the past 2. It is not clear to say, we'll have to see. Wu Lingyu was also unsure, Hua Wuxiang should already know about what happened in Happiness City. If they really made a move, there is also nothing to worry about. Tomorrow, I will go to the commander's manor and the city lord's manor to take a look. Since they could not obtain any information from the tea houses, they had to think of other methods. Looks like we can only do it this way for now. On the second day, they left Old Man Li in the inn, and the 2 of them departed. The people that were spying on them immediately followed them. The 2 people who were following them looked everywhere. When Bai Mei Gui heard that they lost them, he was silent for a second. The guard beside him drew his knife and split the 2 to ashes. Useless trash. Envoy Bai, do we need to deploy the others? Even if we were to deploy others, they would not be able to find them. Bai Mei Gui was not interested in Sima Yu's whereabouts. What angered him was that these people were found out so easily. Furthermore, Sima Yu managed to shake off his people. Envoy Bai, it looks like they have already found out about us. Bai Mei Gui did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he asked, has there been any signs of activity in the commander's manor? Their people had also been discovered. The commander's people. Judging from the activity in the training room, it should be within the next few days. The tempest season is arriving soon. My city lord also understands this, which is why he invited Envoy Bai to come and help. Thinking about the city lord who was about to advance in rank, Bai Mei Gui suppressed the anger he was feeling, continue to deploy people to follow Sima Yu, keep your distance. The steward and guard both understood. He was not planning to touch Sima Yu for the time being. This was really not a good time, but from now till the tempest season ended, the city would only allow people to enter and not leave. For the time being, she could only remain in the city. After the city lord advanced, they would have all the time and energy to deal with them. Envoy by, over at the commander's manor. The steward meant something when he mentioned the commander's manor. They already knew about Sima Yu's ability. Although they did not pay much attention to it, if they were to take them down in the city, there was still a certain level of difficulty. The main problem was it would cause a huge commotion, and it may affect the city lord's advancement. Hence, it was not only them who could not make any move for now, even the commander's manor were unable to act. However, the city lord's manor and the commander's manor had not been on good terms recently. Even if they went to beg them at this moment, they may not listen to them either. Bai Meiguan knew about the resentment between the two sides, but he also understood the steward's worries. He remained silent for a while, saying, "Constrain the people in the city lord's manor. I will go talk to the people in the commander's manor." "Thank you, Envoy Bai." The steward bowed to him, grateful. As long as he made a move, there would be no problems there. "Now that we've mentioned this, why do you have grudges with one another?" The steward hesitated for a while and said, "Actually, it has something to do with the talent trials that are currently ongoing." "Why would you be involved in this?" "The talent trials are carried out at the Great Bridge, not here, so why would you guys get tangled up because of this?" "So it was at Great Bridge." The two who were secretly listening to this piece of news laughed silently. Sima Yu had no interest to know anything regarding the grudge between the commander's manor and the city lord's manor. In order to avoid being noticed by anyone, the two left after hearing the information. But even so, they were almost discovered when they were leaving. After they returned, Sima Yu asked about matters regarding Great Bridge City. Old Man Li was startled. "Are you guys certain it is the Great Bridge City?" When she saw how big Old Man Li's reaction was, Sima Yu asked curiously, "Is there something about Great Bridge City?" "It's because you guys do not know about Great Bridge City," Old Man Li sighed. "The periphery of the imperial capitals is all peaceful, it is only the area in Great Bridge City. The terrain is rough, and there are also many dangerous places. Moreover, it is very strange there. In some places there were incidents where people would disappear as they were walking." "So eerie?" "Yes, and no matter how powerful the people were, they couldn't figure out the reason why. Once they disappeared, they did not appear again." When he thought about something like this, Old Man Li felt a little apprehensive. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu looked at one another. They had the same curiosity and fear in their hearts. It looked like the Seoul region was really different compared to other places. There would be terrifying winds, and even places like Great Bridge City. Since the Great Bridge is so dangerous, why are the talent trials going on there? Sima Yu did not understand. Is it to pick out better talents? I don't think so. Wu Lingyu shook his head. Although they are talented, I do not think their abilities will be very strong. It would not matter if they lost one or two people, but if many people died, it would not be worth it. Why would geniuses who had already grown up and chosen their masters, or had already started developing, wait for these types of tryouts? That was why those who joined this tryout would naturally be the young and talented ones. However, the young here was not counted by your age, it was calculated by the time that they arrived in the Seoul region. Sima Yu thought the same. If these people were to die or disappear, they would suffer a huge loss. Then why did they choose to hold it at such a dangerous place? The person who raised the question this time was Old Man Li, because he could not think of a reason either. Only those in power will know. Perhaps we will know more about it after we arrive there. Wu Lingyu said. You guys are still planning to go there? Old Man Li looked at them in surprise. Since we know that the talent trials will be held there, of course we will have to go. Sima Yu said with certainty. Do you guys know that other than these, there are still other dangers? We don't even have to think to know. However, this will not stop us. Sima Yu laughed. Furthermore, where in this world would there be so many places that are filled with peace? See how many people are still safe and sound today, but they may be dead tomorrow. A safe place does not mean there are no dangers, and a dangerous place may not also be totally unsafe. Uncle Li, shouldn't you be the one who would feel this way? Old Man Li's body trembled. What Sima Yu said was not wrong. Soul cultivators like them could understand this the most. Even if they were alive today, who knows if tomorrow would come? Even if they were at a safer place, did it mean that they would not still need to face various dangers? Just like the huge wind that was blowing this time. He had no money, so if he was blown to death, or if he could only promise to go serve a year of forced labor, either way meant death. Who knows how it would be like going to the Great Bridge City? He might even be able to find a way out. However, Sima Yu saw that he was uncertain and thought that he was unwilling, and said, if you really do not wish to go, we will not force you. After all, the road ahead is too dangerous. It's not that I'm not willing, but I just don't know much about it. However, I have a friend there. If we go over, we can look for her and understand more about the situation there. Old Man Li calculated in his heart, he decided to go with them. It will be easier if you have a friend. Sima Yu laughed. News that is not easy for outsiders to inquire about, will be easier to hand over to the locals. In that case, when the Tempest season ends, we can start departing. Old Man Li said. Seeing Sima Yu nod her head, he felt relieved. He was previously still afraid that she may not bring him along. After 2 days, the sunny day had suddenly changed. The sky that was clear and bright just minutes ago, turned hectic and windy. When the wind started blowing, all of the city gates closed. The great defense array immediately started, and those who did not manage to enter the city in time were all locked out of the city. The great winds blew, they were all blown up into the sky. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu stood at the side of the window, watching as the people were swept into the air, vanishing after holding on for only a while. They sighed at the power of this wind. What Uncle Lee said was correct, this wind is indeed terrifying. If we were outside, with abilities like mine and no trump card, I may not even be able to resist it. Sima Yu sighed. This wind is very strange, it is as if it is rising from the ground. Wu Lingyu had not seen such a situation before. Exactly, I don't know what's going on either. Moreover, hearing what Uncle Lee said, only the Azure Dragon Soul region has it. The other 3 places don't. Sima Yu was curious, but now she did not have so much energy to find out more. If you are interested, you can slowly investigate after you save your mother. She could only remain curious now. After the Tempest season is over, we will have to deal with those people. Wu Lingyu said. The City Lord's manor and the Commander's manor, huh? I wonder which will come first. Old Man Lee was currently on the streets, looking up at those who had been blown up to the sky by the wind. There were a few of them that he knew. He watched them struggle in the wind for a while before being torn apart by the wind, turned into black smoke and disappearing forever. If he did not meet Sima Yu, if was not willing to serve the forced labor, he would have ended up in the same situation as them. It did not matter if the Great Bridge City was dangerous. At least he would have a chance to remain alive. Even if he were to die in the end, he would also have lived a few more days. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes no longer contained any signs of hesitation. He turned around and returned to the inn, wanting to tell Sima Yu everything that he knew. After hearing what he said, Sima Yu was surprised. You say that you've discovered ore veins in Great Bridge City before? Is that true? Sima Yu asked. It is true. Old Man Lee nodded his head solemnly. If it was not for this, I would not have avoided going there for so many years. Didn't you say that you were not familiar with the place? How do you know that there are ore veins outside the city? Wu Lingyu asked. Because what had happened that time was too tragic. None of us wanted to recall it again. It was what had happened that time that let us know that there were many places that would make people disappear unknowingly. As he recalled the situation back then, he could not help but shiver. Seeing him this way, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu knew that there must have been something that happened in between. Old Man Lee slowly recounted the events that unfolded that year. As he spoke, his words were filled with fear and trembling. That year, a friend of mine found me. He told me that he had discovered a precious mineral ground and wanted me to go with them. At that time, I wasn't far from Great Bridge City. Although I had heard how powerful it was, I had not yet seen it with my own eyes. That was why I didn't really believe it. I entered the Great Bridge Mountain with them. In the beginning, it was still alright. Once we entered the mines, we discovered that the aura of an ore vein really was present. We went crazy and, as cultivators, the amount of hardships we had gone through those past few days was something I doubt that you can imagine. Which was why, when danger descended upon us, not a single person noticed it. In the beginning, we just felt a little cold. Then, we suddenly realized that something was attacking us. However, we didn't see anyone, so we suspected that someone was dealing with someone else in the shadows. However, we realized later that there wasn't someone like that. We had just been attacked by a secret art. More than half of our team ended up dead, and we eventually came back to our senses from our overexcitement. This was no precious mineral ground, this was a restricted death area. As such, someone began to retreat. The remaining group of people split into 2 groups. One group wanted to return while the other wanted to explore the mine. I was one of the less brave ones, so I supported the notion of leaving. Even so, as we escaped the ore mountain, very few of us survived. By the time we managed to leave that area, my friend and I were the only ones left. We thought that even the 2 of us would die inside, but we didn't think that we would finally be able to escape. Only when we had left the area completely and were no longer able to feel the chill in the air were we finally certain that we had really survived. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu exchanged glances. They had their guesses. Old Man Lee continued speaking. We stayed there to treat our wounds, and waited there for 2 months. We didn't see a single one of them emerge. There were dozens of teams, but we were the only 2 left in the end. Later on, I left the place and my friend headed to Great Bridge City. We would contact each other occasionally. He said that some people discovered that place again later on. However, those people met the same downfall as we did. They didn't manage to obtain anything. Furthermore, many of them were completely wiped out in there. So you're saying that the ore there has not been excavated yet? It hasn't. However, it is now under supervision. Old Man Lee said. Hua Wuxiang selected the top talents and placed them there. Could it be for this reason? Sima Yu guessed. N/O/vel/B//in. It's not impossible. Wu Lingyu thought of this as well. The situation that happened with Old Man Lee and the others had happened dozens of years ago. He also said that the ore mountain was already under supervision of the authorities. Despite that, it was not made public. This proved that the authorities were powerless against it as well. Hua Wuxiang likely thought of using this method to select the top talents as well as deal with the problem regarding this ore vein. Hehe, I wonder whether or not you guys have the means to deal with this problem. Sima Yu smiled rather sinisterly. Are you interested in this? Of course. Knowing that there was treasure, how could she step aside? This was too unlike her usual character. After all, Hua Wuxiang was Xiao He's greatest financial advisor. Any money he obtained was equivalent to Xiao He obtaining money, which meant Qing Han would obtain money. If he gained power, then Xiao He would grow in power, which meant Qing Han would grow in power. Since they were enemies, it was a given that she would hope for them to fail. As long as she was able to do something that would affect Xiao He, she would willingly go and get it done. It was a pity that Xiao He had not even appeared in front of her before, but she had already blacklisted him. Old Man Li saw that the two of them still harbored a desire to go to the ore vein and turned pale with fright. He blurted, "I told you these things because I wanted you to understand the situation over there, and to prepare your hearts." He didn't want them to send themselves to death there. "I know, but knowing that there's treasure here, how can I let it go? But that place is too dangerous. Furthermore, even without mentioning that undetectable energy, that place is already under the control of the authorities, and I'm guessing that it is heavily guarded. If you want to snatch that ore mountain, it is simply too difficult. We know. That is why we didn't plan to head there right after arriving at Great Bridge City." Sima Yu said seriously. "Old Man Li. Uncle Li, you do not have to be too worried or scared. You just have to take us near the ore vein. You don't have to come in with us." Sima Yu said. "That, all right." Old Man Li sighed, "Although I cannot interfere with or sway your decision, I still hope that you will reconsider this. Once you go there, you will have to face the natural forces and the guards of the city lord's manor. It will be a dual-faceted issue. Thank you, I will seriously consider this problem." He left with a sigh. After he left, Wu Lingyu set up a barrier in the house. "What do you think about what he said?" Sima Yu asked. "Are you talking about the hidden power in the ore vein?" I have a feeling that this is rather similar to the force inside the ore vein, but I'm not too certain. The force has been the ore vein's power all along, and isn't rare to commoners, but to reach the extent of the situation that Uncle Li described, isn't something that an ordinary force can do. Wu Lingyu analyzed. "It seems like we won't be able to make any judgments without going there personally." Sima Yu was rather excited. She secretly wondered how likely their chances of success would be. As long as it was due to a force, with me air around, no matter how powerful it was, they would be able to deal with it nicely and easily. Otherwise, this venture would be rather dangerous. That can't be the only thing you take into consideration. If there are massive military troops standing guard, if we want to obtain the ore vein fully, we will have to spend a bit of thought on it. Let's go find out more about the situation before deciding. The winds wrecked the place for around half a month. Once it was over, those from Wuxiang City immediately flared up. Actually, most of those who were cheering were those who had only entered the city in the last few days. If not because they had rushed up, the outcome might have been like those people that had been swept into the skies. The great array that was protecting the city was turned off, and those who had come to hide wanted to leave. However, there was a wave of activity that suddenly started from the city lord's manor. "City Lord has advanced. City Lord has advanced." The citizens inside the city cheered excitedly, giving Sima Yu a headache. Once the tempest season was over, those people wanted to capture them. It seemed like a battle was certain to break out. Quickly, a group of people surrounded the bottom of their inn. Sima Yu saw the people walking with Bai Mei Gui and pursed her lips. Could it be that they were coming to look for her the moment they emerged? The one who was with Bai Mei Gui was indeed the city lord of Wuxiang City. His aura was unsteady as he had just advanced a level. "Young lady, should you not give us an explanation as to why you killed Nan Yumiao and Nan Yuji?" Bai Mei Gui looked at Sima Yu derisively as if he was looking at a dead person. Sima Yu was slightly stumped for words but came back to her senses quickly and laughed. These people came to say that she murdered others. It seemed like they didn't care about what happened. Nan Yuji was already dead to them, so it didn't matter if he was dead or not. It seemed like they were going to make her the scapegoat. She just wondered whether or not they had that capability. "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" She looked at them indifferently. "Nan Yuji was a capable person of the commander's. We won't kill you casually just because you killed him. Come with us to see the commander." City Lord said. "Come with you? Do you think I'll be able to stay alive?" Sima Yu didn't believe their words. "You won't kill me as there are thousands of staring eyes now, but who knows if you will kill me when we are on the way. We want to bring you to see the commander, why would we kill you?" "Pfft," Sima Yu sneered, "have you heard of the saying? What? You want to be a but want to maintain a good reputation. Impudent. Am I wrong?" Sima Yu sneered, "You came to me and accused me of killing Nan Yuji, aren't you just trying to put the blame on me? Then you'll just kill me on the way while giving ridiculous excuses since no one will know anyway. Aren't you being a while trying to maintain a good reputation?" "Ha ha ha, well said, young lady." Someone who brought an army and was donned in different clothes and came over. They could tell that he was one of the commander's men with a single look. That's not what they thought. They were foes of Nan Yuji and were troubled as they didn't have any idea on how to kill him. "You will die if you follow them. Why don't you follow me instead?" Sima Yu looked at the army which filled half the street, but she didn't believe his words. He wouldn't bring so many men if he really thought that way. Actually, she might really have used this opportunity to look for Hua Wuxiang if Old Man Li didn't tell her that information earlier on. But for now, she was definitely going to the ore vein before looking for Hua Wuxiang. Hence, she wouldn't go with anyone now. She smiled to that person, "I want to go with you, but I'm afraid they wouldn't allow me to." She looked at Bai Mei Gui helplessly as if she would really go with them. "You don't have to bother them, we're from the commander's manor and have nothing against Nan Yuji, so we can send you back safely." The man from the commander's manor said. "Alright, I'll go with you only if they don't disagree." Sima Yu responded. "Sure. Lai Qingping, how dare you try to snatch them? Bai Mei Gui didn't expect that the men from Commander's Manor would arrive early and listen to Sima Yuyu. The Commander's Manor and City Lord's Manor were already on bad terms. If Lai Chengping told this to Hua Wuxiang, nothing would happen but his status as a friend of City Lords would be at stake. Bai Mei Gui, it's better that you wash your hands off this. Lai Chengping said, you're the Commander's envoy, not his envoy. You should consider the Commander. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Bai Mei Gui continued, we found this person first, so can you not cut this queue? We have to respect the party's opinion. She is willing to go with us, not you. Lai Chengping said. Sima Yuyu brought Wu Lingyu and went over to Commander's Manor side at this time. She glanced at Old Man Li as she stood still. Old Man Li hesitated for a while and walked to her side. They already saw that he was with her and saw what happened today. He might be able to escape if he followed her. If he didn't, he might be killed any time. Seeing Sima Yuyu standing at his side, Lai Chengping laughed and looked at her proudly. See, she has already decided. Lai Chengping, it seems like you want to defy us all the way. The expression on Wuxiang's city lord didn't look good. There was no way to settle this amicably, but he mustn't let Sima Yuyu see Hua Wuxiang. If she spilled everything in front of Hua Wuxiang, all their hard work from past years would be ruined. As long as she died, whatever happened earlier on would be counted as a slander of Commander's Manor. He looked at Sima Yuyu as he waved his hand and the City Lord Manor's men went ahead to attack the Commander Manor's men. Lai Chengping had already thought about this, so he wanted to protect Sima Yuyu's safety even more. Protect her. He yelled as the Commander Manor's men joined in the fight. It wasn't the first time that the members of Commander's Manor and City Lord's Manor fought. Hence, it was no surprise for the people in the city. The City Lord Manor's men were very enthusiastic this time as the City Lord was present. If they could get on his good side, their status in the City Lord Manor would be high. Although the Commander Manor came a little late, their power wasn't as good as compared to City Lord Manor's, but they had more men. So both of them were tied. Suddenly, someone shouted, they're missing. The battle stopped. They looked at where Sima Yuyu were, but they were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Lai Chengping asked flusteredly and exasperatedly. They were here just a while ago. The one who was responsible to look after them went pale. She was just right beside him. How did he not notice that they left? When did they leave? Everyone was flustered and exchanged glances. Were they going to continue the fight when the one they were fighting over had gone missing? Wuxiang's City Lord and Lai Chengping were silent. Both of them exchanged glances from the battleground, then ordered their own men to search for them. Sima Yuyu, Wu Lingyu, and Old Man Li came out from the spatial area. Old Man Li patted his own chest, sighing in fear as he was in disbelief that they actually escaped. However, he was more afraid of both of them. He didn't expect that they would cause so much trouble and would still be able to escape in that situation. It seemed like it was a wise decision to choose them. He was sure that she wouldn't have brought him along if he didn't choose her earlier. Miss Yuyu, is it true that the Happiness City's City Lord is in your hands? He asked. That's right. Sima Yuyu continued, he wanted to kill me, so I captured him. I'd kill him if I wasn't afraid of trouble. Old Man Li was speechless upon hearing that. Wouldn't it still create trouble if she captured him? If that was true, then she wouldn't have gotten into that situation just now, right? It was different from other flat lands. Once one entered the Great Bridge City area, there were endless mountains. Even Great Bridge City was built at the foot of the mountain, similar to any mountain city. Sima Yuyu and the others came to a summit within the deep mountains. Sima Yuyu looked at the long mountain range far away and asked, is that the ore vein you talked about? That's right. Old Man Li was still trembling when he saw that mountain. We'll be in that area in a few more kilometers. Sima Yuyu noticed his reaction and said, wait for us here, you don't have to go. Old Man Li sighed a huge relief after hearing that. He nodded and said, I'll wait for you here then. Sima Yuyu and Wu Lingyu went down from the mountains as they approached the ore vein slowly. They stopped a few meters away from the area of the ore vein. There are strong troops keeping watch. Wu Lingyu sensed many auras from the foot of the mountain. Sima Yuyu was at a safe distance from the ore vein when she sensed that there were a few soldiers. They would need a bit of time if they just went ahead with it. Also, the noise would attract Great Bridge City's attention. It seems like we need to come up with a plan. She rubbed her chin as she quickly thought of an idea to deal with the situation. At the foot of the ore vein, the soldiers were in groups of 3 or 5 while keeping watch on the district. How long do we need to keep watch here? We've kept watch the whole day and haven't been able to step away or cultivate. We're wasting our lives here. A soldier whined. That's right. There's nothing here, we can't even go for a drink. Both of you should stop whining. You'll be dead if the higher-ups heard what you said. Another soldier stopped them. Stop pretending. I don't believe that you don't miss that close friend of yours. The first soldier who spoke laughed teasingly. I won't say it even if I do miss him. The patrols will be here anytime soon, I won't be able to save your lives if they hear you. The one who got teased said. Do you think there's really an ore vein inside this abnormal place? I haven't seen any ore vein, but I've seen many corpses. Every single one who has gone in has died, and I haven't seen a single person bring out an ore. I count myself unlucky to have to keep watch at this kind of place. Alright, stop whining. Did you hear that? What's there? I think I heard something. Stop joking. Even underworld beasts don't come to such a weird place, what could there be? I really heard something, it seemed to have come from the forest in front. Really? Of course. Then go over and take a look. I don't want to. Go by yourself if you want to. The patrols are coming. The three of us wouldn't be able to make a difference if something happened here. Let's just take a look. The one who got teased earlier carefully walked over. Very quickly, his shadows were covered by the dense bushes. Oh. A low groan was heard from the trees. Hey, what's happening over there? The two who kept watch there asked. Nothing, I accidentally banged into the trees. That person responded. The other two laughed. How could he be so clumsy to bang into the trees at his age? After a while, he came back. Both of them wanted to tease him, but before they even talked, they saw the patrols walking over. The three of them immediately stood in position. A few patrols came over and asked them, did anything strange happen here? In response to Envoy, nothing is out of the normal for now. The one who was teased replied. Envoy nodded, they are here to change shifts with you, follow me. Three of them smiled happily, it had finally come to an end. They changed shifts, and three of them followed the Envoy at the back to change others' shifts at another spot as they prepared to go back. Someone came before they got out of the area. Envoy, you, what brings you here? Commander has invited Great Master Lu to take a look at the ore vein. Envoy, you responded, let's go together since you are free. They were stunned. He wanted them to follow them there. Would they still be able to come out alive then? However, Envoy, you had higher rights than any average envoys, so they couldn't reject even if they wanted to. They had no choice but to follow him obediently. Hahaha, there's no need to worry, all the strange things that happened at the ore vein were actually caused by the power inside, it was just causing mischief. Once I expose this power, you won't have to be afraid anymore. Great Master Lu said confidently. They thought to themselves that the people that Commander Hua found were extraordinary people. There was nothing to be afraid of with him here. With that thought, everyone became braver. Envoy, you brought them into the mountain. Sima Yu, who impersonated as a soldier, could sense the chill shrouding all over her body, like what Old Manly said. Great Master Lu, can you feel it? Envoy, you asked. I feel it. This is the chill that the force has released, it's normal. Great Master Lu said. Great Master Lu, are you confident? Judging by the chill, the force is indeed very strong. We'll have to get closer to see if this can be solved. At this point, Great Master Lu had to change the plan that he had come up with in advance before entering the place. Initially, Sima Yu thought that Great Master Lu just had a smattering of knowledge and was overconfident, but it seemed like he actually had some skills. It seemed true that not just anyone could catch Commander's eyes. Envoy, you didn't reproach him after hearing what he said. He had been here twice and, both times, he had barely escaped. Hence, he knew how strange and powerful it was here. Let's take a look around. He told Great Master Lu. Sure. The atmosphere in the group became heavier after seeing how unconfident Great Master Lu was. Everyone became careful as they were afraid something would suddenly happen. Sima Yu slowly joined the group at the back. She looked around to appraise the situation and even asked Mi-Er to leave secretly. Envoy, you could sense something, so he turned around to take a look at the back of the group. He didn't seem to find anything strange apart from everyone's nervous looks, so he slightly frowned without saying anything. Ah. The one walking in the middle suddenly shouted as he fell to the ground. In a short moment, he died and dissipated into black smoke. The men around him cried out as they ran away. All of them looked around their surroundings anxiously. How did he die when there was nothing at all? Envoy, you came back and asked them, what happened? He suddenly died, but we didn't catch a glimpse of anything at all. Someone replied. Did he die suddenly? After they said this, everyone was terrified. You can save us all, right? They looked at Great Master Lu, hoping that he would be able to answer them. Terror grew in Great Master Lu's heart as well, but he thought of his identity and did not show it too obviously. However, Sima Yu could tell that his expression was a little off. Envoy Yu, is this the unexplained death that you were talking about? He looked at Envoy Lu. Who knew what kind of answer he was expecting to receive? It is. Envoy Yu said, this is the unexplained death that I had told you about before. It's the same as it was before. Great Master Lu, is this due to the force? Envoy Lu nodded, although I have not seen the force, at this moment, the chill in the air has intensified. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. She had sensed it earlier as well. It was clear that the others could not sense that minute difference. So it is because of the force. But why did it only kill one of us? Someone asked. Because it wants to frighten us. Great Master Lu said, it was to instill a sense of terror in us. It loves to see us afraid. Sima Yu agreed with his view. It was obvious that this force had already formed its own sense of intellect, and it wasn't low either. However, it was obviously not as powerful as Mi-Er was. Mi-Er should have no problem dealing with it. Everyone please pay attention to what happens next. Great Master Lu said to everyone. Obviously, he still had no plans to return. We will continue to head forwards. We will reach the area of the ore vein in a few kilometers. Envoy Yu said. The soldiers really didn't want to go, but they had no place to speak here. If they voiced out their desire to retreat, they would not have to wait for the force to kill them. Envoy Yu would do it himself. That was why, regardless of how the journey ahead was like, they had to toughen their hearts and soldier on. This time, something happened to the two men who were walking in front of Sima Yu. Someone walking in front of her cried out. What's wrong? The others turned around to look, dissatisfaction laced with terror. Because of his cry, it indicated that something had happened again. He's gone. That person gulped as he said with a mask of horror, he suddenly disappeared. At this time, Envoy Yu's expression turned even uglier. Every time they entered, they would experience this. If not because his heart was strong enough, even he would have fallen apart. Great Master Li, is this due to the Force as well? He asked. It is possible, but I cannot be certain. I have never seen such a powerful force before. Great Master Li said honestly. Is it really that powerful? Envoy Yu asked with a tremble. Yes. I don't know how it managed to cause someone to disappear so quietly, but it is precisely because I don't know how it happened that I know it is powerful. Great Master Lu said. At this point, Sima Yu's impression of Great Master Lu increased by 2 points. In an environment like this, it was rare to find someone who dared to admit that he was lacking. However, he admitted that he did not know rather quickly, which proved that his character wasn't bad. N/O/vel/B/. Great Master Lu did not know how that person had disappeared so soundlessly, but she knew. To be more accurate, it was because of her contract with Mier that she was even more sensitive towards the Force. She vaguely sensed something had appeared in front of that person, and then he disappeared. That was why, based on her guess, the person who had disappeared had been eaten by the Force. It was no wonder Old Man Li had said that it was impossible that it was a disruption of the spatial area. He did not sense the fluctuations in space. That was because they were just being eaten. She contacted Mier, who told her that he had already entered the mine. However, the intelligence of the Force was pretty high, and it was also slippery. To say nothing of hiding, it was even setting up a maze, and Mier was unable to locate it for quite a while. Do you want me to return? Mier asked after he knew that another person had deer. Not for now. Sima Yu replied, you can go ahead and look for it, only then will this problem be solved. Mier hesitated for a second and said, be careful, then, don't worry. Sima Yu felt like she shouldn't have a problem dealing with it. Even if she couldn't see it, she would be able to anticipate it, so hiding wouldn't be a problem. Envoy Yu, are we going to continue on? Someone still asked. Continue on. Envoy Yu was unwilling as well, but Great Master Lu was the most powerful Great Master that they could invite right now. If even he was unable to solve this problem, then this mountain would never be excavated. Great Master Lu, what do you think? Great Master Lu was cursing in his heart, regretting his overconfidence. He had also regretted doing something so dangerous for the sake of money. Right now, he was unable to advance but even more unable to retreat. If he was unable to solve this, Hua Wuxiang would definitely not hold back once they returned. It was a path of no return. We continue on. He had no other choice. When the others heard him say this, they felt dead inside. If they carried on, most of them would die right here. Envoy Yu, can we not continue onwards? The one who had teased the other person said in a small voice. What did you say? Envoy Yu looked at the person, his eyes chilling over. He did not wait for him to speak and directly took out a blade and killed him. He looked over at the remaining people and asked, is there anyone else who wants to return? Everyone was stunned. They had already been scared beyond their wits, and now that this had happened, it was beyond what they could bear. When they heard the question that Envoy Yu had posed, everyone shook their heads. He must have been joking. Who would willingly send themselves to death? Then we will carry on. He knew that he had them under control with this move, so he kept his sword away, turned around and left. Sima Yu allowed herself to walk at the back. The moment a dense chill crept close to her from the back, she directly condensed her spirit energy, turned around and attacked. Scree dash. A piercing cry and wave of spirit energy attracted the attention of those in front. However, when they turned around, they only saw Sima Yu on guard. What happened? I just felt like there was something attacking me, so I subconsciously fought back. Sima Yu replied. You managed to hit it? Envoy Yu did not overlook that piercing cry. I think so. Sima Yu was uncertain as well, but I seem to have scared it off. You were actually able to strike that thing? The others did not believe it. How did you do it? Envoy Yu asked. He looked at Sima Yu with a gaze that seemed to examine her but was also filled with suspicion. Nobody else realized it, but she did. There was something strange about her. I don't know either. Sima Yu looked at him innocently. I suddenly felt a burst of cold air, and recalled how Great Master Lu said earlier that the chill had intensified. I got scared so I attacked. As she spoke, she looked towards Great Master Lu and waited for him to agree. The hidden meaning in her eyes was something only the two of them understood. What did she mean that she suddenly reacted to the chill? These words were only good enough to fool those who had no idea what was going on. To Great Master Lu, who was well versed in the Seeker spirit arts, there was no way this kind of excuse would hold any water. That was why he immediately knew that Sima Yu was an expert as well when he heard her. Especially since Sima Yu looked at him with a gaze that concealed nothing, instead looking at him bluntly. It looked like it had been because he had said those words, but he knew that she was just waiting for his answer. Should he tell Envoy Yu about this? He struggled internally, but he still chose Sima Yu. Since Sima Yu was able to discover the force that he was personally unable to, it proved that she was more powerful than he was. If he chose to keep her secret, perhaps she would take this into account and rescue him if there was danger. When he thought it through, he smiled at her. You were actually able to save yourself based on what I said earlier. Truly a difficult feat. Sima Yu smiled as well as she cupped her hands at him gratefully. Gratefully, it is all thanks to your pointers, Great Master. This is due to your own ability. Great Master Lu said, you all heard it as well. If you sense any chill coming close to you, do not hesitate and act immediately. You might even be able to save your little life. Yes, thank you for your pointer, Great Master. Everyone had more hope to live once they heard what he said. Initially, they thought that they would definitely die if they encountered that thing, but there was at least something they could try now. Sima Yu's smile deepened as she grinned brilliantly at him. It could be considered as a successful alliance. You are actually so sensitive towards the Force. Come over and join us. See if you are able to help Great Master Lu. Envoy Yu said. This subordinate accepts the order. Sima Yu walked forward and came beside Great Master Lu and Envoy Yu. She secretly disdained the man beside her even more. He might have said that it was to help Great Master Lu, but it was just so that she could sense it and protect him. In the end, he was just a selfish man. Great Master Lu was very satisfied with this decision. He really wanted Sima Yu to come to his side, but he was hard-pressed to speak. Since Envoy Yu did this, it happened to coincide with his wishes. They continued forward, and perhaps it was because Sima Yu's attack just now had controlled the other party, they managed to journey forwards without any more incidents. Their group carefully climbed up the Ore Mountain. Even Sima Yu had been on high alert, thinking that something would happen. However, the entire journey was smooth. As they stood on the peak of the Ore Mountain, Envoy Yu smiled. He had never gone in so deep before. They had managed to reach here, so as long as they were able to excavate the place, then they were considered to have been able to seize this mine. NOV/L/B// Great Master Lu, can you see which direction the force is headed towards? He looked at Great Master Lu extremely expectantly. Great Master Lu stood at the highest point of the mountain range and looked towards the direction of two mountain ranges, saying, if we had been here in the early years, I might have been able to see which direction the force headed in. However, it has already formed a spirit and it is impossible to determine anymore. Even you don't have a way. It's not that I am completely stumped. I have to research it carefully. If the force is opened erroneously, the entire mine will shatter. We have to be more prudent. Great Master Lu said. Envoy Yu felt that he was right. These kinds of things could not be rushed. Especially at a time like this. Envoy Yu, I will be heading somewhere else to take a look. It should be safe here, so you can stay here and wait for me. You want to go by yourself? How can I let you? What if something harms you? Envoy Yu did not agree. But if you follow me, then I will not be able to focus on researching it. There's no way I can determine anything by staying here. Great Master Lu said with difficulty. But that's just too dangerous. Envoy Yu did not agree. Great Master Lu frowned and spoke as if he was in a difficult position. Envoy Yu, if you are really worried for me, then let this brat come with me. Me. Envoy Yu looked at who he was pointing at and his expression changed. However, he still forced himself to agree. You. Go with Great Master Lu. He pointed at Sima Yu. Understood. Sima Yu obediently walked behind Great Master Lu and followed him and flew to another mountain peak. Once they left everyone, the row of mountains just happened to block them from everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Great Master Lu stopped and said while looking at Sima Yu, Senior, are you confident in dealing with this force? Sima Yu smiled, Great Master Lu, your words are heavy. I'm not your senior. People like us who walk in the light do not speak in riddles. Great Master Lu said, you are able to see what I cannot with regards to the force. It proves that you are stronger than me. I even chose to mask it for you from the beginning, and had no plans to rat you out. I have to thank you, Great Master Lu, for what happened before. However, I am no great master. Sima Yu said. Great Master Lu saw that Sima Yu was not willing to admit it, so he did not force this term of address on her. Instead, he asked, what do you think about this? The force here has actually formed a soul, so it will not be easy to deal with. However, it's not like we have no way to deal with it. Sima Yu said. Great Master Lu's eyes shone when he heard what she said, do you have a plan? Let's talk about that in a moment. Right now, we should wonder what those people are going to do. Sima Yu said. What do you mean? Great Master Lu was stunned. Do you not feel it? Sima Yu looked over in that direction. Great Master Lu followed where she was looking and he was completely stunned. Those. He looked at the formless things in the sky and wanted to speak out to warn them, but found that he was unable to speak at all. It's useless. Sima Yu's clear voice allowed him to slowly come back to his senses. These guys have not yet attacked, but they can do so fairly quickly. Even if you warned them, they would not survive. But. I do have a way to stay alive. Since you did not expose me just now, I can ensure your safety. However, how are you going to explain yourself to Hua Wuxiang once you return? Sima Yu continued, all of his men died, and one of them is even one of his capable subordinates. If you are the only one to return, then what will he think? Every life saved is one more life preserved. Great Master Lu said. Will they let you go? Sima Yu looked at him, you want to return, but has Envoy Yu given you the power to choose? They don't care about your survival at all, so why would you put your life on the line for them? Great Master Li fell silent and only said after a moment, I'll listen to you. Tell me, what should I do? I'm not a good person, but I don't kill people for no reason either. What you did just now can be considered as a small favor to me. I can ensure that you can leave this place safely, but I am afraid that you will no longer be able to live in the Vermilion Soul region anymore. All the men that Envoy Yu had brought would die, which meant that he would no longer be able to appear before Hua Wuxiang. However, you will not have to hide for long. You will be able to regain your freedom next time. Sima Yu added on. Previous chapter. Great Master Lu did not know why she spoke so quickly. However, when he saw how confident she was, he believed her from the bottom of his heart. That was why he chose to live with her instead of dying with them. Envoy Yu sensed his hair stand on end, as if something was staring at him. The temperature around them fell lower and lower, and he knew that the force was definitely coming closer. He was on guard, but he could not find that force at all. At this time, he felt like he shouldn't have let Sima Yu leave with Great Master Lu. This way, she would have been able to help him find out where the force was. Dash. A soldier cried out, but his voice was cut off before he could finish his scream. They looked over and realized that only half of him remained. The other half had disappeared. Did someone eat him? The others were terrified by what happened. Dash. Before the others had a chance to react, another person was killed. The bone-chilling cold caused the terror in their hearts to intensify, and the two corpses on the ground were utterly trampled. At this time, Envoy Yu's threats were completely useless against them. They fled like headless chickens and scattered in all directions. Dash. Dash. Their wretched cries came from everywhere. This person broke an arm while another broke a leg. That person lost the bottom half of his body, while the other person lost the top half. In a moment, the entire mountain was filled with mangled limbs. Sima Yu and Great Master Lu watched from the side. They saw the massacre happening over here and Great Master Lu's legs went weak as he fell to the floor. If he had returned just now, he would have ended up like the rest of them. Even Envoy Yu was unable to resist that power, much less himself, who was not powerful. It was lucky that he had chosen Sima Yu. At this time, the chill beside them intensified as well. He gulped and looked at Sima Yu in terror. Little brother. He felt like he was physically unable to speak. Relax, you will be fine. Sima Yu said calmly. NOVLB //JNN. She was still looking over there. When she had ascertained that everyone was dead, she looked away. She could also feel that the temperature had plummeted, but she had no reaction at all. Great Master Lu saw how calm she was and his panic abated quite a bit. However, he still looked at her hopefully, wanting to see what she would do. However, Sima Yu merely stood there. She did not plan to move at all. He wanted to ask her something and opened his mouth only to find that he was so terrified that he was unable to speak. After a moment, he felt the chill around them dissipate by quite a fair amount. Knowing that the force had left, the anxiety that kept him high-strung disappeared, and it almost sapped him of all of his strength. He couldn't even sit up straight as he lay on the ground panting. Sima Yu did not push him. She looked here and there, as if she didn't have a sense of danger at all. After he was almost done recovering, she walked over and said, "You can go now." "You want to chase me away?" Great Master Lu was about to cry, "Just let me follow you. I'll be one of your men from now on." "You want to be one of my men, but someone won't agree." Sima Yu laughed, "Go out, and take this with you. That force will not attack you. Walk in the opposite direction. There will not be many guards there. After you exit this place, leave Azure Dragon Soul region as quickly as you can. If we are fated, then we will meet again in the future." Great Master Lu saw that Sima Yu had already made her decision and took the blank block of wood from her hand, stood up and left. Wu Elingjiu appeared beside Sima Yu and they watched as Great Master Lu frantically escaped the place. "Are you not worried that he will expose your secret once he leaves this place?" "What is there to worry about? Even if he reveals it, the one who he has seen is not me. So what if those on the outside know? If they had a way to deal with this place, then why would this mine be waiting for us? What are you going to do next? Are you going to move this mine away?" Sima Yu saw the teasing in his eyes and knew that he was making fun of the time back at Heavenly Academy, where she had completely moved someone else's mine away during her mission. That was the past. The new me doesn't do that anymore. "I won't touch their mine." Her smile was devious and Wu Lingyu could guess what she was thinking. He touched her hair lovingly. At that time, they had nobody and no power. If they wanted a way to excavate the mine, it was something that would never happen. Right now, she had the power and, most importantly, she had Mi-Air. Hence, that problem wasn't a problem anymore. Mi-Air finally found that slippery force. It had actually already formed its own intelligence. If the time was right, it was not impossible for it to have been able to become like Mi-Air. It was just a pity that it had encountered Mi-Air at this time. Under Mi-Air's pressure, it unwillingly broke down the inside of the entire mine. It had to watch with eyes wide open as Sima Yu moved away every single ore. When it saw that all of its things were gone, it was filled with hatred. However, it was suppressed by Mi-Air and was completely unable to resist. Not only that, but Mi-Air eventually ate it up as well. Sima Yu felt that this force was rather tragic. It clearly had a great future but just had to encounter Mi-Air and Sima Yu, its antithesis. Not only did they end its cultivation, they ended its life as well. After me ate it, he patted his belly with satisfaction. He even burped without holding back. It really has been a long time since I've eaten something so good. You're not nice to me either. You don't find food for me. I have to do it on my own. Sima Yu rolled her eyes and could not be bothered to deal with him. She left with Wu Lingyu. If someone stood on the outside, they were completely unable to tell that the mine had already been completely emptied. Thinking about Hua Wuxiang's reaction once he arrived at this place, she couldn't help but smile. She thought about the ores in her spirit pagoda and wrapped herself around Wu Lingyu's arm with satisfaction. Let's go back. Old Man Li waited at the mountain peak anxiously. He didn't know how they were doing at this moment. After waiting for 10 days, they still did not return, so he did not know if he was supposed to continue waiting. He realized that another group had come over and he hurriedly hid himself. Once they passed, he left his hiding place. He had no idea how many groups had already passed him by, and he did not know what happened over there. For the past few days, there were many soldiers who went that direction. Lady Yu, you have to hurry back. Otherwise, I may not even be able to preserve my little old man life. Why aren't you able to preserve your life? Old Man Li was shocked by her voice that suddenly appeared. He turned around and saw the two of them in perfect condition. He heaved a sigh of relief and said as he patted his chest, Lady Yu, did you both really come out from inside? Were you the ones who caused the commotion over there? What commotion? Sima Yu pretended as if she didn't know. Do you not know about it? Old Man Li asked puzzledly. Sima Yu shook her head. We couldn't find the place, so we left after heading a little deeper. I sensed that chill you told me about, so we returned. In order to avoid running into those people, we had to walk via a more deserted place. It's lucky that that's the case. Otherwise, you might have been discovered. Old Man Li said. Just what is going on? I don't know what happened there either. However, there have been many people rushing in there over the past 2 days. Although they did not wear soldier uniforms, they should belong to the commander. Old Man Li said, there were suddenly so many people, so I thought of asking, did something happen over there? Of course Sima Yu knew what happened over there. They probably found out that Envoy Yu had died, so they sent men to investigate. I see. Since there are so many people, we will have to hurry. Alright. Although she really wanted to stay behind and see their reactions when they found out that there was nothing left in the mines, in order to avoid getting involved in this entire situation, they could not appear here. Even her scarlet bees could not be left behind. The three of them dispersed stealthily and did not encounter the people who kept on coming in. It was a good thing that Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu had particularly strong divine senses and were able to hide before they were discovered. However, it was because of this that she felt like her initial guess was wrong. If it was really just because Envoy Yu had died, it shouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. It was normal for people to die on this mountain. He would not comb through the entire mountain to seek revenge because he died. Would that just end up sending more people to death along with him? That was why these people had definitely entered, because they had discovered that something was wrong with this mountain. Perhaps, they had already discovered that they were able to enter it, which was why they notified those above to send this number of people down. Old Man Li looked at those people rushing over with puzzlement. Why do these people look so anxious and excited? It couldn't be that the situation over at the mine has already been dealt with, right? Or could it be that they have already figured out a way to enter? Who knows? Sima Yu shrugged and pretended as if she really didn't know. Even if that really is the case, it has nothing to do with us. It's not like we can participate in this. The excitement on Old Man Li's face immediately disappeared. It seemed like he had been defeated by her words. You're right. This really has nothing to do with us. We're unable to go back and snatch it from them now. To lone cultivators like us, it's incredibly difficult to encounter such a good opportunity. It's a pity that it's been stolen by the commander. He sighed deeply. Sima Yu smiled, as if she was agreeing with him. Actually, she was laughing about what she had done. Those people were running over so excitedly, but once they found out that it was just an empty mountain, she wondered how brilliant their expressions would be. Let's continue on. We still have a few days before we'll reach Great Bridge City. Just as Sima Yu had guessed, those people who recently rushed over were those who had just obtained the news. Envoy Zhua. The soldier who was standing guard bowed to the man in front. How are things going here? Envoy Zhua asked. The chill started to lessen here 2 days ago, so we hurriedly reported the news. The guard said. What about Envoy Yu? Envoy Yu left 10 days ago with Great Master Lu. He has yet to emerge. The guard replied. Those who were with Envoy Zhua guessed, Envoy Zhua, could it be that Envoy Yu and Great Master Lu managed to solve the situation here together? It is possible. Envoy Zhua said, however, they have not sent back any news yet. We do not know the situation for now. Since the situation here accompanied the chill, now that the chill has dissipated, it proves that the situation has also stabilized. Envoy Zhua, since Envoy Han has said this, why don't we let Envoy Han go in to check out the situation before continuing? Someone suggested. This person, Envoy Han, ordinarily didn't have much of a relationship with the others. Since someone suggested this, the others agreed successively. Envoy Zhua naturally knew what they were thinking, but it was not outside of his line of duty, so he was not able to reprimand them for it either. Envoy Han, I will have to trouble you to take this one. He instructed Envoy Han as he ignored the constipated look on his face. Envoy Han, Envoy Zhua has already spoken, so you should hurry up. We'll wait here for you to return. The one who first suggested this spoke up again. Envoy Han's expression was extremely dark, but he dared not disobey Envoy Zhua. He could only toughen his heart and lead his subordinates inside. He hoped that his earlier guess was right, and that the mountain valley was now safe. When they saw Envoy Han enter, those on the outside smiled. This guy wasn't strong, and only knew how to kiss ass all day. This would be a good lesson for him. If he was able to survive, then that would just be his good luck. If he was unable to return, then it would fulfill everyone's wishes. Actually, everyone honestly wished that the second outcome would happen. However, the outcome disappointed everyone greatly. Once 2 days passed, he came back without any man missing. How is the situation inside? Envoy Zhua asked. In response to Envoy Zhua, we walked all the way to the top of the mine, but nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Envoy Han replied, I think that the danger inside has already been dealt with. Then, did you meet Envoy Yu or anyone else? No. There was not a single person inside. That is strange. Could it be that they have already gone inside the mountain? Earlier on, the Seeker Spirit Master guessed that force was making mischief. If his guess was right, then it is very likely that Great Master Lu managed to excavate the area. It also explains why this place is safe now. Envoy Yu felt like his guess was logical. Since the place is already safe, then send my orders that we will enter the mountain now. Yes, Envoy Zhua. Everyone there was excited. It was such a huge mine, which meant that there would definitely be many ores. Those of a higher position would definitely receive a share of it. That was why every single person was in a good mood and couldn't wait to charge into the mine. At the same time, they were imagining just how much treasure they would be able to find. However, while they were all full of smiles, the moment they saw the empty shell of a mountain, they were crestfallen. Everyone was filled with disbelief. They rubbed their eyes with all their might, but there was absolutely nothing left on the mountain. What is going on? Envoy Zhua's voice trembled. Why is there nothing in this mountain? Envoy Zhua, it's not that there's no mountain, but that the mine in this mountain is empty. It was unknown whose small voice pointed it out, but the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain immediately intensified. Hurry, and report this to Commander. Envoy Zhua came back to his senses and cried out anxiously. Previous chapter. When Sima Yu and the others entered the city, they saw a group of people speeding out of the city. Old Man Li pulled Sima Yu and they hid in the crowd, then he whispered, that's Commander Hua. Sima Yu looked up and saw the person in front of the crowd. Hua Wuxiang was handsome, but the evil foreboding air around him greatly reduced his image. The people behind him stepped back automatically because of the low pressure that surrounded him. Commander Hua seems to be in a bad mood. Could something have happened? Old Man Li murmured. Could it be because of what's happened at the ore vein? Who knows? Since he is the commander, naturally there are many things that he has to do. He could be worried about something else. Although this was what Sima Yu had said, she was certain in her heart that he was worried about the ore vein. She wasn't able to see his expression when he saw the ore vein, but it was not bad that she was able to see him like that now. When Xiao He and Su Yu attacked the Seoul region, they had the support of many financial counselors. Therefore, she was very happy at having caused them to be in a bad mood. That makes sense. Let's go into the city to look for your friend. Alright. Hua Wuxiang had brought men to the ore vein and went directly to the place that Envoy Zhua had mentioned. When Envoy Zhua saw Hua Wuxiang approaching, he stepped forward and said, Commander. What's the situation? You said the ore vein is empty, what do you mean by that? Hua Wuxiang asked as he strode inside. This. Commander, you should see for yourself. Envoy Zhua really didn't know how to describe what he had seen. Hua Wuxiang understood his subordinates well. When he saw him in this way, he knew that there was something strange with the situation. His heart sank and his footsteps sped up. When he entered the ore vein and saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but froze. There was nothing at all in the whole ore vein. The people behind him were also shocked. They stared at the empty ore vein, speechless. This is what it looked like when we came in. Envoy Zhua said, at first we thought that it was just an empty mountain. But over the past 2 days, we have discovered some clues. There are traces of new excavation everywhere. Judging from the excavations, they can't have been more than half a month old. And what? Envoy Zhua pursed his lips and told him about the discovery that he was still in disbelief about. All the chisel marks in the whole ore vein are the same. You're saying that in half a month, someone broke through all layers of our defenses and excavated the whole ore vein? Hua Wuxiang looked at him faintly. Envoy Zhua's scalp felt numb from Hua Wuxiang's stare. He knew that Hua Wuxiang didn't believe him. Even when he had first come to this conclusion based on all the facts and discoveries, he hadn't believed it either. However, the facts were the facts, they don't change just because they didn't believe them. He didn't dare to say this to Hua Wuxiang and had to find a more tactful way of speaking. Subordinate also finds this conclusion unbelievable, that's why I'm waiting for Commander to confirm my findings. Upon hearing this, Hua Wuxiang knew that this was probably true. Let's go and have a look. He let Envoy Zhua lead the way from the beginning to the end. Because of Envoy Zhua's reminder, as everyone walked along, they took note of the chisel marks. The more they saw, the more alarmed they were exactly the same. All the chisel marks, whether they were old or new, were exactly the same. In other words, the entire ore vein had been dug up at the same time. How is this possible? Even if a large number of people had come to dig up such a large ore vein, it would have been impossible to be done in such a short period of time. The chisel marks were bound to be different. Therefore, it was even more unbelievable when they looked at the chisel marks. They didn't want to believe it, but they also couldn't help but believe it. Hua Wuxiang slowly accepted the fact, then he sneered, "It seems that we have met a talented person." Everyone knew that he was in a bad mood, hence, no one dared to answer him. Hua Wuxiang hadn't expected them to answer him. After a while, he calmed down. The matter had already happened, it was useless to think about it anymore. What he had to do was investigate. Envoy Zhua had followed him for the longest period of time and understood his thoughts the best. Without waiting for his order, he said, "I've already sent men to investigate. As long as there are traces of outsiders, they will definitely find it. Where are Envoy Yu and Great Master Lu?" "Envoy Yu is dead. As for Great Master Lu, if the news is accurate, he has run away." "Ran away?" "Yes, besides him, another person has survived. I don't know who it is yet. Great Master Lu is too bold." Hua Wuxiang revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "I have already sent men to capture them. Once they have been captured, we will be able to find out what happened here. If things don't go well this time, then bring your heads to me next time." After Hua Wuxiang had finished speaking, he left the ore vein and returned to Great Bridge City. Sima Yu's entourage of 3 entered the city and went directly to Old Man Li's friend. Old Man Li's friend's surname was Du. Old Man Li called him Old Du, and his friend called him Old Li. After some introduction, the 4 of them sat down in Old Du's dilapidated hut. "It's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect that we would have the chance to see each other again in this lifetime," Old Du said with emotion. "Yes. But we really nearly didn't get to see each other." Old Man Li smiled bitterly. "What happened?" Old Du asked. "Hi." Old Man Li sighed and told him how he had no money to enter the city and had wanted to serve 1 year of conscripted labor. "If I hadn't met this kind-hearted young Mistress Yu when I was entering the city, we probably wouldn't have met each other again in this lifetime." "Old Li, don't say that. We have an agreement." Sima Yu laughed. "What agreement?" "It's just that she pays for my entrance fee into the city and will be responsible for my expenses for 1 year, and in exchange, I will show her around." "Then you have really met an honorable person." Old Du said enviously, "But why did you think of coming here? Wuxiang City is not close to here. It's because the talent trials are being held here. Young Mistress Yu wants to come and take a look." "Then you're not in luck. The talent trials ended this morning." "It has ended?" "Yes. I heard that Commander Hua left during the final stage of selection, but I don't know why. I didn't expect for us to rush over here and it's over." Sima Yu looked disappointed. "When we were entering the city, we saw the commander leaving. I didn't realize it at that time, but the talent trials had ended then." At this time, a loud noise came from outside, as if something major had happened. Old Du told them to rest while he went out to inquire about the news. When he returned, the expression on his face was a little imposing. When Old Man Li saw his expression, he knew something had happened. "What's happened?" "Hi." Old Du sighed before he could speak. When Old Man Li saw him like this, he knew that whatever had happened was serious. "Don't just sigh, tell us what you have heard." "Something has happened at Great Bridge Mountain," Old Du said. Old Man Li thought it was something else that had happened. When he heard this, he said, "Why are you so worried that something has happened at Great Bridge Mountain? You can't go into the mountains now, but you will be able to after some time. Besides, you don't have to go there, you can get useful things from other places." As a loose cultivator, one had to constantly look for cultivation resources. When one couldn't find something, one had to buy them. In order to be able to cultivate, they had to spend a lot of money. The best and most direct way was for them to enter the mountains. If they were lucky, they would be able to get a lot of resources for cultivation in the mountains. If they were unlucky, then they would only be able to find a few things. They could get money if they brought them into the city and sold the things they found. That was why Old Man Li advised him when he heard that something had happened in the mountains. If that was the only reason, it would have been fine. Old Du sighed heavily, because there has been an incident at Great Bridge Mountain, so Great Bridge City is closed. You are only allowed to enter but not allowed to go out. I won't be able to go anywhere. What? Old Man Li was astonished. Why has Great Bridge City been sealed off just because there has been an incident at Great Bridge Mountain? Hi. Old Du was very worried. He was on the verge of advancing recently and had originally planned to go to Great Bridge Mountain to search for some treasures over the next 2 days. Because of this, he would miss his opportunity to advance this time. He may also not have the chance to advance next time. Sima Yu saw that he was extremely distressed, and said, "The city closure won't be long-term. You don't have to pay for daily expenses, why are you so worried?" Old Du explained his current situation and everyone understood why he had such a big reaction when he heard the news. Sima Yu was silent for a while, then she said to Old Du, I can provide you with the resources you need to advance. What do you want me to do? Old Du asked. Sima Yu smiled, they were on the same page. You don't have to be so anxious, I won't ask you to do anything dangerous. She saw that Old Du had jumped up and she comforted him, I just want you to go out and inquire about news when you are free. See what's going on here, and pay attention to Hua Wuxiang's movements. These things are only trivial things for you. Even without us, you would still inquire about the news. Alright. Old Du hesitated for a while before he agreed. The provision of resources for him to advance was too tempting, he simply couldn't refuse. Even if it wasn't to inquire about news but to do dangerous things, he still wouldn't refuse. Sima Yu picked a spirit stone and gave it to him. It would be better to advance using this. After she gave it to him, she and Wu Lingyu went to look for a room to rest. After they had left, Old Du looked at the spirit stone in his hand and gulped. Even Old Manly was beyond envious when he looked at the spirit stone. Old Du noticed his gaze and quickly put the spirit stone away, then asked, Oldly, what are the identities of those two people? She just picked one spirit stone out of so many and gave it to me, it seems they have powerful backing. I don't know their background and identities. Old Manly looked a little embarrassed. You've been following them for so long and yet you don't know? NOVLB //. They didn't reveal it to me so I didn't ask. Old Manly said, although I don't know their identities, I do know that they shouldn't be offended. That is my advice to you. You. Don't be so vague. Tell me in more detail how powerful they are. Do you know about Happiness City's city lord being captured? This is a big matter, of course I know about it. Old Du answered, then he realized that he wouldn't have brought this matter up for no reason. Did they have something to do with this matter? That's right. They. Old Du was shocked by the news. When he was chatting with the others in the tea house, they were saying that they wondered who would be so bold and dared to do such a thing. Unexpectedly, those people had come to his house. Not only have they captured the city lord of Happiness City, when Wuxiang City was surrounded, they also escaped unscathed. I have never seen them make a move, but I know that they must be very powerful. When they do make a move, I'm afraid that the ending will be something that you and I have never seen before. Upon hearing Old Man Li's words, Old Du was understood. No wonder they had wanted him to inquire about the news, they didn't dare to go out and inquire themselves. He suddenly regretted making a deal with such a person. Since the deal has been agreed upon, don't dwell on it so much. Although they are a little troublesome, they are nice people. As long as you don't betray them, they won't do anything to you. But once they find out that you plan to betray them, the consequences will not be something you can bear. Old Man Li reminded him. But these people are too dangerous. Aren't our lives filled with danger? If you don't like it, give me the spirit stone and I will inquire about the news. Old Man Li looked at him like he was a man who didn't appreciate what he had. This was such a good thing, it was something that one couldn't even beg for and obtain, yet, he was having doubts. Old Man Li's words brought Old Du to his senses. He was right, as loose cultivars, their lives were filled with danger daily. So why did he overthink things? His increase in strength was his own. He bowed to Old Man Li and said, thank you for reminding me. It's good that you have come to your senses. Looking at it now, I think the talent trial was just an excuse of theirs. I wonder what they are going to do. That's out of our control. Anyway, remember this, the more you know, the faster you will die. Yes. Old Du understood this principle. Look after them these few days, I will be advancing. Alright. A few days later, in Great Bridge City Lord's Manor. Great Master Lu came back here again, the atmosphere was very different compared to the last time he was here. He didn't know if he would be able to leave this place alive. When he heard the commander's voice outside, he trembled with fright. Hua Wuxiang walked in and walked past him. With just one look, it was as if the god of death was beckoning to him. Great Master Lu, I didn't expect us to meet again. Great Master Lu knelt down without making a sound and cried to Hua Wuxiang, Commander Hua, I didn't do it, it has nothing to do with me. Hua Wuxiang glanced at him coldly, speak, where is the ore? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin Red Light Novel, web. Insanely pampered wife, divine. You can use. Old Li doesn't know how to change with the tides and take advantage of such a good opportunity. Old Du said with a smile. These people had already agreed to let him join the army once they had captured Sima Yu. As long as he entered the army, he would have a regular supply of resources in the future. You killed him? Not quite, I've just trapped him in my house. After all, we have known each other for many years, and he's even saved my life once before. Old Du said. I have to say, Uncle Li is smarter than you. Sima Yu said, he has always understood that though wealth is good, you have to be alive to be able to enjoy it. You want my life? I am a member of the army now, if you want to kill me, you will provoke the whole of Great Bridge City. Old Du knew that Sima Yu was powerful, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Even though Old Li had warned him, he still didn't think that she could be a match against the entire army. Sima Yu laughed, she hadn't realized that he had some intelligence and knew how to raise matters to the level of Great Bridge City. It was a pity that he had underestimated her. Have you not felt any discomfort after your advancement? She reminded him. What did you do to me? Old Du was shocked. He really had felt that ever since he had advanced his body felt a little weak and he was unable to exert strength. He thought that it was from the exertion of the advancement and that he would feel better after a few days. Now that he had heard what she said, he knew that it was definitely not because of this. It's nothing much, I just added some poison. If you hadn't caused me any trouble, I would have given you the antidote before I left. It's a pity that you chose a dead end for yourself. Old Du looked at her in horror and he clutched his chest and said, impossible. How could I have possibly been poisoned? You'll soon find out. I am a kind person, so I will let you die knowing why. Sima Yu waved her hand after she had finished speaking and Old Du grabbed his throat and screamed twice with difficulty, then he fell to the ground and twitched twice before he turned into black smoke and dissipated. From the start to finish, the soldiers didn't say or do anything to stop her. They didn't have any respect for old Du, and they didn't care about his life or death. After old Du died, the captain in charge said to Sima Yu, "Are you coming with us willingly, or are you going to put up a struggle and we have to take you away? Since you are so sincere, we can't make things difficult for you. Naturally, we will come with you." Wu Lingyu said. The captain was very satisfied with their attitude and stepped aside. "Then please." The soldiers stood on either side and made way for them. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu left just like that and followed the soldiers to the place where Hua Wuxiang lived. As the two of them were being cooperative, coupled by the fact that they knew that they were very powerful people before they came and they were ordered to try not to provoke them, they didn't tie them up. This way, it didn't look like they had been captured, but more like they were invited. When Sima Yu saw Hua Wuxiang, he was talking to Envoy Zhuo about something. However, when they entered, they stopped talking. "Commander, we have brought them." Hua Wuxiang gave him a look and the captain retreated. "You are the ones who have captured Nan Yumiao?" Hua Wuxiang said faintly, not revealing his emotions. "Yes." Wu Lingyu admitted openly. Sima Yu felt that she had to keep a low profile and decided to let him handle the matter. "Why did you capture him?" "He provoked us." The simple and powerful reason made it impossible to refute. "Where is he?" "I can't hand him over to you now." "What if you do something to us once we hand him over?" Wu Lingyu shook his head. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. Let us go and we will give him to you." Wu Lingyu said. "You captured my man and you think you can settle the matter so easily?" Hu Wuxiang narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. "We didn't want to capture him, but we discovered his secret so he tried to have us killed. If he didn't provoke us, we wouldn't have captured him. After all, we don't want to cause trouble." Wu Lingyu hesitated for a moment and continued, "He is your subordinate, that's why you want to protect him. But what if he has betrayed you? Is it still worth it?" "What do you mean by that?" Envoy Zhuo shouted, "Don't think you can get away with punishment like that." Envoy Zhuo and Nan Yumiao had a good relationship, hence, he spoke out and defended him. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Wu Lingyu said, "We have only just arrived in the Azure Dragon Soul region, why else would Nan Yumiao be chasing us to kill us? Besides, I don't care about your relationship with him. You want your man and we want to live, it's that simple, n/o/vel/b/in.c/.com. What secret did you discover?" Hua Wuxiang asked. "When we were training in the mountains we saw him with a man. At first, we didn't know why he wanted to kill us, but later on, we realized that he probably didn't want anyone seeing him with that person. In that case, their relationship cannot be exposed." "Who is that person you're talking about?" "How would we know his identity? But based on Nan Yumiao's respectful demeanor, I think his position is now one of a low level." Wu Lingyu said. "Draw a portrait of the person." Hua Wuxiang instructed, and someone immediately prepared paper, brush, ink and inkstone. Wu Lingyu didn't start immediately, but stared at the paper, brush, ink and inkstone and said, "What about the freedom we want? If what you say is true, it's not impossible to let you leave. It all depends on the value of the information you provide." Hua Wuxiang made an insincere promise. As if there was no other way, Wu Lingyu picked up the brush and drew Mu Luofeng's appearance. When he saw the portrait slowly taking shape, Hua Wuxiang's body became colder and colder. Envoy Zhuo had wanted to say something, but after some thought, he decided to keep quiet. "Are you sure it's this person? Or were you sent here to let me know about this person?" Hua Wuxiang held back his anger and stared at them with bloodthirsty eyes. If it was any ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to bear his gaze and would have confessed. Wu Lingyu's face didn't change. He looked back at him, "If you don't believe us, we can swear. Before we arrived in Azure Dragon Soul region, we didn't know Nan Yumiao, nor did we know about your relationship with him." Sima Yu was unhappy, she pulled his hand, "Even if you don't want to stir up trouble, you don't have to aggrieve yourself. Commander Hua, you can investigate this matter and you'll know whether we have made this up. Just because we don't want to stir up trouble, it doesn't mean that we don't have strength. We just don't want to cause trouble to the sect." "What sect do you belong to?" "Secret. Before we left, we were reminded that we cannot reveal our sect. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. If you don't believe us, then we will just fight it out." Sima Yu snorted coldly. "We can't just take your word for it on such an important matter. Tell you what, stay here first. Once I have investigated the matter, naturally, I will let you leave." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse. Sima Yu was reluctant, but she followed the maid. After they left, Hua Wuxiang asked Envoy Zhuo, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Commander, you know that I have a good relationship with Nan Yumiao, so I didn't believe it at first. However, these two people look extraordinary, and knowing that their strength is more powerful than we can imagine, I think that what they've said is most probably true." Envoy Zhuo said. "It's precisely that they look extraordinary that it's confusing. If this is the other party's trick to lure us into a trap, then the person behind this is." Although Hua Wuxiang was angry about this matter, he didn't let himself get carried away by his anger. Subordinate also hopes that this matter has been fabricated by these two people. Therefore, Subordinate will investigate this matter personally. Everyone leaves a trace behind. If he really did it, we will surely find some evidence. If he didn't do it, can those two people be handed over to Subordinate? Envoy Zhuo said. Hua Wuxiang wanted him to avoid danger, but he remembered that Envoy Yu had also been killed. It was not so simple to leave such a secretive task to others, so he agreed. It seemed he needed to find a replacement for Envoy Yu soon. When Envoy Zhua got his approval, he left immediately. The matters here could wait. The first and foremost task at hand was to find out what had happened in the matter that involved Nan Yumiao. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu had been brought to a small courtyard. It was supposedly a courtyard, but there were only 2 or 3 rooms with an open space outside surrounded by walls. It was barely a courtyard. Sima Yu looked at the fairly clean room and pouted. There is such a small place here, but I suppose at least they didn't put us in prison n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om. I don't think they have one here. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu. Some things were better left unsaid. Do you think they have started investigating yet? She changed the subject. I think so, Wu Lingyu said, and I think it will be Envoy Zhua who is taking charge of the investigation. That man? Can he do it? They could tell earlier that Envoy Zhua and Nan Yumiao had a good relationship. If he were in charge of this matter, would he find out the truth? He will. Wu Lingyu said with certainty. I suppose so. Sima Yu understood. It was precisely because Envoy Zhua was close to Nan Yumiao, that's why he would investigate thoroughly. If it was just a normal matter, he would probably just cover it up for the sake of ease. However, when it came to the betrayal of his master, if he had covered it up and Hua Wuxiang had realized it, it would be the end of Envoy Zhua's life. Besides, Nan Yumiao had indeed done such things, and as long as he investigated, he would find out the truth. Therefore, they needn't worry. Envoy Zhua also understood this meaning, therefore, he started his investigation the moment he had arrived at Happiness City. He was very diligent in his investigation, and when the evidence was handed to him, he restrained himself and didn't allow his emotions to get in the way. Return to Great Bridge City. When Hua Wuxiang saw the evidence, the anger on his face slowly turned into a look of ruthlessness. He crushed the cup in his hand and gritted his teeth and said, Mu Luofeng, how dare you? Envoy Zhua was kneeling on the ground and he didn't dare to speak. Hua Wuxiang was not only angry about Nan Yumiao's betrayal. He was also angry that Mu Luofeng had actually reached into his territory. When Hua Wuxiang's anger had subsided a little, he said, Commander, Mu Luofeng is too audacious. We have been competing openly against each other over the years, but now he's actually used underhand methods. If we hadn't found out, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Commander, we can't just let this go. Since Mu Luofeng dares to do something like this, he has no shame left. I, Hua Wuxiang, will fight with him to the death. Hua Wuxiang said fiercely, send someone to check, other than Nan Yumiao, who else dared to work for Mu Luofeng. We will send them over. Yes, Envoy Zhua knew that this would be a big cleanup. It was impossible that Mu Luofeng had only recruited Nan Yumiao. To be precise, even someone as loyal as Nan Yumiao had been turned, others would no doubt have been unable to withstand the temptation. Before we deal with this, we need to choose another envoy. Who do you think is suitable? The 2 of them discussed the candidates for Envoy Yu together. After their discussion was over, the guards came in and reported that the 2 people who had been locked up had arrived. Commander, how should we deal with them? Envoy Zhua didn't have a good impression of those 2 people. If it weren't for them, none of this would have happened. Hua Wuxiang didn't want to see them either. Although without them, he wouldn't have discovered these things and it would have caused them more trouble in the future. At the same time, they had also covered up a huge scandal for them and saved them from embarrassment. Tell them to release Nan Yumiao and they can leave. Hua Wuxiang said coldly, tell them to leave Azure Dragon Soul region. If I see them again, they will never be able to leave. Yes. The guard passed the orders down. Envoy Zhua watched the guard leave and his eyes darkened. I know you want to deal with them, but our energy should be focused on dealing with Mu Luofeng. Hua Wuxiang reminded him. Subordinate understands. Soon, the guard returned with a soul stone. Envoy Zhua took it and released Nan Yumiao who was trapped inside it. When Nan Yumiao saw the somber faces of Hua Wuxiang and Envoy Zhua, he knew it was over for him. At this time, they didn't bother to ask about Nan Yumiao's situation. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu walked around the city then went directly to the city gate. With Hua Wuxiang's hand token, the soldiers didn't make things difficult for them when they wanted to leave the city and let them out immediately. Outside the city, Sima Yu took out a soul stone and released Old Man Li. Thank you young Miss Yu. Old Man Li said gratefully. Sima Yu had gone to Old Du's house and rescued Old Man Li and took him out of the city. There shouldn't be anyone in Great Bridge Mountain now, if you want to go there shouldn't be any danger. Sima Yu said. Old Man Li was excited, he knew what Sima Yu meant. Now that there was no one in Great Bridge Mountain, he could get more resources if he went now. This kind of opportunity was rare to come by for a loose cultivator. Sima Yu smiled at him, go. Take care of yourself. Old Man Li bowed to her, then he headed towards Great Bridge Mountain. He knew that this time it was really farewell and they would probably not have another chance to meet in this lifetime. When he thought of this, he felt a little lost in his heart. He kept walking forward and didn't allow himself to look back. Since they were parting, they should part freely. Sima Yu waited for him to leave before she walked in the other direction with Wu Lingyu. However, they didn't leave the area of Great Bridge Mountain. Instead, they chose a secluded place to rest and listen to the news the Scarlet Bees brought to them daily. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments.